Hey truckers, today we're seeing 9-star of Hegemon body arts. Let's dive into the video. Who am I? I am Long Chin. I look down on the very heavens, the arrogant 9 heavens peerless pill god Long Chin. I am someone who is cheated and bullied by everyone, a spineless, good-for-nothing cripple incapable of cultivating Long Chin. His mind was a whirl of confusion, and at the same time, severe pain came from all over his body. Long Chin was unable to stop his mind's chaotic thoughts and emitted a pained groan. "Chinner, you've finally awakened? Thank God, your mom was worried sick for you. If you want to brag about how strong you are, then fine, but why did you have to go duel with those people?" A kind and gentle voice sounded beside Long Chen's ear. That voice was full of happiness and comfort, but towards the end, it also became choked with emotion. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. His blurry vision gradually became clearer, and a woman's face appeared before him. T/his chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. The woman appeared to be in her 30s and she was extremely beautiful. However, in the corner of her eyes were some deep wrinkles that did not match up with her young age. Currently, this woman was tearfully looking at Long Chen with eyes that were full of love, making Long Chen's heart feel a burst of warmth. "Child, you scared your mom to death." As the woman spoke, her eyes became even redder and her tears streamed down. "Mom?" Long Chen looked at this familiar yet strange face. He doubtingly said this one word, his face filled with confusion. "Child, don't scare your mom. Don't you recognize me?" The woman's face immediately became panicked. At this moment, an elderly man appeared beside the woman. He examined Long Chen and he said, "Mrs. Long, Long Chen suffered a blow to the back of his head, so it's possible he will need to rest a bit to recover his memories. Don't be too worried, just now I gave the young master some medicine. The medicinal energy still hasn't completely dissolved, so just let the young master rest for a bit longer." Mrs. Long worriedly looked at Long Chen. Reluctantly, she nodded her head and followed the elderly man out of the room. Long Chen heard the elderly man advising the woman softly in the distance, "Mrs. Long, the fact that young Master Long managed to return with his life is already infinitely lucky. Don't force it too much." Mrs. Long tremblingly replied, "Master Alchemist's meaning is that my son will." The elderly man, who had been called an alchemist, sighed. The young master's hindbrain received an acute shock. To tell the truth, being able to wake up is already extremely lucky, however, the repercussions will definitely still be very severe. Losing his memory is quite possible in this situation. The two people gradually walked further and further away so Long Chen could no longer hear them clearly. But what was barely audible to him was the sound of Mrs. Long's sobbing. Long Chen gazed blankly at the ceiling above as he felt the severe pains throughout his body, especially at the back of his head which was bursting with swollen, aching pain. Just what happened? I'm Long Chen, and so Mrs. Long is my flesh and blood mother. How could I have such an unfamiliar feeling? And all these confusing memories, where did they come from? I have memories that I'm an arrogant, exceedingly powerful person, but at the same time, I remember that I'm an often bullied and extorted bitter trash. Pill God Long Chen? Trash Long Chen? Which is the real me? Am I the pill god's reincarnation? Or am I a fusion of the pill god's soul with a trash weakling? Long Chen's mind was full of endless questions. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I am Long Chen. Whether I'm pill god Long Chen or the old, crippled Long Chen doesn't mean anything right now. The most important thing is that I'm still alive. I have 2 sets of memories that have mixed together. How would I even try to fix this kind of insane problem? Instead, what I need to do now is to let myself recover as quickly as possible. Sensing his body's current condition, he quickly located many fractures. He had 3 broken ribs, 1 arm broken in 2 places, and most severe of all, his hindbrain was injured to the point where a large portion of his scalp had caved in. He had definitely been victim to an extremely vicious assault. Although I have no way to condense energy, my spiritual strength appears to be extremely powerful. I can actually sense everything within 30 meters of my body. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. According to his garbled memories, spiritual strength was invaluable, especially to pill cultivators. Prophet. Whether he was the reincarnation of the pill god or his soul just contained a mix containing the pill god's memories, the present him had definitely greatly profited. The pill god had lived an entire lifetime already, and now that allowed him to possess an exceptionally strong soul. Just what kind of awesomeness was this? However, when he carefully examined his body, his expression changed. My spiritual root has been taken away. My abdomen's spirit bone is also missing a piece that appears to have been dug out. And my heart has a hole? Just who would be this ruthless and take my spirit root, spirit bone and spirit blood? No wonder I can't cultivate. Long Chen was completely infuriated. His current spiritual strength was much stronger than his old self. It was now strong enough for him to immediately figure out the mystery of why he was a cripple who couldn't cultivate. The spirit root was located in the dantian. It was the foundation for all cultivators. Without the spirit root, there was no way to sense heaven and earth's spiritual energy, let alone absorb it for cultivating. Spirit blood was something that people were born with. It was a trace of blood that gave you innate talent. While basically all people were born with it, the majority of cultivators didn't know anything about it. The spirit bone was found in the pit of a person's abdomen and slightly bulged out. Ordinary people wouldn't have a spirit bone. Even amongst cultivators, maybe only 1 in 10,000 would have one, which marked them as a genius. However, Long Chen's spirit bone was obviously missing a piece and had clear marks of being dug out by someone. His face became exceedingly unsightly. If his memories were not all mixed up, then how could he not remember who had done this to his body? Although these 3 things were precious to him, they wouldn't have any use once they left his body. If they wanted to harm him, why did they have to use such a harsh method? Using this kind of method was practically causing him to live a life worse than death. However, anger only brought on more anger, and since he was already missing them, being angry did not have any use. You better not let me find out who did this. Long Chen couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. This was an extremely great blow to him. With him possessing a spirit bone, even if he had been an idiot, he would still have been an absolute genius. But now some despicable bastard had caused him to become a useless person who was incapable of cultivating, causing him to be humiliated and receive condescending looks from practically everyone. Just when Long Chen was about to furiously erupt, the door of the room was gently pushed open, and a pretty 13-year-old maiden walked in. This was Long Chen's maid, who was called Bauer. Young master, it's time to take some medicine. Medicine? What medicine is it? Long Chen's nose sniffed slightly as he asked. This is something Mrs. Long paid an enormous price for. It's a tiger bone pill that can quickly heal young master's injuries. Bauer replied. She opened the small, elaborate case in her hand, revealing the medicinal pill inside. It is said that this medicinal pill came from Grandmaster Yun Qi. The medicinal strength is very strong. Looking at the thing, Long Chen's face became a bit strange. Even this kind of plaything could be called a pill? Its shape was extremely uneven and seemed more like a meatball. Even not talking about the shape, its color was completely black and there wasn't even a trace of luster. If it wasn't emitting a very faint medicinal aroma, then Long Chen might even suspect that it was a ball of sheep dung. After staring at the thing in his hand for a long time, Long Chen finally sighed. Someone who had ending up losing over 80% of the medicinal pill's essence could still be called a grandmaster? Long Chen bewilderedly wondered how someone could have created something so soft and mushy. Pills could be divided into 5 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, and peerless grade. As for the pill in his hand, it couldn't even count as one of the 5 grades. Long Chen suddenly realized that this was just a defective good. It was a trash pill. Normally, alchemists would definitely not sell these kinds of medicinal pills since they couldn't afford to lose their customers. Oftentimes, they would be turned into medicinal liquids or just directly thrown out. Young master, don't daydream. In order to obtain this precious pill, Mrs. Long already sold off her own precious jewelry. You should hurry and take it, urged Bauer. Long Chen couldn't help but feel some pain in his heart. His impression of his mother was that she loved him very dearly, to the point where it was like he were drowning in love. It had reached the point where his mother would basically never refuse any of his requests. His mother had done everything and anything for him. She had given birth to him while she was still young. She had been gifted with great beauty growing up, but now she was barely 30-something years old and already had wrinkles in the corner of her eyes. Seeing those deep wrinkles, Long Chen knew that she had already sacrificed far too much for him. Looking at the medicinal pill in his hand, he observed that even though it was a defective good, at least the medicinal ingredients inside it were not bad. Impurities took up over 80% of it, but it wouldn't have any problems healing his injuries. Taking the medicinal pill, Long Chen ordered Bauer to not leak any news of him out, excluding to his mother, of course. Although Bauer didn't really understand why, she still trusted Long Chen and obediently nodded. After taking the medicine, although Long Chen had no way to use cultivation to absorb the medicinal strength, he managed to guide the medicinal energy to his wounds by using his formidable spiritual strength, allowing him to recover extremely quickly. The second day, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. He had a smile plastered on his mouth as he exercised his muscles. Excellent! Although that medicine was pretty bad, the medicinal ingredients themselves were of high quality. Other than my hindbrain, the majority of my injuries have already healed, and the amount of energy left is more than enough to heal me completely. He slowly walked towards the mirror. Looking at his reflection, he saw a nothing out of the ordinary, handsome youngster with eyebrows like swords and bright eyes. Long Chen took a deep breath. From today onwards, I, Long Chen, will no longer be the previous Long Chen. I will rise above others. Although his body was still slightly weak, walking was no longer a problem. Long Chen left the room and saw that the sun had already risen from the east. After pondering deeply for an hour, he called over Bauer and gave her a list of medicinal ingredients for her to find. However, Bauer's expression became a bit embarrassed. Long Chen wondered what it was before quickly remembered that the current Long family was extremely hard-pressed for money, and Bauer had no method to get a loan. Otherwise, his mother would not have had to sell off her own jewelry, a part of her exceptionally precious dowry. The present Long family had already fallen into extremely dire straits. Feeling around in his pocket, he found slightly over 80 silver coins. Although this wasn't a lot, it was enough to buy those medicinal ingredients on his list. Bauer worked diligently, and not even 2 hours later, she had managed to buy the medicinal ingredients. Long Chen immediately set about to measuring and dividing them into different portions before boiling them in a large bowl. 6 hours later, a very thick medicinal liquid was releasing a medicinal aroma. As Long Chen looked into the bowl with the cheap medicinal liquid, a smile appeared on his face. I, Long Chen, will rise above others, starting from this one bowl of medicinal liquid. The medicinal liquid entered his stomach, and Long Chen hastily used his mind to guide the medicinal energy throughout his body, allowing it to merge into his bones. Normal martial artists would let the medicinal energy assimilate inside the dantian in order to absorb it, and only later would they spread it throughout their body. However, Long Chen didn't have a spirit root, thus, his dantian was completely empty and had no way to store energy. The only thing he could do was to allow the medicinal energy to scatter into every cell. Although this medicinal liquid was formed only from ordinary medicinal herbs, it displayed a surprisingly remarkable medicinal effect after going through Long Chen's pairings and proportions. As the medicinal energy rushed throughout his body, countless pores opened up. It was as if every single cell had been in a state of starvation as they all began to crazily absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom! A muffled explosion came from within Long Chen's body. His originally sealed meridians were all forced open and Long Chen couldn't stop himself from letting out a muffled groan. When others cultivated, they would use the Dantian's qi in order to gradually open up their meridians in a step-by-step manner which would not cause any pain. However, Long Chen couldn't do so, he could only borrow an outer energy source. This energy was like the ocean's water flowing into a river field. Its violent and ferocious nature wasn't something that just anybody could withstand. This pain. I will definitely remember this pain. Long Chen gnashed his teeth. If it weren't for some vicious person stealing his spirit root, how could he have been forced to choose such a crazy method? Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions echoed out from his body as his meridians opened up one by one. Every time a meridian channel was opened, intense pain would wreck his body. When all his meridians were finally opened, Long Chen almost fell into a coma. He had to rest for 2 full hours before he slowly revitalized himself. With the pain now past him, Long Chen felt that the pores from his toes to his head were all open. With every single breath he took, he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Excellent, I can finally practice cultivation now that my meridians have opened. Long Chen sensed his body's condition. With his meridians opened, he could finally absorb spiritual qi from the world through his pores in order to nourish his body to become stronger. In fact, although his meridians had only just been opened, that single change filled his body with strength. He punched out, and the whistling wind that came with it made Long Chen smile. He hadn't endured that pain for nothing. For ordinary cultivators, they first had to enter a so-called qi-sensing realm. Only once they were able to sense qi were they able to enter the qi condensation realm. However, Long Chen had taken an alternative path. By using medicinal energy to forcibly link himself up to heaven and earth's spiritual qi, he had managed to completely open his meridians, which was equivalent to stepping into qi condensation with a single step. However, it couldn't be said that he had truly stepped into qi condensation. Although his body had been strengthened to the point that it was on that level, the qi condensation realm involved condensing cyclones of qi within the dantian. Without a dantian, he was not truly in qi condensation. Although I've forcibly opened my meridians, my useless dantian is still unable to hold the true qi. When I fight with others, there's no way I can keep it up for more than a few moments. This still isn't good enough. Long Chen went through his new memories. Almost all of his new memories were only about alchemy. But eventually, he found the only memory he had that pertained to martial arts, the 9-star Hegemon body art. What surprised Long Chen pleasantly was that the 9-star Hegemon body art was practically custom-made for him. It was a secret technique capable of excavating even more of a person's potential. It didn't cultivate the dantian, but the 9 stars. Those 9 stars were contained within the body. Once they were all formed, they would be equivalent to 9 dantians. When he saw that in his memories, he almost jumped in joy. But then as he continued comprehending this technique, he immediately felt as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown over him. To cultivate the 9-star Hegemon body art required countless medicinal pills. In order to condense the first star, the Fengfu star, he would practically need an endless amount of energy. If he wanted to rely on just absorbing the energy from the air, not even 100 years would be enough to condense it. In order to condense the first star, he would need an enormous amount of medicinal pills. Without such a huge number of medicinal pills, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in it. His Long family was broke, and there was no way for them to purchase a huge number of medicinal pills. I should first think of a method to make some money, Longchen muttered to himself. After switching his clothes, he left his room. At this time it was already past noon, but there were unexpectedly few people to be seen in his huge noble estate, making it seem like an extremely desolate place. Long Chen's father was the border suppression marquis. He was currently gone to the barbarian border. Long Chen and his mother had had to suffer many condescending gazes from everyone in the imperial capital over the past few years. Although they had the position of a noble family, compared to before, they were completely destitute. In their entire estate, there were only 10 or so maids who did some part-time work for them since they couldn't afford to employ more people. It could be said that in all the aristocracy, they were the family in the worst straits, and Long Chen himself was the most destitute of the poor. Phoenix Cry Empire was currently in a golden age of martial arts. Basically, everyone practiced martial arts. But as it had turned out, Long Chen's trash physique meant that he was incapable of practicing martial arts, making him someone that everybody would sneer at. Opposite to Long Chen was his father, Long Tianxiao. He was the strongest of his generation, and with him guarding the barbarian border, even if the barbarian tribes were to savagely attack, they would not have the ability to step even half a foot within the Phoenix Cry Empire. Long Tianxiao was the Phoenix Cry Empire's military god of this generation, whereas Long Chen had been a trash who couldn't even sense qi. It was impossible to prevent people from feeling that this tiger father had had a dog of a son. Countless people would jeer at him, but Long Chen wouldn't care. However, that day, the savage marquis' son, Zhou Yaoyang, had ridiculed Long Chen by saying that he wasn't his father's son. Long Chen's anger had immediately soared to the heavens. Zhou Yaoyang had obviously been insulting his mother as unfaithful. Long Chen's anger had even caused him to become muddle-headed, and he had recklessly challenged his opponent to a duel. However, his opponent was a strong person at the 7th heaven stage of qi condensation, while he was just an ordinary person incapable of even sensing qi. He had basically been asking to be disgraced. As a result, he later was beaten to the point of losing consciousness and almost dying. He was sent home, and the news caused Long Chen to be an object of ridicule for quite some time in the imperial capital. Leaving his noble estate, Long Chen went directly to the imperial capital's 100 herb market. That was the place where all kinds of precious medicinal ingredients were sold. Right now what he needed to do was to get an understanding of the medicinal herbs market situation. Along the road, there were quite a few people, and when they recognized Long Chen, they couldn't help but to point at him behind his back. However, Long Chen was already used to this. But at the same time, he smiled bitterly inside. His own father had suppressed the entire barbarian border, which was an amazing, meritorious deed that protected the entire empire. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. However, what had he obtained for that? This mother and son duo had been left to suffer from bullying and humiliating stares in the imperial capital, and Long Chen had almost been beaten to death. How could this be considered repayment? A group of people that were protected by his father had all gave his son condescending gazes. This was his repayment? Long Chen quickened his footsteps. Although he wasn't afraid of these kinds of stares, he would always end up a bit gloomy. But at this moment, his path was suddenly blocked by a group of people. Are you actually Long Chen? I heard you were beaten to the point where you couldn't even recognize your own mom, so how are you so lively that you ran out today? In front of Long Chen was a 16-year-old teen wearing gaudy clothes and sneering at him with 2 guards. This person was also born as a noble heir in an aristocrat family and was called Li Hao. However, his position within the aristocracy was not high, and his status was incomparable to Long Chen's. After all, in the Phoenix Cry Empire, nobility and status were only secondary, as strength was still the most important thing. Li Hao was standing right in the middle of the road, and if Long Chen wanted to go through, he would need to pass through him. If it was the previous Long Chen, he would have turned around and walked back, but today's Long Chen looked at Li Hao, shook his head, and sighed. People say even well-trained dogs know not to obstruct the road. Looks like you're not even as good as a dog. Long Chen, it seems you didn't remember the lesson that I gave you last time. If you want to be beaten within an inch of your life again, then let's fight in the martial arena. Li Hao's expression changed before it taunted him once again. That's why I said you were a dog. Just go eat crap with Zhou Yaoyang. Long Chen shook his head. He didn't want to waste his time on this kind of person. He needed to handle his own affairs, so he started to walk around him. Long Chen, you are asking for it. Li Hao couldn't help but become angry. He was not expecting that the always cowardly Long Chen would actually act in such an unyielding manner that basically didn't even pay attention to him. He stuck out his arms to bar Long Chen's path. Long Chen frowned slightly, but just as he was about to say more, a person walked over and cursed Li Hao. Li Hao, you're the one asking for it. Just who do you think you are to dare threaten my brother? The person who had come was an extremely tall 18-year-old. His height was especially extraordinary at 7 feet tall, which was taller than either of them by over a head and very intimidating. Shifeng, this isn't your business. It'd be best if you didn't meddle around. When Li Hao saw Shifeng, all he could do was to act tough even though he was weaker. Shifeng was also a noble heir whose status was about the same as his, but Shifeng was a strong person who had reached the 8th heaven stage of qi condensation while he was only at the 3rd heaven stage of qi condensation. In addition, Shifeng had an innate strength, which meant that amongst people in the same rank as him, only a few were an equal match for him. Therefore, Li Hao didn't have the guts to challenge Shifeng. Brother Long Chen, I heard that bastard Zhou Yaoyang beat you up. How about I go help you vent your anger? Shifeng looked at Long Chen and his expression became indignant. Long Chen looked at the huge person in front of him, and his heart felt a bit of warmth. Shifeng was the only one in the imperial capital who would consider him as his brother. No thanks, my enmities are something that I will pay back myself. Just don't worry about it. Long Chen faintly laughed, patting Shifeng's shoulder. When Shifeng heard Long Chen say this, he thought that Long Chen might be worried about his image and so he didn't raise the issue again. Let's go, come with me for a stroll, said Long Chen with a smile, and he brought Shifeng for a walk. When Li Hao saw that the two of them considered him as just thin air, he couldn't help but angrily cursing, Long Chen, you little bastard, if you have the guts then you'll fight me in a duel. They had just walked a couple of steps when Li Hao said this and they paused. From deep within Long Chen's eyes, a strong murderous intent was radiated as he slowly turned his head. You want to have a duel with me? Long Chen's voice was extremely cold. Each word he spoke was just like ice shards that caused people to tremble in their bones. Li Hao couldn't help but shiver. For some reason, he felt that today's Long Chen was a bit different, but his big words had already been spoken, so if at this time he was to act like a coward, then he would become the entire imperial capital's laughingstock. Moreover, he was already used to bullying Long Chen over and over, so with those experiences, he ignored the trace of fear that arose in his heart. Not bad, you dare to accept the duel? Li Hao mocked in a loud voice. Not a problem, however, I want to add some stakes, said Long Chen after a moment's thought. Adding stakes? Haha, your Long family is almost unable to feed yourselves, what are you going to take out as stakes? You could use your family's estate, or how about you become my slave, mocked Li Hao coldly. However, what he didn't notice was that in the corner of Long Chen's mouth was a callous smile that seemed to have some hidden intentions. Brother Shi, can you lend me your martial sword? Long Chen asked. Take it. Shifeng did somewhat hate to part with it, but he still handed his sword over. Long Chen nodded, and he quietly recorded this favor into his heart. Towards Li Hao, he said, "This martial sword isn't top quality, but it is still worth 8,000 gold coins. For today I'll just count it as 5,000 gold coins. If you win you can take the martial sword, but if you lose, you have to give me 5,000 gold coins. How's that sound?" Li Hao's heart shook. Shifang's sword was made from top-quality steel and was forged by a master. It was definitely worth at least 8,000 gold coins. Today, this idiot Long Chen actually decided to use such a thing as a bet. Li Hao had long since started laughing cheerfully inside. He once again sneered, "I don't know. If someone were to lose, will he renege out of the bet? Don't worry. I, Shifeng, will guarantee it." Shifeng coldly smiled. "Good, then let's go to the martial arena to sign the contract. If today I don't beat the teeth out of you, then in the future I wouldn't be Li Hao." Li Hao couldn't help from being extremely exuberant as he high-spiritedly spoke. Long Chen's face was still calm, however, within his eyes appeared some darkness. Li Hao was just one of Zhou Yaoyang's dogs, so Long Chen never paid any attention to him. But nowadays, they were always plotting against him. Just what kind of hidden conspiracy was there? However, no matter what kind of conspiracy it was, the truth would always come to light one day. Long Chen walked directly to the martial arena outside the imperial capital. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, martial customs were very popular, and so some disputes were unavoidable. Thus, a life and death stage had been built outside the imperial capital where people could resolve their personal differences. As long as both parties agreed and signed the martial arena contract, then once they entered into the martial arena, even if they killed their opponent, they wouldn't receive any punishment from the imperial capital. During most days, this place was filled with bustling crowds, and today was no different. However, after a couple matches had ended, two youngsters walked onto the stage and caused an uproar. "Isn't that person Long Chen? Why would he come here? Yeah, yesterday he was almost beaten to death. Isn't it weird for him to be here today? Humph, I bet he doesn't want to live anymore and wants to get someone to beat him to death here." His father Long Tianshao might be called the border suppression marquis and was this generation's military god, but the people who gave him the title military god were the poor people who had to suffer through wars and conflicts. In the imperial capital, which was filled with rich people, everyone was in peace and prosperity. Therefore, people didn't place Long Tianshao, who was born in a commoner family, on the same level as them. And thus, only a few people in the entire imperial capital held respect for Long Chen. "Long Chen, you piece of trash, why did you come back? Aren't you just holding up the action for no reason? Who would want to see your martial arts? Hurry and beat it. Yeah, if you want to kill yourself then find somewhere without people. No one wants to see such a piece of trash, so stop wasting our time." In just a moment, the audience of several hundred people were all cursing loudly. None of them hid their disgust for Long Chen. However, in an unremarkable corner further away, two maidens wearing veils were raptly watching him. "Sister, that one is your fiancé? Why does he seem so lacking? There are not even the slightest fluctuations around his body," observed one of the maidens disappointedly. "Humph, if Dad hadn't been so selfish, he wouldn't have arranged my marriage back when I still wasn't even born." "It's truly irritating," responded the other maiden. On the martial arena, Long Chen didn't even notice the two maidens who were spying on him, and he also did not respond at all to the jeers of the crowd. He merely indifferently looked at Li Hao. Li Hao pointed out the people's uproar and sneered. "See? You're an unwelcome piece of trash, and if you were smart, you would just bash your head in and die." Long Chen continued to only indifferently stare at him, not saying a word. Dong! The sound of a bell rang out, signaling the start of the duel. When that bell tolled, life and death were separated by only a fine line. Due to the tolling of the bell, the originally rowdy crowd became silent. After all, it was a life and death battle. Who would know just when someone's life would end? Sister, this fiancé of yours doesn't seem to have any cultivation base while his opponent is at the third heaven stage of chi condensation. Aren't you worried? The maiden asked. Humph, what's the point of me being worried? Him dying is fine. It doesn't have anything to do with me. The other maiden indifferently snorted. But although she said these words, she had already taken out an extremely strange and ancient silk net. Hee hee, don't say you don't care, you've already taken out your martial weapon. Looks like you do still care. And you know, although his cultivation talent is trash, he's not that bad looking. How about this, if you don't want him, you can just give him to me, the other maiden laughingly joked. How can a person be just randomly given to you? If you like him, you can wait for me to withdraw from the marriage arrangement. After that, you can do whatever you want, responded the other woman angrily. Hee hee. On the martial arena, Long Chen from the beginning until the end had remained as calm as water. When compared to yesterday's him who had been gnashing his teeth in complete anger, it was as if he was a completely different person. Long Chen, with your death near, you decided to suddenly become calm? Don't worry, due to the stakes you proposed, I won't beat you to death today. Li Hao was extremely arrogant and confident. You sure say a lot of crap. Hurry up and come at me, I still have things to do later, responded Long Chen in a slightly impatient manner. Because the entire audience was very quiet, every single word of Long Chen's managed to enter the crowd's ears, and in a split second everyone watching the martial arena burst into jeering derision. Li Hao, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and beat this kid to death. He's really causing us to feel too embarrassed for him. Some of the people present recognized Li Hao, so they called out to him. A cold sneer appeared on Li Hao's face, and he was no longer hesitating. The power of his third heaven stage of chi condensation completely exploded out. His foot pressed down slightly on the martial arena, and he immediately shot out towards Long Chen, punching out his fist. When Li Hao started attacking, the crowd below burst into cheers. The current Li Hao's appearance appeared very dashing and handsome. Nice attack, it's the Wind Jade Tree Fist. Some of the people recognized the move and cheered. However, the distant two maidens' expressions were both filled with contempt and ridicule. Long Chen similarly also sneered. This kind of idiot move, filled with mistakes, could still be used against enemies? The fist was smashing towards him and a strong wind whistled as it approached, but Long Chen seemed to not notice it at all and didn't move even an inch. Haha, this trash doesn't even know how to dodge, sneered some people under the stage. However, just when that ridicule had just been shouted out, Li Hao's fist came to a complete stop just an inch away from Long Chen's face. The originally ridiculing crowd suddenly came to a complete silence. They noticed that one of Long Chen's legs had struck out and violently kicked Li Hao in the area between his legs. The originally beaming with happiness and elegant Li Hao now had an expression like a purple eggplant. Long Chen's kick clearly caused him an extremely severe pain, making his facial features warp and preventing him from moving. However, he might not be able to move from the pain, but Long Chen could. In just this brief pause, Long Chen grabbed Li Hao's hair, forcefully pulling on it while also strongly kicking out with his knee. Slam slam slam. Long Chen completed his actions in an extremely refreshing manner and in a short time, his strong and fast rhythmic actions gave people a very intense show. The unpleasant sound of bones breaking came out from Li Hao's body. His nose was already caved in, his whole face was covered in blood, and he himself had already lost consciousness. For a moment, not even one voice could be heard from the crowd. Nobody had expected that a strong person at the third heaven stage of chi condensation would be beaten by a trash who had no cultivation base in such a quick manner. Moreover, he had done it in the cleanest and most efficient manner. This kind of result was a firm slap in the face towards the crowd that had been ridiculing him. Even the distant two observing maidens were completely shocked. Although Li Hao was nothing to them and could be easily killed with a wave of their hands. But Long Chen was not the same as them. From the very start, not a trace of spiritual energy had been used by Long Chen, and he had completely relied on an ordinary person's abilities to defeat Li Hao. Long Chen wins. A voice came from an elderly man below the stage who was often in charge of the martial arena and its registration. Long Chen's stomach fluctuated rapidly a couple of times, and it was only with great willpower that he managed to stop and suppress the killing intent inside him. Right now was not the time for killing people. He had been oppressed for such a long time, and now that he had exploded out, it was hard for him to withdraw it. But as the rest of the world saw it though, Long Chen's actions appeared to be from lack of strength, like he was gasping for breath. Long Chen walked off the stage to the elderly man and received the sword that he had used as his stakes, as well as a crystal card with 5,000 gold coins on it. The rules here stated that they had to hand in the stakes to the referee before the match, in order to show that it was equitable and also lowering the chance of anyone backing out during the battle. After receiving the martial sword, Long Chen directly returned it to Shifeng. Placing the crystal card into his robes, he couldn't help but become somewhat excited. Although 5,000 gold coins weren't very much, it could help settle a bit of the desperate situation his family was in. It had been very long since they had received a stipend from the empire, and nowadays the Long family was quickly reaching the point where they couldn't even afford decent food to eat. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, the two of them unhurriedly left. The two maidens watched Long Chen leave, and immediately afterward, they also disappeared. The news that Long Chen had beat Li Hao seemed to gain legs as it rapidly spread. In just a short time, the entire imperial capital learned of it. The news puzzled countless people. How could a trash who couldn't practice martial arts possibly have become this difficult to deal with? But even with so many people personally seeing it, as well as the news that Li Hao had to be carried back to his estate, quite a few people were still incapable of completely accepting it. Long Chen had wanted to split his earnings with Shifeng, but Shifeng was completely unwilling. In the end, he quickly made an excuse that he had things to do before hastily leaving, not even asking Long Chen how he had suddenly become so powerful. Remembering this favor in his heart, Long Chen directly went to the 100 Herb Market. Entering into the 100 Herb Market, Long Chen requested a catalog of their medicinal ingredients. On it were very clear recordings of the various medicinal ingredients' names and prices. Long Chen saw the majority of the medicinal ingredients required to refine the Feng Fu pill. 1. It was quite lucky that the medicinal ingredients for the Feng Fu pill were not especially uncommon. However, looking at the price, Long Chen's heart practically dripped blood. The gold coins he had now were only enough to buy 3 portions of the medicinal ingredients. But he couldn't spend it all on these medicinal ingredients, since he still needed to buy a medicinal furnace for refining, as well as to buy some other spare medicinal ingredients. The few gold coins he had were like a cup of water trying to put out a burning cart. Find you chapters on nv/lbi.com. However, not buying it was also unacceptable, so Long Chen clenched his teeth and spent 1,200 gold coins to buy a bronze furnace of the worst quality. He also bought 1 set of the medicinal ingredients for the Feng Fu pill, as well as a large amount of medicinal ingredients for the energy recovery powder. By the time Long Chen left the 100 Herb Market, the amount on his crystal card was only 500 gold coins. After returning home, Long Chen went right to his own room. Firmly locking the door, he ordered Bauer to tell everyone that he was not to be disturbed. He knew that his mother would hear the news that he had once again gone to compete in martial arts. Afraid that his mother would worry, he purposely told Bauer to block her. In any case, nothing had happened to him, and his mother shouldn't become too concerned. Right now, he had to seize every second of every minute to quickly increase his strength. He was sure that the current Long family's predicament was not as simple as it seemed, and he sensed the coming of a crisis. The spiritual energy in Long Chen's body started moving, and a cluster of flame appeared within his hand. This was a pill cultivator's agglomerated pill flame. But when Longchen saw this ball of flame, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This flame was far too weak. The pill flame was formed from a pill cultivator's spiritual energy, and through special operating methods it was condensed into a spiritual energy flame. However, the current Longchen's pill flame's temperature was extremely low, even when compared to other ordinary pill flames. In addition, Longchen found that without his dantian to support him, he couldn't maintain the pill flame for more than a quarter of an hour, which was far from enough time to refine medicinal pills. Longchen bitterly smiled. However, luckily he had his backup plan, which was first refining the energy recovery powder. Placing the medicinal ingredients into the furnace, he refined them one by one. This time, he didn't use his pill flame, but instead used a normal fire from the wood. When all the medicinal ingredients had been refined, he placed them into a jug of water to form energy recovery liquid, and after resting for a short period of time, Longchen took a deep breath and prepared himself to officially begin the refining of Fengfu pill. 9 Yin grass, refinement complete. Earth dragon root, refinement complete. Flame seed, refinement complete. Over 30 types of medicinal herbs were refined one by one, using up over 2 hours of Longchen's time and causing him to be covered in sweat. Refining pills was not the same as simply decocting medicine. Every single medicinal herb's essence had to be extracted while at the same time removing the impurities, forming a powder. However, the flame in Longchen's hand was of far too low of a quality, and the refined powder still retained too many impurities to be ideal. Still, this was the only method that he had. First of all, Longchen's cultivation base was non-existent, and thus he didn't have the necessary strength to sustain the pill flame, making its strength weak. Second of all, currently, Longchen didn't have the opportunity or capability to subdue a different flame, so he could only settle for what he had. But wanting to train in alchemy methods required not only a strong pill flame but also forceful spiritual energy, and the most important requirement was an exceedingly powerful spiritual strength. The other two requirements were not that difficult. As for the pill flame, as long as you made all the proper preparations, you could seize a fire attribute magical beast and gradually tame it into a house pet. Drawing on the magical beast's flame, you could subdue it and cultivate it to become your own flame. Over 99% of capable alchemists used beast flames. Only a handful of people, who possessed extremely ancient inheritances of powerful strength, could control those extremely mysterious and mystical spirit flames found within heaven and earth. Spirit flames were flames that possessed their own soul, and according to Longchen's memories, he had previously controlled an extremely formidable spirit flame. But no matter how formidable he was in the past, right now he could only use this trash flame for his pill refining. After all, the things in his memories were not things he could take out. After resting enough, Longchen took a deep breath. He placed a candle into his hand and a yellow flame appeared. Not bad, after going through the refinements, the flame's strength has increased by a slight amount. Whatever, it's better than nothing, I guess. After consecutively refining 7 different medicines' essence, he threw them into the furnace. His spiritual strength erupted out and the flame in Longchen's hand suddenly fluctuated. Compared to before, it was now several times stronger. Using spiritual strength to support the flame. If other alchemists saw this, wouldn't they get shocked to death? Longchen bitterly smiled. Spiritual strength was the foundation of any pill refinement. At the time of refining, a large amount of spiritual strength was needed in order to control the temperature. If even a slight deviation occurred, it would waste all of your previous efforts and you would end up refining a pile of pill ashes. Moreover, if the medicinal pill had a very large medicinal strength, then you might even cause a furnace explosion. Most alchemists wouldn't start using their spiritual strength right at the beginning of the refinement. They would only use it towards the latter stages, when the pill was about to take form, in order to very carefully control the flame strength. After all, that was the critical time in the formation of the pill. At that time, the flame's temperature had to constantly change, sometimes high and sometimes low, and doing so required a large consumption of spiritual strength. If at that time, the alchemist's spiritual strength was already exhausted, then the furnace of pills could basically be considered as scrapped. However, Longchen actually started using his spiritual strength right at the beginning of the refinement. In addition, he used this precious spiritual strength just in order to increase the flame's power, treating it like firewood. Any alchemist would definitely rage and curse at him for doing so. Even if someone was a reckless and frivolous spender, no one would actually spend it like this. But Longchen wasn't worried. According to his memories, his spiritual strength was already not lacking compared to ordinary alchemists. Pill cultivator ranks were Pill Apprentice, Pill Adept, Pill Master, Pill King, Pill Emperor, Pill Ancestor, Pill Venerate, Pill Saint, and Pill God. The Feng Fu pill was a first-tier medicinal pill, and generally, pill cultivators who had reached the Pill Apprentice rank could refine a first-tier medicinal pill. Longchen's current memories also included those of a pill god, so he was completely clear on his current capabilities. When Longchen had awoken, his spiritual strength had changed to become abnormally strong compared to his previous trash self, therefore, Longchen was qualified to use his spiritual strength in such a manner. The pill furnace in front of Longchen faintly trembled, emitting a slight buzzing noise. By increasing the power of the flame, the speed has increased by quite a bit. He hastily threw in 3 more medicinal ingredients into the furnace, however, Longchen's forehead was already perspiring at this moment. Hurriedly taking out a straw, he placed one end into the medicine jar, which was filled with energy recovery liquid, and quickly drank a mouthful. When the energy recovery liquid entered his stomach, the pores all over his body opened and began to crazily absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. His originally about to be exhausted spiritual energy rapidly recovered. This was what Longchen had prepared earlier. Without it, there was no way for him to refine the Feng Fu pill. With his current level, it would be a joke if he could actually refine a pill on his own without some kind of assistance. With the straw in his mouth, every now and then he would draw in another mouthful of energy recovery liquid to replenish his body's spiritual energy. With Longchen's spiritual energy being replenished, his spiritual strength could show off how extremely powerful it was, and it was only 2 days later that Longchen started to feel a bit exhausted. That was a sign that his spiritual strength had been largely used up. However, at this time, the medicinal ingredients had already been absorbed into the pill furnace, so all that was left was finishing up. The medicinal aroma was also starting to fill the air. Although Longchen's impression of a first-tier medicinal pill was that it was so easy to refine it could be done with his eyes closed, the current him was no longer the same pill god in his memories. His destiny had already been completely changed, and saying that he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Buzz. Suddenly, the pill furnace's interior started to vibrate, emitting a series of buzzing noises. The energy within the pill furnace also started to become berserk. Longchen didn't become even the slightest bit panicked, on the contrary, he even started to smile. This was the indication of the pill's formation and also the most critical time of the refinement. His spiritual strength was completely activated with not even a trace of it held in reserve. The flame in his hand suddenly exploded out, and an incorporeal strength tightly sealed the entire pill furnace. This technique was called Heaven Seal Earth Lock and was something that he had come up with from his memories. It was something used in order to prevent pill explosions and also furnace explosions. Moreover, this technique was very practical and could in the shortest period seal the medicinal energy within the pill furnace, not letting too much leak out. Normal alchemists would all do this at the last step because when the medicinal pill would go berserk, it was possible to stabilize it by taking a more gentle action. Although doing so would decrease the danger by a lot, a large amount of the medicinal essence would be lost, and therefore, the medicinal pill's quality would just be ordinary. Bang! Following the full suppression of Long Chen's spiritual strength, the pill furnace emitted a smothered noise. After that, everything turned silent. The pill furnace had already turned tranquil. Long Chen couldn't help but to gasp for breath. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and he was so dizzy that he felt the sky was spinning. When he felt a bit better, he excitedly opened up the furnace. His hand was even trembling as he picked out 5 extremely round pills. Holding them in his hand, a dense medicinal aroma completely filled the whole room. 2 low-grade pills and 3 trash pills. TCH, saying it out loud really makes me lose enough face to die. Long Chen's face was showing how excited he was, but he still sighed. Staring blankly for a bit, he couldn't help but laugh. He had a mixture of a lifetime's worth of memories from a pill god along with the memories of his current self. Apparently, that pill god was truly excessively arrogant. He himself didn't care about losing any face though, and he hastily carefully examined the pills in his hand. There were 2 low-grade medicinal pills with their bodies completely round and their pill aroma filling the air. The aroma refreshed the mind and raised a person's spirit when smelled. Long Chen couldn't hold back a burst of elation. After all, 1 successful medicinal pill could be sold in the imperial capital for at least 10,000 gold coins. In addition, even the 3 trash pills in his hand were much better than the medicinal pill his mother had bought for him, especially since at least 30% of the medicinal essence had been sealed into the pill. A medicinal pill that had locked in 50% of the essence would be termed low grade, and over 80% of all medicinal pills were only low grade. If the medicinal essence reached 60%, it would be middle grade, 70% would make it high grade, 80% would make it top grade, 90% would make it peerless grade, and as for 100%, hee. Right now Long Chen didn't think too much about it as it was simply too far for his current self. Some people might wonder about the difference between 50 and 60% content of medicinal essence. Was it a significant difference? Wouldn't consuming 2 low-grade medicinal pills be much more effective than 1 middle grade? If someone heard you ask this question, they'd probably choke on their own spit. Inside a medicinal pill was not only its medicinal essence but also impurities. These impurities were unable to be absorbed by the body, and most importantly, these impurities would cancel out a portion of the absorbed essence. The saying that each medicine had its own side effects was not just a colloquial saying but a hard truth. During the formation of a pill, it was difficult to avoid accumulating pill toxins. These kinds of toxins, if not taken very often, would not have a large effect. But for cultivators, medicinal pills were often life-saving measures, and who would know just how many pills you would consume in one lifetime? When the body's pill toxins reached a certain degree, it would become a life-threatening poison. Pill toxins were one of the most difficult to eliminate poisons. They penetrated deep into the flesh and bones and even the spirit. But the higher grade a medicinal pill was, the fewer toxins it would have. It was for this reason that the medicinal effect of a middle-grade medicinal pill was over 10 times greater than a low-grade medicinal pill. As for the price difference, it was at least 100 times greater. After collecting the 5 medicinal pills and cleaning up the medicinal furnace, Long Chen could no longer endure it and collapsed into slumber. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, he felt 2 hands caressing his cheek and could hear some low-pitched murmurings, but he was too exhausted and incapable of waking up. When Long Chen once again regained consciousness, it was already 3 days later. His stomach was growling with hunger, and he wolfed down his food before once again starting his seclusion. Consuming 1 trash pill, he used his spiritual strength to guide the medicinal pill's energy to enter the Yongquan Point, 1, on the bottom of his foot. That was the location of the first star of the 9-star Hegemon body art, the position of the Fengfu star. Bang! Long Chen's left foot shook. The intense energy came from the bottom of his foot, and the ground under it became covered in cracks. Excellent, I've already found the meridian channel as well as the exact position. Now I can genuinely attack it. Long Chen faintly smiled, and he took out a low-tier Feng Fu pill and directly consumed it. The pure and perfect energy erupted, and under Long Chen's pull, it went straight to the Yongquan point on the bottom of his foot. The Yongquan point trembled. Following the rushing medicinal energy, it was just like a dry riverbed receiving water, and it crazily convulsed. Boom! A booming noise reverberated, and the frightening energy filled Long Chen's whole body. The tyrannical energy exploded out of its own accord, shaking the room into smoke and dust, with waves of energy surging about. As the smoke and dust slowly scattered, it exposed a tranquil and refined Long Chen, his eyes filled with excitement. He could sense a pea-sized body on the bottom of his foot from which endless energy would flow out into his body, giving Long Chen a desire to lift his head up to the heavens and roar. The activity from Long Chen's room caused the entire noble estate to be disturbed, and everyone rushed over. Seeing his mother also coming over, Long Chen hastily said, "Mom, today is the day that the noble heirs can enter the Imperial College to study. I have to hurry over." After saying this, he left behind a group of dumbstruck people and a pile of destroyed ruins, as he changed into clean clothes and left directly for the Imperial College. The Imperial College opened its doors one day every month for the imperial capital's noble heirs. In the morning, they would practice poetry and etiquette, and in the afternoon, the palace's martial arts depository would be available to everyone free of charge. The previous openings of the Imperial College held absolutely no meaning to Long Chen, since even if he attended, he would just be the object of ridicule for everyone there. But now that was no longer the case. After consuming the Feng Fu pill, Long Chen had already condensed an embryonic form of the Feng Fu star. Although it was just an embryonic form and couldn't store that much spiritual energy, it was still able to store much more than what could be stored in just the body's meridians. After all, the meridians were like rivers, while the dantian was like the ocean that fed the rivers, even sometimes being called the energy sea. Although a river might appear large, its capacity was limited. Without the dantian to support it, it would quickly be used up. But this problem was completely resolved with the condensing of the Feng Fu star. And the most important thing was that now that the embryonic form of the Feng Fu star had been condensed, as long as there was enough energy, it would eventually become a complete Feng Fu star. At that time, Long Chen would have something unique to himself to use as a dantian. This was the most unique point of the 9-star Hegemon body art. When all 9 stars were condensed, it would be equivalent to having 9 dantians. Anyone could understand just how powerful that kind of forceful spiritual energy source was. Long Chen was in possession of the entire 9-star Hegemon body art. Unfortunately, such a cultivation technique was something that defied the heavens, and his understanding of it was still very low, so he still needed to spend an endless amount of meditation on it. Once he managed to completely condense his Feng Fu star, he would be able to store an extremely large amount of spiritual energy. Then he could attempt to agglomerate his blood vessels and enter the blood condensation stage, thus becoming a true martial artist. The qi condensation stage was just the first step of training in martial arts. Only by stepping into the blood condensation stage, having your blood and qi surge, and having your martial powers sharply rise, only then could you be considered a genuine martial artist. Long Chen didn't know what heaven stage of qi condensation he would count as, but with the formation of his embryonic Feng Fu star, his body's strength had been increased by a surprising amount. The current him could let out a very simple punch, and it would cause the wind to whistle, so much so that the force it generated would have enough power to break apart a vase even 2 meters away. Essentially, it was like his whole body was brimming with strength. His goal in going to the Imperial College this time was to enter the martial arts depository. With his Feng Fu star's embryonic form, his body's spiritual energy had risen, and he could already begin to train in martial battle skills. These so-called battle skills were all created by extremely powerful seniors. They were powerful fighting techniques that used a person's spiritual energy, qi, and meridians. Battle skills were extremely terrifying. They could allow a martial artist to release an extremely formidable power that was several times stronger than their ordinary strength. It was impossible to be courageous in front of them. Therefore, each battle skill was extremely important to a martial artist. Now that Long Chen had spiritual energy capable of training in battle skills, he was itching to obtain one. The Imperial College was located to the north side of the imperial capital. It spanned tens of kilometers, and other than the Imperial Palace, it was the grandest and most imposing building in the entire imperial capital. After Long Chen showed off his identification plate, he entered into the Imperial College and went straight to the literature hall. That was where the morning lecture took place and where the noble heirs would listen to the studies of the Tao from lecturers talking about everything and anything, from etiquette to poetry, and even to ancient theories of literature. Entering into the literature hall, he saw that due to how early he was, the extremely large literature hall only had several dozen people. Haha, Brother Long, you came. Just as Long Chen entered, several youths came over and cordially greeted him. These youths were similar to Long Chen, for various reasons. They also had no way of cultivating. Although they couldn't be considered best friends, they were still fellow sufferers who empathized with each other. In the golden age of martial arts in the Phoenix Cry Empire, these youths might not have been bullied in such a miserable way like Long Chen, but they were also frequently sneered at and suffered from a cold and indifferent treatment. Thus, these people who suffered from similar torments ended up becoming closer to Long Chen. They were especially glad to see him now since it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. Haha, you guys came here pretty early, Long Chen laughingly greeted. With the success of the condensation of his Feng Fu star, his mood had improved greatly from the formerly depressed him. Haha, you guys came here pretty early, Long Chen laughingly greeted. With the success of the condensation of his Feng Fu star, his mood had improved greatly from the formerly depressed him. I heard a few days ago that Brother Long put up a huge display of his awesome power, defeating Li Hao. Ah, you really make us admire you. Don't tell me that Brother Long can actually genuinely cultivate now, one skinny teen extremely enviously asked. Originally, they were all the same level as Long Chen. Hearing that Long Chen could actually defeat Li Hao, who was at the third heaven stage of qi condensation, they were all extremely shocked while also feeling a slight jealousy. Hee, it was just luck. But most recently, I did learn a new divine technique. Long Chen didn't want to continue on this subject, so he brought up a new mysterious topic. Divine technique? What's that? Sure enough, everyone immediately became distracted by this new change in subject. This little brother recently obtained a rare clairvoyance book, and after painstakingly reading this book, I learned quite a few things, Long Chen said somewhat complacently. Clairvoyance technique? Isn't that just what the fortune tellers on the streets used to scam people? Not quite. With what I learned from that clairvoyance technique, I saw that Li Hao's face had a dark omen of misfortune on it, and it was only then that I decided to duel with him. And as for the result, Long Chen laughed and stopped there. Everyone momentarily was dubious for a moment when someone suddenly brightened with understanding and exclaimed, "It seems to be true." I heard that Li Hao seemed to have been bewitched that day, and his whole body didn't have even the slightest bit of energy before he was defeated by Brother Long. The details of Long Chen and Li Hao's battle were known to everyone, but there were many people who felt that Li Hao's defeat was quite a deep mystery. Nowadays, there was a great deal of discussion over Long Chen. Brother Long, since you're a proficient in reading faces, can you help take a look at me and tell me why my fiancé always avoids me? Why won't she agree to see me? One person somewhat vexingly asked. No problem. Come, let's first find a place for us all to sit. Standing here is somewhat unsuitable. Their group found a table in the corner to sit at, and the table even had some refreshments for them. Long Chen pointed towards the table's desserts and laughingly told everyone, "Let's all eat a piece." Okay, the other people didn't stand on courtesy and all took a piece. Everyone seemed a bit confused as they looked at Longchen. How's the taste? Very good. Let's eat another piece? Okay. That person once again picked up a piece and took a bite. But when he had only eaten one bite, his face suddenly brightened, and he respectfully turned towards Longchen and said, "Many thanks for Brother Long's advice. This little brother understands now. I was being too greedy and Brother Long was reminding me that people need to be content with their situation, right?" Everyone looked at Longchen in admiration. Who would have thought that Longchen had the profound skills to use some small desserts as food for thought? However, Longchen still sighed and shook his head. Wrong. What I wanted to remind you of is that you're already this fat, and yet you're still eating this much. Soon you won't even be able to fit through the door. The fact that your fiancé is still with you and hasn't left you is already an enormous accommodation. You should be happy with just that. With a body shape like yours, any woman would be scared to sleep beside you. What if you roll over in your sleep? You'd crush her so hard, she'd turn flat. That person's face reddened, and with Longchen's reminder, he looked at his 5-foot-tall height with his 4.5-foot-wide stomach. Apparently, he had previously felt that he had only fattened by a little bit. Fatty you, don't waste Brother Long's precious time, hurry up and go lose some weight. Big bro Long, hee, how about you take a shot at reading my face? A different slender youth respectfully asked with a smile. Oh, you? Longchen made a big show of acting very seriously as he looked at him for quite a while before saying, "Your face ordains that before you are 30, you will be destitute and frustrated, but the good thing is that after you are 30. That person became jubilant, saying, "Is it possible that after 30 I can suddenly rise in my cultivation?" No. After you are 30 you will slowly become accustomed to your situation and will no longer be frustrated, said Longchen. Everyone couldn't help but to burst into laughter, but just as they were laughing, they suddenly saw two bitter eyes staring at them, causing everyone's laughter to break off. Longchen had long since noticed that person. Turning around, they all saw Li Hao glaring daggers at them. "Senior Li Hao, are your wounds better now? Congratulations! Your outer wounds are all healed, but what about your inner wounds?" Longchen asked, seeming deeply concerned. Li Hao's face twitched. That day, his face had been smashed flat by Longchen, and he had needed to be carried home. The Li family had hurriedly asked for the help of an alchemist from the Alchemist Guild and paid an extremely large sum of gold coins to let Li Hao recover. Having money was truly good. In such a short time, Li Hao had already returned to a point where he looked the same as a normal person. But after Longchen brought the subject back up, Li Hao's groin started to hurt as if he was remembering that one kick from Longchen. At that time, Longchen's kick had been very vicious, just a little bit off from turning him into a cripple. The thing that pissed him off the most though was that only after he got carried home and healed did he notice that he was missing a certain something. When his estate noticed this, they hurriedly rushed back to the martial arena, but by that time, they found that the arena had already been cleaned, and it was reported that that something had been taken away by a wild dog. When Li Hao had woken up and heard this news, he almost died from his anger. But now there was no way to fix it, and no matter how amazing an alchemist was, there was no way for them to fix what he had lost. What had been two was now only one. Although the loss of one family jewel wouldn't tilt him while walking, the loss of the originally symmetric pair was hard on him. Geet the L testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. And now that Longchen had brought it back up, his face became exceedingly ugly. He glared daggers at Longchen, his teeth grinding in fury. "Longchen, you son of a b*tch. I challenge you to a life and death duel. Do you dare to accept?" Longchen's originally amused expression tensed immediately. Being called in such a way was exceedingly insulting, especially since it also insulted his mother. It really was the case of not knowing to value one's life. Fine, if you want to be free from the mortal world's worries, then I'll help you. Same thing as before. I want to add stakes. Long Chen stared back at Li Hao. Since you want to die, you had best offer me up some benefits. Although they came from the same empire, he didn't care about Li Hao, and his death would be trifling to him. Fine. No matter how high you make the stakes, I, Li Hao, will accept. Sneering in his mind, he thought to himself that no matter how high the stakes were, once Long Chen was dead, there was no way he could spend it. Li Hao was under the impression that last time he had simply been careless, and Long Chen had grabbed onto that opening and thus he had lost. Now he would definitely not make the same mistake, so this fight would definitely not go the same way as the last fight. In addition, this time was different in that he had declared a life-or-death duel. In last time's duel, although you would not be held responsible for killing your opponent with a blow, as long as the opponent conceded, it was not permitted to continue attacking them. But in the life-or-death duel, once the two people went onto the stage, it was equivalent to putting their lives on the line. Even if someone admitted defeat, it would be useless. The victor could do as he pleased. The loser's life would be in their hands. Okay, tomorrow, 3/4 afternoon, we will meet on the life and death stage. Li Hao coldly laughed, and when he looked at Long Chen, it was like he was staring at a dead person. Long Chen coldly sneered inside. Now was the time for him to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Seeing Li Hao leave, he slyly laughed, careful to stay balanced while walking, don't trip. Hearing Long Chen's words, Li Hao, who had already turned to leave, stiffened, and his face became contorted as he inferred the hidden meaning behind Long Chen's words. Taking a deep breath, he acted like he hadn't heard anything as he slowly walked to a different part of the literature hall. But Long Chen's words seemed to be like a steel needle piercing through his sensitive parts, and every time he lifted his leg, it would trigger memories of that bone-chilling attack. He continued to act as if nothing had happened, but the more he tried to do so, the more unnatural his gait became, which caused everyone to stare strangely over at him. In the end, Li Hao waddled away similarly to a duck. One person turned to Long Chen and reminded him to be careful. Brother Long, why did you accept his challenge? This is a life and death battle you're going into, one of you will end up dying. No problem. Today I read his face and saw a dark aura of death around him. With it twisting around him, it's basically like a ghost sealing his life. He's doomed to die within 2 days. That's right, I now have something that I need a few people's help for, whispered Long Chen. Everyone exchanged glances and in the end, the person who had been nicknamed Fatty Yu clenched his teeth. Brother Long, since you've asked, I'll give you my entire savings. Saying this, he handed over a crystal card to Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected that this Fatty Yu would actually have such a strong spirit of brotherhood with him. His crystal card had over 80,000 gold coins on it. Although they were all noble heirs, mostly they were born in far-off branches, so they weren't considered very important. These gold coins should be an extremely large sum to Fatty Yu. Fine, I have 60,000 here, take it. I don't have that much here, only 30,000. Brother Long, I only have this little capability. I have. Originally, Long Chen had thought that just borrowing 10 or so thousand gold coins would already be quite a lot. He hadn't thought that they would actually completely empty their pockets to help him. Everyone, if by chance I were to die, then your money would basically be lost. Long Chen looked at the crystal cards in his hand, and he couldn't help but to give everyone a reminder. Does Brother Long look down on us? None of us are capable of cultivating, and every day we have to suffer through other people's torments. Brother Long, the fact that you dare go all out in a battle against one of them means you have the courage that none of us possess. Even if we don't have your courage, helping you out this little bit is still something we can do. When these people saw Long Chen agreed to the life and death battle, they couldn't help but become excited since they were fighting a common enemy. Seeing Long Chen begging for help, they became even more heated, and in the end, they didn't even care about the consequences. Long Chen nodded. He recorded this feeling in his heart as he held the over 200,000 gold coins in his hand. At this moment, a group of people walked into the literature hall, and the originally noisy literature hall immediately turned completely silent. Long Chen turned to look at the people entering, and his eyes turned cold. This group of people was hovering around one certain fellow, similar to how the stars flocked around the moon, groveling. He seemed to be carved out of jade and appeared extremely handsome. He was none other than the person who had beaten Long Chen on the martial arena to the point where he had almost died, the savage marquis's son, Zhou Yaoyang. Zhou Yaoyang was the noble heir of the savage marquis, and his cultivation base was at the peak amongst his peers. Therefore, his popularity was very high amongst his fellow noble heirs. Zhou Yaoyang immediately noticed Long Chen's group, and smiling slightly, he walked over. Looking at Long Chen, he said, "Many apologies for what happened last time. I didn't expect that my one blow would cause you to not even be able to recognize your own mother." Although he spoke words of regret, his face didn't have even the slightest trace of apology. His words were filled with disdain, just like he was a king far above looking down on Long Chen. "Don't worry about it. Very soon I'll beat you to the point where you don't even recognize your own grandmother." Long Chen indifferently smiled, but inside he was secretly furious. When he had awoken that day, only his mother and that old alchemist had been there. Therefore, this news must have been transmitted by that old stick. Zhou Yaoyang's one sentence was equivalent to him telling Long Chen that the old alchemist had been one of his people. And furthermore, Long Chen's injury that day might have been extremely frightening, but in reality, it wasn't actually a life-threatening injury. Even the injury on the back of his head had only appeared bad due to the amount of blood, but it was not actually too severe. Therefore, there had basically been no point in using an expensive medicinal pill in order to treat it. The old alchemist had clearly been trying to frighten his mother and make sure that he could suck up all of their savings. Something like that basically had no benefit for himself, but instead weakened the Long family's resources. With their current living situation, it was like adding hail onto snow. To think that there was actually such a hidden plot behind his back. "Long Chen, are you looking to die? I think that you seem to have forgotten the pain now that your wounds have healed. Don't tell me you want to once again be beaten half dead by Brother Yaoyang? That's right, the trash who's incapable of cultivating actually dares to open his mouth viciously. He's obviously looking to die. What an idiot. Letting such an idiot count as a noble heir is just an insult to us." Zhou Yaoyang didn't even need to speak before the people beside him began cursing Long Chen, their saliva spraying wildly. "Long Chen, you might be a noble heir like me, but one of us is in the heavens while one of us is on the ground. You are just a small ant, and all you can do is stare up at me. Therefore, even if I am bullying you, all you can do is suffer in silence. Otherwise, the consequences will be just like last time, and you will end up being beaten into a dead dog," said Zhou Yaoyang, lifting a finger to point at Long Chen's nose. Pow! Long Chen indifferently smiled, and suddenly, he extended his hand. Before anyone could react, he tightly clenched onto Zhou Yaoyang's extended finger. Using a slight amount of force, a snapping noise rang out. Zhou Yaoyang emitted a miserable cry as the pain of his snapped finger shook his whole body. His 10-finger one-heart technique was actually so easily broken and snapped by Long Chen. Even though he was a strong person at the 7th heaven stage of qi condensation, as long as a person hadn't stepped into the blood condensation realm, they would still only be slightly stronger than ordinary people. In addition, he had been taken by surprise, so he hadn't had time to defend himself, meaning he was basically no different than an ordinary person. Long Chen condescendingly looked down on Zhou Yaoyang, whose face was contorted in pain, and with a questioning tone, he asked, "You think you're above others? Others are nothing to you? Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? The sudden unexpected turn of events shocked everyone, and Zhou Yaoyang was in such pain that he was unable to reply. Only then did the others react and throw themselves at Longchen. Bastard, hurry up and release Brother Yaoyang. When the others following Zhou Yaoyang saw that Longchen had dared to attack him, they all shouted and swarmed around him. Whoever dares come over will be beaten by me. Just as they were about to reach him, a large figure suddenly appeared beside Longchen and furiously bellowed at the others with a thunderous roar, shaking their eardrums. Longchen smiled when he saw who it was. Who else could it be but Shifeng? The noble heirs, who were about to charge forward, stopped when they saw it was Shifeng. Shifeng was someone who was proud and aloof, and he didn't like being pulled into any certain social group. However, his cultivation base was top tier amongst the noble heirs, and adding on his large and superior stature, he managed to intimidate everyone back. For a moment, everyone descended into silence, and the only sound in the whole literature hall was the pained moans from Zhou Yaoyang. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, an angry rebuke came over from the side, and an old man walked over. Everyone's expression became much more timid and respectful when they saw this old man. This old man was one of the lecturers of the literature hall. He was a Confucian scholar, and it was known that he was an honest and strict person, a dignified man who spoke few words. Fighting within the literature hall is punishable by 1 month's custody. Do you guys want to try it out? The old man coldly snorted. Longchen released Zhou Yaoyang's finger, which was already crushed and bent. Hurriedly turning towards the old man, he smiled. Teacher, you've misunderstood. We weren't fighting, we were just doing a test. Oh. A test, What kind of test? The old man obviously wasn't so easily hoodwinked, and he coldly questioned Longchen. We were testing how long the strength of 1 finger could hold out against the attack of 5 fingers. Through this test, we reached the conclusion that the power of cooperation is something that cannot be stopped. No matter how strong a finger is, it is still isolated. Its power will weaken from time to time, and only by relying on a partner can power be released in a steady flow, making it stronger and more enduring. This time's test allowed both Zhou Yaoyang and I to obtain an understanding of how to properly use the power of cooperation, and it will have an extremely large benefit towards our future cultivation. Brother Zhou, what do you think about these benefits, Longchen summarized, as he stared with a hidden meaning at Zhou Yaoyang. The/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Zhou Yaoyang was angered to the point of nearly passing out, but this grievance could only be swallowed by him, or if he denied it, he would be sent into custody with Longchen. Even a noble heir couldn't break the literature hall's rules. Yes, that's right. Zhou Yaoyang did his best to keep his voice calm, but the pain was causing even his voice to sound rough. The old man looked at Longchen, and a trace of ridicule flashed within his eyes. But in the end, he still nodded and said, since it was like this old man won't blame the two of you. But remember, in the future, you cannot make a ruckus in here. Everyone secretly sighed that Longchen had good luck when they heard this. The old man clearly knew that Longchen was just making up nonsense, but he still let them all go. Hey, wait! Zhou Yaoyang clenched his teeth, and by using a voice that only the two of them could hear, he called out to Longchen. Longchen's hand attack had been extremely vicious. Not only had it broken his finger, but in addition, he had used some kind of unknown method in order to turn the meridians within his finger into mush. Otherwise, Zhou Yaoyang would not be in such intense pain and end up as such a sorry figure without the slightest strength to fight back. Brother Zhou, feel free to come find me again to do some tests. Today is just a small payment on the interest I owe to you, bastard. The worst is yet to come. But on the outside, Longchen just courteously smiled. Over 200 noble heirs calmly and quietly took their seats. The old man nodded his head in satisfaction and started the lecture. However, his material was vague and incomprehensible to them, and basically, all of it fell on deaf ears. It caused everyone to become drowsy, but no one actually dared to sleep. Although that old man didn't have the slightest cultivation base, within the entire Imperial College, he had the final say in everything. If anyone angered him, they would immediately be kicked out and could just forget about entering the martial arts depository in the afternoon. This can be compared to chicken's eggs, one has gone bad and one is still good. But if you want to eat the good egg, you have to eat the bad egg first. The old man continued to talk about all sorts of things: history, classical works, how to rule a flourishing nation, agricultural knowledge. Even Longchen almost dozed off. However, people like Fatty Yu actually listened very attentively. They couldn't cultivate, so they had to rely on education for the future, hopefully obtaining some work with the government. Under this slow torment, the time slowly passed until it was noon. After eating lunch, everyone swarmed towards the battle skill pavilion. Even the people who had no way of cultivating also followed. Within the battle skill pavilion were countless battle skills and cultivation techniques, and going through them might offer them a lucky encounter. The battle skill pavilion had 3 floors, but only the bottom level was open to all the noble heirs. Even though it was just 1 floor, there were still 17 bookshelves completely packed with all kinds of battle skills and cultivation techniques. It was a brilliant sight that dazzled people. Big brother Yao Yang, I already have a life and death battle agreement with Longchen. This time I'll definitely kill him to help take revenge for you, Li Hao respectfully said. Who knew when, but Li Hao had at some point stealthily ran over beside Zhou Yaoyang. At this point, Zhou Yaoyang had already used his energy in order to suppress the pain in his finger, but the important thing was that the meridians had been fried, and so he had to find an alchemist to help him treat it. It's still not the right time to kill him, otherwise, I would have killed him last time. Zhou Yaoyang shook his head. Suddenly he asked, That's right, how did you end up getting beaten up by him last time? Actually, it was just me being careless, and Longchen happened to catch that opportunity. The result really infuriated me, to think that the trash could actually beat me one time. Li Hao answered with endless regret. That one loss had caused his reputation to plummet, and the people whispering and gossiping about him behind his back drove him crazy with anger. He believed that last time was simply a small moment of carelessness, and so this time, he definitely had quite a bit of killing intent towards Longchen. Longchen cannot be permitted to die, at least not for now. Don't mess this up. Zhou Yaoyang worried that Li Hao hadn't understood, so he purposely repeated himself. Then what should I do? Just let him off like this? Li Hao somewhat unwillingly asked. Zhou Yaoyang looked at his twisted broken finger and grinding his teeth in anger, he said, although you can't kill him, if you wanted to take back a couple of things on his body, that would be fine. When Li Hao heard this, his eyes brightened with excitement. Excellent. This time, I'll take what he took from me, and oh, I think I'll also take one of his eyes too. TCH, seeing the expression in his eyes really pisses me off. Zhou Yaoyang and Li Hao grinned, but they didn't notice that Longchen, who was faking interest in the tomes, also smiled. However, his smile was much colder compared to theirs, like a leopard staring at 2 bleeding sheep. From Longchen's current position, he was perfectly placed so that he could use his spiritual strength to spy on what the 2 of them were talking about. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying clearly, but looking at their expressions, he could still infer most of it. Observing the 2 of them start acting like nothing had happened and begin browsing the ancient tomes on the bookshelf, Longchen was also disinclined to go deal with them. Instead, he switched to looking for his actual objective. By now he had realized that the pill god memories he had were actually extremely incomplete. Other than the 9-star Hegemon body art, the rest of it only pertained to alchemy. There were no battle skills, so he absolutely needed to obtain one today. Long Chen had finally settled on a battle skill and was just about to reach out his hand to take it when suddenly, a dark-faced fellow grabbed onto it before him. "I'm sorry, this book has taken my fancy." That person didn't even look at Long Chen, and acting like no one was beside him, he started browsing the tome. Long Chen frowned slightly. This was done very obviously on purpose, but Long Chen didn't take action, instead switching to a different bookcase. Just as he saw a palm battle skill and reached out to take it, the dark-faced fellow who had long since been waiting to the side once again grabbed it. "I'm sorry, this." Pow! A ruthless slap landed on that dark face, interrupting his words and sending him flying. Pow! An extremely loud and resounding slap rang out, ruthlessly interrupting that dark-faced fellow's words. The powerful force sent him flying, and over 10 teeth tumbled across the floor. "I'm sorry, this tome has taken the fancy of this young master." Long Chen looked down at the dark-faced fellow with a face seemingly full of regret, apologizing with great flair. That slap was very resounding, and it echoed throughout the entire battle skill pavilion. Everyone who had been busily browsing the battle skills immediately put down the manuals in their hands and turned in shock. Who dares to be so presumptuous as to act violently within the battle skill pavilion? Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and a black-clothed man appeared from the inner part of the battle skill pavilion. His face was cold and strict as he looked at Long Chen and the dark-faced fellow. That man's blood and chi surged just like a towering mountain, pressuring the others and making it difficult for them to breathe. Long Chen's eyes shrunk. A strong blood condensation cultivator. It was unexpected that this place would actually have a hidden blood condensation realm cultivator. But thinking about it some more, this place was an important part of the battle skill pavilion, and having a strong person keep guard would save them some worries. It was forbidden to practice martial arts within the battle skill pavilion. This was a rule that everybody knew, and breaking this rule meant you would be taken into custody. "Speak, what happened here?" The blood condensation cultivator angrily shouted. "If you want to know, then ask him." Long Chen didn't have the slightest amount of fear as he spread out his hands in innocence. The dark-faced fellow became indignant. It was obviously him who had suffered the blow, so why would he still need to ask him? "Senior! Senior!" At this moment, the distant Zhou Yaoyang hurriedly ran over. He reported to the blood condensation expert, "Senior, it was like this." Wang Meng's face suddenly felt extremely itchy, so he gave himself a slap. "There really wasn't any force or battle, you can check for yourself." The dark-faced fellow who was called Wang Meng became bewildered. But just as he was about to say something, he saw the distantly Hao doing his best to give him a meaningful glance, so he swallowed his words back down. "You're the savage Marquis's son?" "Yes." Zhou Yaoyang hurriedly nodded. That person nodded his head and looking at Wang Meng on the floor, he said, "If your face is itchy then just scratch it, don't make such a fuss. Clean up after yourself. I don't want to see such a situation a second time." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving a crowd of astonished people wondering why Zhou Yaoyang would actually help Long Chen. "Haha, didn't you hear what he said? Hurry up and clean up your crap." Long Chen laughed as if he had totally expected this entire turn of events. Turning around, he walked away to continue looking for a battle skill. Hateful bastard. Looking at Long Chen who downplayed this event, Wang Meng was angered to the point where his eyes were practically spitting flames. That one slap of his caused him to feel extremely vexed. "Wang Meng, endure it. If you were to open your mouth and accuse Long Chen of hitting you, then he would be taken into custody for 1 month, but after 1 month, he would be released safe and sound. However, if you swallow this anger now, then tomorrow, Li Hao will help you take back this face. Therefore, you must absolutely endure it." Zhou Yaoyang informed him. Wang Meng nodded his head. He knew that Li Hao had arranged a battle with Long Chen. But having bullied Long Chen for so long, he was already so accustomed to it that it had reached the point where it was just playing around. However, today, his playing around caused him to receive a huge slap in the face, and he didn't even have a place to complain. The anger from the broken pieces of teeth could only be swallowed into his stomach. A couple of people were busily picking up the scattered teeth and wiping off the bloodstains when Zhou Yaoyang suddenly asked, "The swelling on your face is very minor, so it appears that Long Chen's strength is still not very high. But how is that he managed to knock out so many of your teeth?" The others were also very suspicious. According to common sense, only an extremely powerful force could knock out such sturdy teeth. Who knows? It's completely ridiculous, Wang Meng gloomily said. What he didn't know was that Long Chen had used his knowledge as an alchemist. Long Chen was already as familiar towards a human body's physiology as he was with the back of his hands. His slap had been struck in a skillful way so that Wang Meng's gums would loosen, and the teeth on that side of his face had taken that opportunity to tumble out. Long Chen's attack had been very vicious. Teeth were not something that could be easily regrown, they were not like other injuries that could be healed with medicines. In the future, Wang Meng could probably only use the other side of his face to eat. Having learned from Wang Meng's mistake, everyone became much more well-behaved and no one dared to once again provoke Long Chen. Long Chen was also happy to leisurely browse through these ancient tomes. The battle skills here could only be read in the pavilion and could not be taken outside. Spirit of the Bull. All battle skills could be divided into 3 categories: heaven, earth, and mortal. And as for all these battle skills and techniques here, all of them were merely the lowest level of the mortal category. Although they were the lowest level, these battle skills were still extremely precious treasures. Even though they were only for the high-status noble heirs, it still required a blood condensation cultivator to oversee it. From this, one could see just how important battle skills were to the Phoenix Cry Empire. Although it's a low-grade battle skill, its usage of spiritual energy is clear and direct, making its effect pretty good. After completely reading through the battle skill in his hand, Long Chen nodded. This particular battle skill was very suited to him, especially since he was extremely familiar with the body's meridians, meaning he could master it very quickly. He carefully read through it once again. His current spiritual strength was extremely formidable compared to a normal person, and it was a great assistance towards his memory. Essentially, he was almost at the point where he could remember anything he saw. The Spirit of the Bull technique was completely memorized by him. Placing it back, he saw a different support battle skill, Wind Chasing Steps. Wind Chasing Steps was a kind of footwork technique. Spiritual energy would flow through a set of specific meridians focusing around the feet, increasing one's speed and explosiveness. Whether it was traversing large distances or short evasions, this technique was extremely effective. Excellent, another practical technique I can use. Long Chen faintly smiled, and once again busied himself to carefully remember all the roots of the spiritual energy and the details of how to do so. All new chapters nnv.bin.com. Time's up, all noble heirs must place back the tomes. If anyone dares to secretly steal some, even death is not a harsh enough punishment. At this moment, the blood condensation cultivator once again appeared. His cold shout was transmitted to everyone's ears, and everyone hurriedly placed back the tomes in their hands. Several people, who still wanted to continue, sighed and shook their heads. The Phoenix Cry Empire was truly exceedingly strict with battle skills. Every month they would only have half a day to study here. Many people had to spend several months' time just to learn a single battle skill. But although they were discontented, no one would dare to complain. Long Chen looked up slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the time would pass by this quick. But if other people were to learn that Long Chen had used just a short 4 hours to completely memorize 2 battle skills, they might be shocked to the point that their jaws would hit the ground. Within the recordings of a battle skill, there were the extremely cryptic and difficult to understand portions, especially with regards to some of the terms about moving spiritual energy and chi around specific meridians. And what confounded people even more was attempting to practice moving their spiritual energy in such a complicated way while also reading. Leaving the Imperial College, Longchen said his farewells to Fatty Yu and the others before going up to Shifeng and whispering a couple things. When Shifeng heard what Longchen was saying, his whole face burst into shock, and although he quickly suppressed it back to his normal expression, he was unable to conceal the shock in his eyes. Returning home, Longchen saw that the room where he had condensed the Fengfu star had been cleaned up. However, it still wasn't safe for people to live in yet due to how heavily he had damaged it. Luckily, his family estate had many rooms, and they had prepared a new one for him. First, he went to his mother's room in order to assure her that he was all right. Many things had consecutively come up during these days, causing Mrs. Long to become agitated and worried. Ever since Longchen woke up, it seemed like he had changed and become a completely different person, causing her to feel a bit of unfamiliarity. However, the good thing was that Longchen had already adjusted himself now, and after accompanying and talking to his mother for a while, she calmed down by quite a bit. Nonetheless, he didn't tell her about the life and death battle that he had arranged with Li Hao. Leaving his mother's side, Longchen returned to his room. Locking his door, he directly swallowed the second Fengfu pill. Following the absorption of the second Fengfu pill, the Fengfu star on the bottom of Longchen's foot once again expanded ever so slightly. Along with the expansion, the Fengfu star's ability to store spiritual energy once again increased, just like a dantian. However, the current Fengfu star was still in an embryonic form, and in order for it to reach a fully condensed form, a countless number of Fengfu pills were still required. That was also why Longchen had been so dismayed when he had first gone through his memories and seen the method to train in the 9-star Hegemon body art. Currently, he had consumed 2 Fengfu pills that were worth several 100,000 gold coins, and yet, his Fengfu star was still in its embryonic form. He was still extremely far off if he wanted it to reach the completely condensed stage. Furthermore, it seemed there was a level beyond even that, which was something he still didn't know anything about. Just the one Fengfu star was already a bottomless abyss that needed countless medicinal pills to fill. However, Longchen knew that the 9-star Hegemon body art was the only technique he could use. If not, he would be just mediocre his entire life. In fact, he wouldn't even match up to an ordinary person since he didn't have a dantian. Without using the 9-star Hegemon body art, his only fate would be to sink down to become a weak person that would constantly be taken advantage of. It took him 4 hours to fully absorb this Fengfu pill. His Fengfu star's embryonic form had increased slightly in size, allowing him to control a greater amount of spiritual energy. By now, it was already the middle of the night. Longchen stealthily left his room and entered the firewood room. Taking a deep breath, he began to slowly train in the spirit of the bull. Longchen was already completely familiar with his meridians due to those pill god memories, so this low-grade battle skill was something he could master immediately without even the slightest problem. He walked over to a stone grinder that weighed over half a ton and was normally used to crush up rice crops. Holding it with both hands, he lifted. Rise! The huge stone grinder rose into the air, and Longchen's impression was that he still had some leftover strength. Nowadays, his strength should be enough to lift around 750 kilograms worth of weight. However, his strength when Zhou Yaoyang had beaten him had only been 75 kilograms. Compared to before, it was a dramatic 10 times increase. Excellent, not including other factors, and just by relying on my current body strength, I can probably match up to people at the 5th heaven stage of qi condensation. Longchen couldn't help but feel somewhat excited, and at the same time, he looked even more forward to training in the 9-star Hegemon body art. Right now, he had only condensed in embryonic form, and his power had already raised by such an enormous amount. If he were to truly condense the complete Fengfu star, then just what kind of level would his power rise to? Hesitating for a while, Long Chen couldn't resist the urge to continue testing. Setting himself up, the air near his foot started to slowly fluctuate, and a scorching power swept from his foot and through his meridians, slowly collecting into his fist. Fist of the Bull! Bang! Long Chen's fist smashed onto the stone grinder, and with an explosive bang, the stone grinder was forced into the air and firmly slammed into the wall, causing the entire wall to break down. Long Chen couldn't help but to foolishly stare at the powerful force. Originally, he had just wanted to experiment a bit with the power. He hadn't expected that it would cause such a huge disturbance. From outside the room, other people were all awoken and alarmed. Knowing that he had caused a huge disturbance, he quickly slipped back into his room and laid down to sleep. However, he was simply too excited to sleep, almost to the point of wanting to dance for joy. 9-star Hegemon body art. Just what level had this cultivation technique reached? If all 9 stars were condensed, then just what kind of power would be produced? Long Chen was simply too excited and ended up being unable to fall asleep the whole night. When the first glimmer of the sun's rising lit up his room, he slowly opened his eyes. Hee hee, you want to take parts of my body? That's quite a big dream, too bad you're not able to reach it. After rising and washing his face, he heard that the servants were still discussing what had happened last night in the firewood room. Welcoming the rising sun, Long Chen couldn't stop a certain thought from emerging from his heart. Today's a good day. I can accomplish anything. Quite a few people had already assembled around the martial arena. Other than some idle people who regularly enjoyed watching, there were also a few of the imperial capital's noble heirs. Today was the day of Long Chen and Li Hao's life and death battle. Although this place would normally see a constant stream of duels and fights, life and death battles were still very few in number. What was even odder about this situation was that despite that the two noble heirs who were fighting didn't have any remarkable cultivation bases, countless people had still come to watch. In addition, the Yulon Gambling Hall, the most famous gambler in the entire imperial capital, had also come to open up a public betting pool. Li Hao's victory, 2 times the odds. Long Chen's victory, 10 times the odds. Since no kinds of counterfeit could occur during a life and death battle, and adding their high statuses as noble heirs, betting on the outcome was extremely exciting to many people. Even some people who weren't gamblers also started to place bets, but for the most part, everyone bet on Li Hao's victory. Although Long Chen did defeat Li Hao last time, at that time, Li Hao was completely off guard, and Long Chen had taken advantage of that opening. Such a miracle would not occur a second time. Only an extremely small portion of people, who liked to either mess around or were desperate, decided to take a long shot and bet on Long Chen. The betting place was located not far from the martial arena, and the section to bet on Li Hao's victory was completely packed with people, whereas the section to bet on Long Chen was completely deserted. 300,000 gold coins on Long Chen. Suddenly, a large and lofty man appeared and tossed a crystal card over to the person in charge of the betting. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. What? The handler was completely shocked by this amount. Throughout the entire morning, he had only collected 10,000 gold coins till now. Hearing this new bet, he almost didn't believe his own ears. That huge figure was, of course, Feng. He had been entrusted by Long Chen to put all of his gold coins onto his own victory. Because of his status, Long Chen already knew that the Yulon Gambling Hall would definitely open up a betting pool, and so he had already preemptively told Feng to bet on him. Even if the Yulon Gambling Hall ended up in a deficit from opening up the betting pool, he definitely wouldn't back out. Most of the money he normally earned was from his own personal bets, and as for these outer public bets, he didn't actually make much money off them. The main reason he had to hold public bets was to keep the people satisfied. And even if he were to take a loss, with the Yulon Gambling Hall's imposing wealth, it could easily be brushed off. It was for these reasons that Long Chen decided to join the betting. Originally, he had planned on just betting with Li Hao, but now he could get 10 times the profit by betting with the Yulon gambling hall. Long Chen wasn't an idiot, so of course he knew which was better. Yesterday, with the help of Fatty Yu and his friends, he had collected over 200,000 gold coins. When he had handed it over to Shifeng had seen how assured Long Chen was acting. Clenching his teeth, he increased the amount to 300,000. Shifeng's family was actually not very rich, mostly because they had a tendency to be rather hot-tempered and were not that good at handling business. The families of Fatty Yu and the others tended to be better off. In order to collect this much money, he had actually used all of his weapons and armor as additional collateral. All of this was just for Long Chen's wild and crazy bet. Shifeng couldn't hold back having his heart leap a couple of times in nervousness. Brother Chen, you have to stay calm and steady, all your brother's belongings have all been put on the line. Li Hao arrived just before noon. With a light push on the ground, he jumped several meters into the air to land on top of the martial arena, arousing a burst of cheers. However, this time the cheers weren't for his appearance, but rather because everyone was excited to see the start of a good show. Today, Li Hao was wearing clean and neat robes that were quite attractive, and a proud thought arose in his mind, Long Chen, the humiliation you've given me will be returned to you tenfold. But even after quite a while passed after Li Hao went onto the stage, no one saw Long Chen appear. No one understood why he hadn't appeared, and some people began to wonder if perhaps he had chickened out. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, an old man in charge of the martial arena coldly told Li Hao, "Your appointment for your battle is for 12:45, so you're early by almost an hour. You can either continue to wait on top of the stage or you can come off to wait." Everyone booed in disappointment when they heard this, and the originally full of vigor Li Hao also became a bit dumbstruck as he had forgotten to check the time. "Whatever, I'll just wait for him on the stage. In any case, he's a person who's about to die, so his remaining time is more valuable than mine." Li Hao indifferently smiled, and just like that, he sat down cross-legged on top of the martial arena, putting on the air of an expert. However, his attempt to maintain an expert's manner only lasted for a short while before becoming a bit strange. Because it was noon, the sun was extremely powerful, and to make it worse, the martial arena was topped with black stone tiles, and by now, it was already boiling to the point where it could fry an egg. Since Li Hao had already sat down, he couldn't stand back up or it would ruin his act. Therefore, all he could do was suffer. Of course, some sharp-eyed people had noticed that Li Hao's bottom had already begun smoking slightly, and in just a moment, it became very obvious and the crowd's expression became very strange. This guy is such an idiot, is he trying to save face? The fight hasn't even begun, and his butt is already burning, a maiden gently laughed. In the distance, two veiled women were indifferently looking at the martial arena. "Speaking frankly, he's just a phony," responded the other maiden, shaking her head. "Sister Meng Qi, we've already been here for several days. When do you plan on withdrawing from the marriage agreement?" asked the other one. The maiden who had been called Meng Qi elegantly creased her brows and somewhat awkwardly said, "Currently, he's in a very difficult predicament, and if I were to bring up withdrawing from the marriage to him at this time, then it would be too cruel. Even I don't know what I should do. But delaying this matter isn't a solution. Master has already urged us several times. If we don't return to the mountains soon, then we'll probably be punished. Furthermore, with Big Sister's talent, you'll definitely reach Xiantian and be able to touch the heavenly Daos. The two of you will be in completely different worlds, there's no way for you to work out," sighed the other maiden. "But I still feel that doing it in such a manner is still extremely unfair to him. Sigh, let's just watch a bit more." Meng Qi lightly shook her head, distress appearing within her beautiful eyes. As Meng Qi hesitated, they saw a disturbance within the distant crowd. Turning to stare, they saw a young man in black robes with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes slowly walk up. His body seemed to have a unique aura, giving people a very profound feeling. He appeared just like a well. On the surface, he appeared like nothing was out of the ordinary, but it was impossible to see through him. No one could manage to see through his depths, and his existence appeared like a mystery to them. Even Meng Qi and the other maiden couldn't help but feel some fluttering in their hearts when they saw him. Compared to the Longchen they had seen just a few days ago, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The current him appeared to be full of self-confidence. Seeing Longchen's arrival, Li Hao jumped up, feeling a burst of scorching pain from his bottom. Blaming Longchen, his anger rose even more, and he angrily shouted, "Longchen, come up to die." Longchen didn't even spare a glance for Li Hao, and instead, he scanned the crowd and met Shifeng's gaze. Shifeng gave Longchen a slight nod. Not only did he see Shifeng, but he also saw Fatty Yu and the others who had apparently come to cheer him on. Longchen smiled over to them before turning to walk onto the martial arena. Li Hao had jumped up to show off his skill, but Longchen decided to simply walk up. For the moment, the people who had bet on Longchen's victory all felt that the money they had gambled was about to be lost forever. Longchen. Seeing Longchen walk up, these two words were angrily forced out of Li Hao's clenched teeth. "Idiot, your butt's scorched, isn't it?" Longchen sneered at Li Hao. Actually, he had long since arrived, he merely stayed in the shade further away, and no one had noticed him. However, he had seen very clearly what had been going on the stage. 12:45 has arrived, both parties must sign the life and death contract. At this moment, the old man took out a document, and Longchen indifferently smiled and signed his name on top of it. This time was different from the last duel. Conceding to the victor would have no effect this time. The loser's life and death were held within the victor's hands. Li Hao also signed, and with a sinister expression, he said, "You little bastard, today I will return all the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. Now that the life and death contract had been signed, there was no more need for a referee. The current martial arena had now become the ground upon which they would decide who would die today. Looks like you don't understand. You've come to provoke me so many times, and I'm not enduring any longer." Longchen took a deep breath, an extremely dense killing intent appeared within his eyes. Ever since Zhou Yaoyang had first said that he wasn't Long Tianxiao's son, many people had started using the same kind of insult against him. "Go to hell, you son of a b*tch. Li Hao sneered, and with a loud bellow, his whole body's spiritual qi started to circulate, and the spiritual energy visible to the naked eyes could be seen fluctuating around his body. All of the crowd, who was watching, nodded when they saw this. Last time, Li Hao had been extremely unlucky, he hadn't made any preparations to protect his body, and Longchen had used one quick attack to beat him. But this time, he had properly prepared and set up his defenses. Although this was only the spiritual energy of qi condensation and had no way of leaving the body, circulating spiritual energy within the body for protection meant that an ordinary person would have a very hard time to inflict any injuries. After Li Hao set up his defenses, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He charged towards Longchen, both hands turning into claws aimed towards Longchen's shoulders. These two claws of his were filled with spiritual qi, making them no different from iron fangs. If ordinary people were to be hit by it, their shoulders would immediately break. Good. Li Hao, completely crippled the son of a b*tch. From below the arena, a loud shout came from the person who Longchen had sent flying within the Imperial College, Wang Mang. Wang Mang had now already lost half of his teeth while still a youth. And as for any bone-growing medicinal pills, those were far too expensive for his family to buy. Nowadays, he was already full of hatred for Longchen, and seeing Longchen about to be assaulted, he couldn't hold back from cheering. But Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and the others all became extremely worried. From the very start, Longchen had not shown even the slightest cultivation base, causing their hearts to momentarily get stuck in their throats. Long Chen coldly smiled as he looked at Li Hao. Taking one step, his whole body turned into a shadow as he charged forward towards Li Hao. Bang! Bang! An explosive noise rang out, causing everyone to become completely dumbfounded. No one had noticed how, but at some point, Long Chen had appeared right in front of Li Hao just like a demon. This was due to his wind-chasing steps. This technique increased his speed to the max, especially in close range, and the explosiveness was something that was impossible to guard against. Li Hao's two claws hit nothing while Long Chen's leg viciously kicked out and hit him between the legs with such a ferocious force that his whole body was lifted into midair. After the explosive noise passed, a little ball flew out of Li Hao's trousers and was flung towards the crowd. Wang Ming was still imagining Li Hao tormenting Long Chen and making Long Chen suffer a life worse than death. But the current situation completely shattered this delusion of his, and his jaw dropped, dumb-stricken. He was completely oblivious to a small, grape-sized thing that was now flying towards his mouth. By the time he noticed it, the thing had already entered into his open mouth. Before he could even react, that slippery thing passed through his throat into his stomach, bringing with it a grotesque, foul smell. Ah! Only now did Wang Ming react and desperately began using a finger to dig at his throat, causing him to vomit. After a while, a small ball was vomited out. When Zhou Yaoyang and the rest of the people beside him saw that ball, they also started retching, swiftly scattering away from it. Ah! On the martial arena, Li Hao was tenaciously holding onto his crotch, his face twitching and contorting. If he hadn't set up his spiritual qi to protect himself, he would have long since lost consciousness from the pain. For a moment, the whole audience was completely silent. Everyone's eyes roved from Li Hao on the stage to the distant round thing on the ground, and their expressions became extremely odd. "This is good for you. Now you'll be able to walk without slanting and tripping," Long Chen said, nodding his head. "You." Li Hao furiously glared at him, wanting to tear him apart. His last family jewel was stripped off him, and now that it had entered Wang Ming's stomach, it had already been corroded to the point that even if he collected it, he wouldn't be able to use it. One was taken away by a wild dog while one was no longer usable. Li Hao was now destined to become a sterile person incapable of reproducing. "You fucker, go die!" Stone-crushing fist. Li Hao crazily roared, forcefully circulating his spiritual qi to restrain the pain coming from his lower body. His fist shot towards Long Chen, the wind whistling as it passed. The full power of his third heaven stage of qi condensation cultivation base exploded out. By now, he had already descended into madness and completely forgotten about Zhou Yaoyang's instructions. The only thing on his mind was to completely destroy Long Chen. Seeing Li Hao became completely berserk, a cold killing intent appeared within Long Chen's eyes. He roared, the sound like violent thunder capable of shocking the sky, blasted the surrounding people's ears. An incorporeal aura engulfed Long Chen. Not taking any actions to avoid it, he also attacked with a fist. Spirit of the Bull! Boom! An explosion was followed by the sound of bones breaking. Li Hao let out a miserable scream, his blood flying everywhere. People were shocked and horrified to see that one of Li Hao's arms had been completely crushed. Long Chen was still resting in his punching position. His eyes were icy cold and completely apathetic. A terrifying killing intent spilled out from him, shaking people's souls. The current Long Chen seemed like a cold-blooded death god. His whole body brimming with an icy cold killing intent that caused everyone to tremble in fear. The whole crowd was deathly still. The amount of power that he had released just now was something that even Zhou Yaoyang at the 7th heaven stage of qi condensation felt somewhat afraid of. How is this possible? He can use battle skills? Isn't it impossible for him to cultivate? What the hell is happening? His expression is absolutely terrifying. People were unable to hold back their shock, and as for the ones who had previously ridiculed and sneered at Longchen, they were all completely filled with dread. Seeing Li Hao lying on the martial arena, it was like they were seeing images of themselves. They couldn't help but to tremble, their spirits shivering. Even Longchen himself was somewhat shocked. It appeared that even he had underestimated the 9-star Hegemon body art, otherwise, if it was a normal person using a low-grade battle skill, it would not be able to release such a terrifying strength. Slowly walking over towards Li Hao, each of Longchen's steps rang out loud and clear. The sound of it was like the overture of a murderer, each step pressing down on the people's hearts. Step, step, step. By now, Li Hao's previous expression of anger had vanished, replaced with complete terror. Shaking and quivering, he stuttered, don't come over." Li Hao wanted to run away, but the completely terrified him only noticed now that his body couldn't exert even the slightest strength. To him, Longchen, who was slowly but gradually walking closer to him, was like a nightmare which he couldn't run away from. Don't kill me." It was because of Zhou Yaoyang's instructions. Li Hao sobbingly begged. Below the stage, Zhou Yaoyang's expression changed, and he angrily shouted, "Li Hao, what nonsense are you saying?" "I'm not saying nonsense. You told us to handle Longchen and that afterward, you'd give us some benefits. All of this is because of you." Li Hao pointed towards Zhou Yaoyang as he hysterically rambled. In the face of death, he had already forgotten everything. "Li Hao, you're asking for death." Zhou Yaoyang's face turned ashen, and his 2 eyes were filled with killing intent. "Zhou Yaoyang, you bastard. You used me for your advantage. Longchen, I'll tell you. Zhou Yaoyang is nothing more than a henchman dog, in reality." Longchen suddenly felt a chill in the air ordaining an attack. Sensing the air of death, he quickly retreated without even thinking about it. However, even after Longchen had retreated, it didn't appear like anything had happened. But when Longchen once again looked at Li Hao, he saw that Li Hao's eyes had already lost focus, and he had already taken his last breath. Longchen's expression changed slightly. Turning to look at the crowd, all he managed to see was a figure wearing a conical bamboo hat who was quickly fleeing the scene. With just a few strides, he had already disappeared from the crowd. The unexpected events caused an uproar amongst the crowd. Obviously, that mysterious figure had killed Li Hao. Longchen wins. After a brief spell of confusion, the martial arena's overseer still ended up announcing this final outcome. Although Li Hao wasn't killed by Longchen, Longchen had already defeated him. If he had wanted to kill Li Hao, it would have been as easy as turning his hand, so in the end, they still announced that it was Longchen's victory. Following Longchen's victory, countless people sighed in regret. With this outcome, they had no way to take back their bets. As for the tens of people who had bet on Longchen, they all crazily shouted in joy. Fatty Yu and the others shouted out especially loudly. Lying on the martial arena, Li Hao would never again be paid any attention to. The martial arena's organizers would send a message to his family, and they would come to pick up his dead body. The life and death battles were all protected by the imperial capital. No one was allowed to secretly take revenge. Li Hao was only a low-born noble whose status was not especially high. If he died, then he died, there would not be any waves following his death. This was one of the unbreakable rules of the imperial capital. Longchen walked off the stage, receiving a heroic welcome from Fatty Yu and the others. Shifeng tightly hugged him. "You brat, when did you become so strong? And you didn't even tell anyone about it." "My heart almost leaped out watching you," grumbled Shifeng. "Brother Long, no wait, elder brother Long, in the future, we'll all be muddling along with you, you have to cover for us," said Fatty Yu and the others with bright eyes. Longchen laughed, "Of course. Come on, let's go to the betting place." In front of countless admiring stares and everyone's cheers, Long Chen received no less than 3 million gold coins. At the moment when the crystal card with 3 million gold coins landed in his hand, Long Chen was actually even more excited than when he had been beating Li Hao. He had known that Li Hao was nothing more than a little dog. But the words that he had said right before he had died caused Long Chen to become even more cautious than before. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. Originally, he had thought that all the bullying had been because of enmities with his parents' generation, but that didn't match with what Li Hao had said. It seemed that it was not such a simple affair as he had thought. Most likely, he was just a single pawn. He was just a trashy teen, and his family was completely impoverished now. There was no need for someone to actively plot against him in such a deliberate and methodical manner. The clear reason would be due to someone clashing with his father who was stuck guarding the barbarian border. It seems like it's very complicated. But staring at the 3 million gold coins in his hand, Long Chen was filled with endless confidence. Was that the confidence that came with being rich? Leaving with the huge crowd, Long Chen found a tea house and invited his friends to eat whatever they wanted and returned them their money. However, the money that had been earned was kept with him. Long Chen gave his friends a promise that caused them to be endlessly excited. Everyone's future cultivation would all be taken care of by him. This caused Fatty Yu and the others to go mad with joy. They were all completely incapable of cultivating, and if someone else promised this to them, then they wouldn't believe it. However, Long Chen was originally the same as them. Now that he had managed to dispatch Li Hao in such a quick way, how could they not believe him? Hearing Long Chen promise this, everyone was overjoyed. However, Long Chen told them to keep this secret, and they all frantically nodded. Their future cultivation was something that was basically just as important as their life, and adding on to how solemn Long Chen's words were, they would not dare to treat it unimportantly. After Fatty Yu and the others left, Long Chen stayed behind to chat a bit with Shifeng. Shifeng was a genius whose aptitude was the greatest amongst all the noble heirs. He was already at the 8th heaven stage of Qi condensation and could enter into the 9th heaven stage at any time. Entering the blood condensation stage before 20 should not be that difficult for him. Through how Shifeng had acted during these last two matters, Long Chen knew that he was definitely a person deserving his trust. After asking about Shifeng's current stage of cultivation, Long Chen split up with him and went directly to the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild was in the south part of the imperial capital. It was the most sacred part of the entire imperial capital. Not even members of the royal family would dare to be rude towards the members of the Alchemist Guild. Alchemist guilds were said to be spread throughout the entire world, and as for the guild in the imperial capital, it was nothing more than one of their branches. What Long Chen needed to get this time was an alchemist's official identification. Having that status would mean that in the future, it would be extremely easy and convenient for him to do what he wanted. No matter where you went, alchemists were an extremely scarce occupation. With this identification, Long Chen's status would no longer be the same. Even the Phoenix Cry Empire would have to think carefully before they would act against him. The most important thing was that he could use an extremely favorable price and get a preferential treatment when buying the Alchemist Guild's rare ingredients, letting him save the maximum amount of money. Although the Alchemist Guild only took up a few tens of acres of ground, it rose dozens of meters into the air, making it extremely imposing and causing people to revere it. Entering the lobby, two maids received Long Chen. They were surprised when they heard that he wanted to take the examination for an alchemist identification. After all, Long Chen appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, and he didn't have any fluctuations of a cultivation base. However, the two of them still brought him into the refining hall. At this time, the refining hall only had a dozen or so men inside. They were currently urging on their pill flames, appearing to be refining medicines. Huh? Why are you here? Just as Long Chen entered, an old man asked with an astonished expression. When he saw that person, Long Chen's heart erupted with a concealed anger. That old man was precisely the one who had treated his wounds. This person had clearly known that his injury had been no big deal, but by saying that he could possibly lose his memory, he managed to con his mother into selling her jewelry. "I came here to take the alchemist exam." Long Chen calmed the anger in his heart. He'd pay back the bill to this old man later. Alchemist exam? The old man examined Long Chen from top to bottom. "Looks like your wounds from last time still aren't healed. You should go back and heal them." Long Chen frowned slightly and insisted, "I really am here to take the alchemist exam." The old man's expression sunk. "I don't have time to waste on a little kid. Hurry up and beat it. Otherwise, I'll get the guards to throw you out." Long Chen's anger once again exploded. Glaring at the old man, he shouted, "If your ears aren't completely deaf yet, then I'll repeat myself one more time, I am here to take the alchemist exam." By the end, Long Chen's shout was already a roar that reverberated through the entire alchemist guild. What person is making such a loud ruckus? Suddenly, a thin old man walked over with a displeased expression. When Long Chen turned his eyes and saw him, a naughty grin appeared on the corner of his mouth. Long Chen recognized the old man, and it wasn't just Long Chen who would recognize him. In the imperial capital, there were only a few people who wouldn't recognize him: the Alchemist Guild's chairman, Grandmaster Yin Qi. "Senior Yin Qi, this brat suddenly ran over to make trouble. I was just about to expel him," the old man hurriedly explained when he saw Grandmaster Yin Qi. Long Chen rolled his eyes. Feigning an extremely grateful expression, he said, "You are Grandmaster Yin Qi? Wonderful, Long Chen thanks you for the favor of saving his life." Originally Yin Qi's expression was displeased, but hearing Long Chen say this, he couldn't help but become distracted, asking, "Child, are you misrecognizing me as someone else?" "Misrecognizing? No, definitely not." Long Chen shook his head. Pointing towards the old man, he said, "Through this Grandmaster, my mom paid several thousand gold coins to buy a tiger bone pill from you. Only through this was I able to recover from my wounds. This little one truly cannot thank you enough." Hearing Long Chen recount this affair, the old man's expression immediately changed and Yin Qi's expression turned cold. Looking at the old man, he said, "Guanqing, what is this about?" "Senior Chairman, don't listen to his rubbish," Guanqing hurriedly tried to explain. "Huh, why aren't you acknowledging it? To think that the people of our Alchemist Guild are of such a noble character, then they don't even put their names on the good deeds they do. Only, the matter of you selling my mother a defective grade tiger bone pill is very well known." Long Chen coldly smiled. Although Guanqing was continuously shooting Long Chen meaningful glances, Long Chen continued to act as if he hadn't noticed. "Did you really think my Long family's money was so easy to swindle?" Guanqing was currently a senior member of the Alchemist Guild. He was taught a bit by Grandmaster Yin Qi, but he wasn't someone extremely talented. However, after Guanqing had carefully and attentively followed Yin Qi for a few decades, Yin Qi had felt some pity for him and given him the position of an attendant with some low-grade random jobs to do in the Alchemist Guild. Occasionally, when he refined a garbage pill, he would hand it over to Guanqing to handle. Normally, these garbage pills would have their useful portion extracted out for some medicinal liquids. They definitely would not be allowed to be sold on the market. Find PT Tez on n/vln.cm. This was related to the profession's personal integrity. If it was leaked that Grandmaster Yin Qi had actually sold a garbage pill, then he would become a joke amongst his fellow alchemists. Grandmaster Yin Qi sighed. Looking at Guanqing, he said, "You've followed me for several decades, so you already understand my character. Leave and don't ever come back." Guanqing's old face became deathly pale. His eyes holding a trace of unwillingness, he begged, "Senior, I go." Yunqi indifferently responded, waving his hand. Guanqing nearly became paralyzed and fell to the floor. Yunqi's declaration was equivalent to expelling him from the Alchemist Guild. An originally high and aloof attendant in a flash became someone completely lacking of anything. Guanqing appeared to age several decades. "Hey, I'm talking to you, stop faking. You've cheated and swindled people for so many years outside this guild. Right now, you've already earned so much evil money that you won't even be able to spend it all before dying. Why are you acting like you're so deserving of pity?" Long Chen disdainfully said. As an attendant of the Alchemist Guild, this old man had become extremely close to quite a few noble families. After muddling along for so many years, he had definitely obtained many benefits. Looking at his face caused Long Chen to feel sick and disgusted. Guan Cheng's expression became furious, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. However, he didn't say anything and merely slowly walked out with his head down. Watching Guan Cheng go away, Grandmaster Yunqi shook his head. Towards Long Chen, he said, "Thank you, young man. Otherwise, this old man would still be completely in the dark." "Hee, that old man was someone who cheated my family of one of our fortunes. I purposely came for revenge, there's no need to be so courteous." Long Chen laughed. Contrary to one's expectations, Grandmaster Yunqi replied, "Haha, not bad. A young fellow who is so straightforward is clearly not suited for a treacherous and deceitful life. Haha, how could this youngster's intentions and manner be concealed for a whole lifetime? Since it's impossible to conceal, I might as well act like a good person." Long Chen spread out his arms candidly as he replied. Grandmaster Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. Over his last few years, everyone would treat him with reverence. This was the first time someone would speak to him in such a joking manner, so now it was quite an enjoyable experience. "Little fellow, surely you didn't come to my Alchemist Guild just to report this complaint." "Of course not. I came here to take the Alchemist exam." After saying this, Long Chen held out his right hand. Puff! A tiny flame leaped out of his fingertips. In order to leave a deep impression onto the Grandmaster, Long Chen's hand trembled, and the flame started to act like a wild monkey, playfully leaping around. Not bad. Originally, when he saw the flame, Yunqi had only faintly nodded his head. Being able to agglomerate a pill flame at that age could be considered not bad. But Long Chen's following actions caused him to actually be somewhat moved. The ability to control the flame relied mostly on the amount of spiritual strength one had. Long Chen's ability to control it in such a lively manner demonstrated that his spiritual strength had surpassed an ordinary person by quite a bit. What he didn't know was that Long Chen was still holding back. If he were to bring out the secret arts from his memories, then he might completely terrify this Grandmaster. Very good. Your spiritual strength is at least twice as strong as an ordinary person, making you a good sapling to learn pill refining. Yunqi nodded. Hearing Yunqi said this, Long Chen felt a weight fall off his shoulders. Being able to hold as much hidden strength as possible was still the best. Come, I'll bring you to do the test. Saying this, Grandmaster Yunqi brought Long Chen away. Looking at the two people leaving, everyone who had previously been in the hall refining medicines with their pill flames couldn't help being stunned. What? He didn't need to be appraised before directly going to do the test? How is this possible? Is he a relative of Grandmaster Yunqi? Nonsense, he's not a relative. Isn't that kid the Imperial Capital's famous trash, Long Chen? The 10+ people in the hall were all there in order to take the alchemist exam, but according to the usual convention, they had to meet the requirement of refining a certain herbal medicine first to show that they met a certain qualification before advancing to take the exam. But Long Chen immediately skipped over this step, causing them to be incessantly furious. However, there was no alternative for them. This was the Alchemist Guild, a supreme existence. No one would dare do a thing, they could only swallow their anger into their stomach. In an underground room of the Alchemist Guild, Grandmaster Yunqi pointed towards a water crystal in front of them. Use your flame on it. Long Chen nodded. Extending a finger, he condensed a flame and placed it on top of the water crystal. Several lines appeared on the water crystal when the flame touched it. Grandmaster Yunqi faintly said, "Your pill flame has reached the low Huang class, just barely meeting the standard." Pill flames were split into Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang class, with each class also having 3 ranks. Long Chen's pill flame was agglomerated from himself and was not a beast flame or a heaven and earth spirit flame. Therefore, being at the low Huang class was very normal. Grandmaster Yunqi then brought Long Chen to a shallow water pool. The water pool was only half a foot deep, and the bottom was covered with hundreds of sparkling pearls. Circulate your spiritual strength and see if you can cause the pearls to float up. Obviously, this water pond wasn't a real water pond. Close examination revealed that the water was clearly spiritual mercury water. When Long Chen carefully touched it, he discovered that the water magnified his spiritual strength by greater than 10 times. This immediately relieved him as his current spiritual strength was not strong enough to move objects without touching them. Apparently, he had been worrying too much. Circulating his spiritual strength, he immediately found a dozen or so pearls being influenced by his spiritual strength as they slowly floated up. Suddenly, Long Chen noticed that Grandmaster Yunqi's expression was completely bewildered and shocked as he looked at those pearls. Damn, I'm about to be exposed. Long Chen hurriedly released his spiritual strength. He used spiritual energy to make his face extremely pale like he was about to collapse, faking that his spiritual strength was overdrawn. Grandmaster, what rank do I count as? Long Chen gasped for breaths as he asked. Xian class, Grandmaster Yunqi murmured. It was as if he hadn't even noticed Long Chen's current overdrawn state. Only a while later did Yunqi notice that Long Chen was already weakly lying on the ground. If one had to give Long Chen's acting skills a rank, he would be god of acting. Not only was his face as white as paper, but his eyes seemed weak and listless, giving him the appearance of someone who had excessively overexerted himself. Excellent, your spiritual strength is exceptionally strong. Your talent is definitely moldable, I've definitely found a good sapling this time. Yunqi smiled. Long Chen's eyes brightened when he heard this. Grandmaster Yunqi, this little one very much wishes to study the Tao of the pill. Is it possible for me to become your official disciple? Yunqi shook his head, I can't. Go carefully train and later, I will present an opportunity for you that will let you jump to the peak of the pill path. Hearing Yunqi's refusal, Long Chen laughed with embarrassment. Actually, the main thing is I want a higher reputation so that no one will dare to bully me again when I go out. Yunqi stared blankly before bursting into laughter. Someone like Long Chen, who spoke so directly, caused him to not know whether to laugh or cry. How many years had it been since he had met such an interesting youngster? However, Long Chen's abnormal spiritual strength did cause him to have an excellent opinion of him. Don't worry. Later, I'll give you a pill apprentice identification plate. Who would dare continue to bully you? Yunqi laughed. Long Chen became excited. Normally, if a person wanted to join the Alchemist Guild, they had to first pass the exam to become a medicinal expert, and after that, they had to wait another year before they could obtain the qualifications to take the test to become a pill apprentice. Medicinal expert was just an entry-level rank, but it still caused countless people's eyes to turn red in envy. As for pill apprentice, it was the actual start of pill cultivation. With your current pill flame and spiritual strength, it's still quite difficult for you to refine a pill. However, within a year, you will definitely be able to refine pills, so this can't count as violating rules. I'm simply giving it to you a bit early, smiled Yunqi. Long Chen was extremely grateful. Although in terms of technique and skill, he had enough mastery to look down on anyone, Yunqi was definitely a senior who was worthy of respect. Grandmaster Yunqi personally made a pill apprentice identification plate for him, and then in addition, he also gave him a medicinal cauldron and a set of pill robes. The pill robe was extremely luxurious, and there was a single embroidered pill star on the abdomen, the sign of a pill apprentice. The medicinal cauldron was made of fire copper and pure gold, and its design was very elegant. It was many levels higher than the old cauldron he had bought. Other than these two things, what pleasantly surprised Long Chen was that Grandmaster Yunqi had even given him a spatial ring. This was a miraculous kind of ring. As long as you sent your spiritual strength into the ring, you could open up an interior space connected to the ring and store any random things. As for its value, it was an extravagant commodity worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Before, Long Chen hadn't even dared to dream about obtaining one. Inserting his spiritual strength into the ring, he found that the space inside was 3 meters wide, causing him to be extremely grateful. Under Grandmaster Yunqi's advisement, Long Chen used his identification plate to buy medicinal ingredients for half the price. He could also study the senior generation's pill refining experiences free of charge. Long Chen suddenly had a feeling like he had leaped from being a chicken to being a phoenix. Within the Alchemist Guild, he bought a large amount of the Feng Fu pill's medicinal ingredients and some other herbs. By the time Long Chen left the Alchemist Guild, he felt like a completely different person than when he entered. Previously, he had been worthless, but now he was worth millions. Even his back was held completely straight. In the future, he could look down his nose at others. When Long Chen finished collecting this vast harvest, he returned home. Just as he entered, he saw Bauer at the entrance. As soon as she saw Long Chen, she straightaway brought him to Mrs. Long's room. As soon as he entered, he became dumbstruck, his heart jumping wildly in chagrin. An absolutely beautiful woman was standing before Long Chen. She had willowy eyebrows over limpid clear eyes, cherry-red lips popped over her pale skin, and a cascading waterfall of hair descended all the way to her waist. When she saw Long Chen enter and their gazes met, Long Chen was struck dumb. That young woman appeared like a fairy from out of this world. It was as if due to her very presence, the entire room had become a fairyland. For a moment, Long Chen was unable to do anything but stare foolishly at her. Her cheeks reddened slightly, and she turned away from him. When Mrs. Long saw this, she scolded, "Chener, hurry up and greet Meng Qi. She's your future bride." Mrs. Long's face lit up with happiness when she said bride, but Long Chen was extremely startled since he had never even heard of such a thing. "Greetings, Lady Meng Qi." Seeing his mother stare, Long Chen finally recovered and bowed to her. A slight blush crept over Meng Qi's face, and she also curtsied back slightly. Although her cherry lips moved slightly, she didn't say anything back in response. Seeing all this, Mrs. Long smiled and said, "Meng Qi, you and Long Chen are both youngsters. You two can go chat for a bit while I go prepare some food." Giving Long Chen an encouraging glance, Mrs. Long withdrew, leaving only the two of them in the room. Facing such a beautiful woman, for the first time, Long Chen had a feeling of having no idea what to do. After a long pause, he finally managed to choke out a single phrase. "Please, sit." Meng Qi shook her head. A complicated expression flashed over her face when she glanced at Long Chen. "I have something to say to you. Can we change locations?" Long Chen frowned slightly, but he still nodded. The two of them left the Long estate and found a more secluded spot. Once they arrived, Meng Qi reached into her robes and slowly pulled out a seal. Long Chen almost cried out in shock when he saw it, for he recognized it to be a summoning contract that only beast tamers could use. A fluctuation rippled through space, interrupting Long Chen's thoughts. A huge monster over 10 meters long with the head of a lion and body of an eagle appeared in front of them, a majestic aura coming off of it. Although Long Chen was unable to cultivate before, he still had managed to study up on illustrations of magical beasts. This beast was called the Lion Eagle, a terrifying second-rank magical beast. The Lion Eagle in front of them had clearly not reached its complete maturity, but in terms of battle strength, ordinary blood condensation cultivators were not its match. This normally vicious beast was exceptionally docile in front of Meng Qi as it quietly lay on the ground. Meng Qi lightly walked up onto the Lion Eagle's back and then said to Long Chen, "Come up." Long Chen glanced at Meng Qi. Seeing a hint of haste in her expression, he muttered quietly under his breath and walked on. This was the first time Long Chen had ever climbed onto the back of a magical beast, and he couldn't help being a bit nervous that it might accidentally go crazy and start eating people. The Lion Eagle suddenly spread its wings, and its huge body brought the two of them soaring into the sky. Long Chen was almost thrown off when it leaped into the air. Fortunately, a pale hand supported Long Chen, letting him awkwardly recover. But when he saw a faint amusement on Meng Qi's face that seemed to want to laugh, Long Chen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Ahaha, I'm just a bit clumsy." Long Chen smiled slightly and found a lame excuse. Meng Qi laughed at that, but she quickly felt embarrassed and turned around. The Lion Eagle's flying speed was very quick, and in just a few minutes, they flew out of the imperial capital and descended onto Sunset Mountain. The setting sun spilled out a blood-red color that covered the entire imperial capital, an extremely beautiful scene. Both of them stood at the peak of the mountain, neither of them saying anything. As Long Chen stared at the imperial capital, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. "Long Chen, Meng Qi hesitated a long while before finally sighing and opening her red lips. "Are you here to get out of the marriage?" Long Chen didn't turn to look at her. His gaze stayed focused on the imperial capital. Meng Qi's heart shook and a trace of disbelief appeared on her beautiful face. You already knew?" "I guessed." Long Chen slowly turned to look at her beautiful, flawless face and said, "Thank you." "You're thanking me?" Meng Qi asked in confusion. "Thank you for not bringing this up in front of my mother. You didn't hurt her old heart, and you also let me save my face, so I thank you." Long Chen smiled. Meng Qi carefully looked at Long Chen. A couple of days ago, she had already learned about Long Chen's situation in the past few years. She had thought that he would become angry when he learned why she had come, and maybe even go completely mad and wildly curse at her. But she had never thought that he would give this kind of response. "I know you're a proud and gifted woman, for you are already able to control a second-rank magical beast at such a young age. As for me, I'm just a normal person. We're from two different worlds, so you're not wrong to want this. There's no need for you to feel bad about it." Long Chen laughed lightly, and his smile was very warm and comforting. But when Meng Qi looked at the smiling expression, her heart ached in an indescribable way. This young man, practically a boy, had already suffered so much misfortune, and now she was personally leaving another scar on him and pressing the salt onto the wound. Was this not too heartless? "Give me a couple of days and I'll convince my mother to decline this marriage. I promise you that it won't take too long." After saying this, Long Chen slowly turned around and walked away. The setting sun illuminated his slim figure on the middle of the mountain path, making him appear somewhat miserable. Looking at Long Chen's fading figure, tears streamed out of Meng Qi's eyes, and her hand covered his cherry lips. Was I right to do this, or was I wrong? A young woman slowly walked over from behind Meng Qi and quietly consoled her, "Big sis, now that everything's been said, it's already over." Although, this Long Chen really does appear pitiful. The two women stared at Long Chen's back until he completely disappeared. Once Long Chen descended the mountain, his mood became increasingly depressed. From the first moment he saw Meng Qi, he had felt a strong feeling of love and attraction. Someone like Meng Qi was like a fairy from heaven. For a normal man like Long Chen, it would have been strange if he wasn't attracted to her. But just as this love surfaced, it was doused in icy water before it could be expressed. Long Chen's spiritual perception was exceptionally powerful, so he was exceptionally sensitive towards other people's emotions. The moment Meng Qi had shown her personal power by calling the lion eagle, he had already known things were not good. "I've lost love before I could even fall in love." Long Chen was miserable inside, so much that he wanted to scream madly. He had suffered through so much repression and injustice, but he had never let a single cry out. However, this time, he truly did feel an urge to weep. He could sense that Meng Qi was a kind woman, otherwise, there was no need for her to do it like this, and she could have directly declined the marriage. It wasn't as if he wanted to have the marriage arrangement annulled, but what could he do? He could scream and cry at the heavens all he liked, but what was the point? Yes, maybe if he had begged her, then the marriage might have gone through, but at that point, it wouldn't even mean anything. It was better to just let it go. Although his heart ached, he could still bear it. Explore new novels on nvelbai.com. By the time he got home, night had already descended. His mother immediately began to rain questions down on him. What did the two say? Did they make any progress? Were there any feelings between them? Doing his best to answer and brush off the questions for a while, Long Chen finally managed to ask, "Mom, how did Meng Qi and I end up in an arranged marriage, and why didn't you tell me about it?" Pain appeared in Mrs. Long's eyes when he asked this, but it was quickly concealed again. She told Long Chen that their two families were initially on very good terms. Their fathers were life and death friends, and they decided that their children, if they were both males, would be brothers, if they were both females, they'd be sisters, and if they were one male and one female, they would be husband and wife. Long Chen sighed. "So your generation was all happy and carefree, but now when it comes to us, all we have is bitterness." "Mom, I feel that I and Meng Qi aren't suitable for each other." Long Chen thought about it for a long while, but in the end, he could only face it head first. "What?" Mrs. Long stared at Long Chen in disbelief. "Aw, Mom, don't get too emotional. What I'm saying is that Meng Qi and I just aren't suitable." After all, Long Chen couldn't continue. "No, that's crazy talk. Meng Qi is such a beautiful woman, how is she unsuitable for you?" Mrs. Long was angered so greatly that she couldn't help but swear. "Mom, listen to me. Love requires that both parties are willing. You didn't get our consent before setting this up for us. That's just too arbitrary. Are you trying to anger me?" Mrs. Long couldn't even understand Long Chen's words anymore, and she was angered to the point that tears were falling. Long Chen was extremely embarrassed, but it wasn't as if he could say the truth. All he could do was to stand there as Mrs. Long cursed and cursed. Suddenly, his mother asked, "Chener, tell your mother the truth. Is it Meng Qi who wants to get out of this? How could that be possible? Meng Qi is a good lady. It's just me. I feel that this is too sudden and I can't accept it," hastily replied Long Chen. "No need to say any more. Child, it's your mom and dad's fault." Mrs. Long wasn't stupid. She naturally knew what kind of character her son had. After thinking about it for just a moment, she knew that the situation wasn't as simple as he said. She hurriedly hugged Long Chen and cried bitterly. "Mom, it's not as bad as you think. I just think we're not suitable now. That doesn't mean we might not get along better in the future," laughed Long Chen. "It's all part of my plan. First, annul this marriage arrangement, and then let your child use his own skills to pursue her back as a daughter-in-law." Wouldn't this be the best case situation? Humph, what part of that is easy? Meng-Chi is a beautiful goddess. Who knows how many people are pursuing her? Without this marriage contract, when will you ever get your chance? She sighed and continued, but you're also right. This kind of thing can't be forced. Since it's your marriage and you're now old enough, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, Mom. Long Chen finally relaxed. Mrs. Long took out an old wooden case from under her bed, taking out a thin piece of paper from within it and handing it to Long Chen. This is your marriage contract. If you want to get out of it, just tear it apart. Receiving that thin piece of paper, Long Chen's heart ached. An absolutely heavenly beautiful woman was about to be lost in such a way. It really was lamentable. Atop Sunset Mountain, the sun was just beginning to rise when Meng-Chi saw Long Chen walk back with the marriage contract. Despite this being what she wanted, she couldn't bear to do it. Her hand trembled, but she simply couldn't take that piece of paper. Long Chen smiled slightly. Gripping her hand lightly, he handed the marriage contract to her. When he touched her beautiful hand, his heart shook and it took a huge effort to keep himself calm. Take it. You're a kind girl, and although the situation is as it is, I don't hate you in the slightest. With one hand in the grasp of Long Chen, Meng-Chi's body shook. At first she wanted to take her hand back, but it was as if she couldn't control her own body. Long Chen's words caused her heart to ache, and the tears within her eyes spilled out. She choked out, Long Chen, I'm sorry. You really are a nice person. I should make my move now while I have a chance. His heart was plummeting, but his expression was still warm and calm. He acted in a brotherly manner, reaching out and gently wiping away her tears. It was only with his greatest strength that he managed not to become engrossed with her beautiful face. Her charm was truly just too astonishing. Without his powerful spiritual strength, he would have already become enchanted. But at this time, he had to continue resisting. With a faint smile, he said, Meng-Chi, this isn't your fault. If you want to blame someone, you should blame our fathers. Those two old conkers played a practical joke on us. The originally sobbing Meng-Chi couldn't help but laugh when she heard his unfilial and ridiculous words. The smile that blossomed on her tear-streaked face was like a dew-covered spring flower. Her beauty was something that could not be replicated. Gazing at that face, Long Chen blurted out, Meng-Chi, you really are beautiful. But he regretted it as soon as he said it. Despite his attempts at self-control, his male wolf side still appeared. Long Chen was so angry he wanted to punch himself. Luckily, Meng-Chi didn't become angry after hearing Long Chen's praise. Her face turned red, and she rolled her eyes in a cute way, which was another kind of beauty. Crap, Long Chen, if you miss out on such a beautiful woman, what would be the point of living? Right, I just have to do everything I can. Don't worry about danger or saving face. Long Chen sighed and let go of Meng-Chi's hand, leaving the marriage contract with her. Vi sit en velben, cm for eu ovals. Actually, with your current status, you didn't even need to notice my existence. We're two people in two different worlds. But you still came. I know that you came because you didn't want me to harbor any false hope and have me waiting forever till the end. For you to want this is completely faultless. On the contrary, I am extremely grateful to you. Long Chen, are you just saying this to try and make me feel less guilty? With the marriage contract in her hand, her voice trembled slightly. No, I'm saying the truth. But from today onwards, I have a distant goal now, laughed Long Chen. What is it? Asked Meng-Chi. From today onwards, I will put all my effort into cultivating. Once my strength is great enough, I'll come and find you. The current marriage contract has become invalid, but I'll start to chase after you again starting now. Although he was smiling, his eyes were filled with determination. No one could doubt his resolution. Meng-Chi was speechless. This was the first time she had ever met someone who would so boldly confess to her, and even more shocking was the fact that this person was a man who she had personally delivered deep grief to. Her thoughts were in complete disorder and she didn't know how to respond. Should she decline or accept? You don't need to feel any pressure, as this is just my own wishful thinking. A kind woman like you is someone worthy for me, Longchen, to guard with my life. But before I can pursue you, I have to properly cultivate and become a true expert. Only then will I have the qualifications to protect you. In order to get those qualifications, I'll cultivate with all my might. It doesn't matter whether you accept or decline me, I'll still continue like this, said Longchen with resolve. Meng-Chi's face was completely red. Although she had previously come from a humble origin, ever since she had entered into a cultivation sect, everything had changed. This was the first time anyone had dared to confess so brazenly to her. Seeing Longchen's determined expression, her thoughts were in a wild tumble and she was unable to say anything. There's hope, thought Longchen in satisfaction as he looked at the bewildered Meng-Chi. Right now, the most important thing was for Meng-Chi to not feel any dislike with him. That would already be considered a success and a small step forward. The next steps would be to continue stirring her emotions until he moved her core. Longchen was about to continue when a terrifying aura exploded out. Meng-Chi's expression changed and she stepped forward, placing Longchen behind her. She readied herself, prepared for anything. She waited for a moment as she assessed the situation before relaxing slightly. A huge wasp appeared in front of them. It was over 15 meters long, and its body was covered in gaudy lines that would cause people's scalps to turn numb. Longchen was alarmed, as that was not only a second-rank magical beast but an exceptionally violent blood rage wasp. Even a third-rank magical beast wouldn't easily go provoke it, because even they would at least be gravely injured if pierced by its stinger. But after a brief moment of fear, a certain thought arose as he looked at Meng-Chi's beautiful back. You may be able to stand in front of me this time, but I will stand in front of you for a lifetime. That huge blood rage wasp landed onto the ground, its terrifying cry still lingering in the air. Suddenly, a man jumped off from its back. The man appeared to be in his 20s. He was tall and very proper, giving off a noble feeling. But arrogance was written all over his face, destroying his image. As soon as the man saw Meng-Chi, his eyes lit up with an unconcealed adoration. Junior apprentice sister, master is very displeased that you haven't returned in so long, so he sent me to bring you back. At first, he was smiling brightly, but as soon as he saw Longchen, he frowned and asked, "Who is this?" Could it be? Coldness resurfaced in his eyes, but he once more concealed it. Don't be crazy. I'm just asking this young master some questions. Meng-Chi evidently wasn't good at lying and panic flashed in her eyes. Turning to Longchen, she said, "Young master, thank you for your help." Her gaze towards Longchen held many things, but before Longchen could carefully see what those things were, Meng-Chi had already gotten onto her steed and flown up. That man glanced at Longchen and coldly snorted. With just a point of his finger, a transparent arrow appeared in front of him and shot towards Longchen. Longchen was still thinking about the look Meng-Chi had given him. He hadn't expected that man to suddenly attack him, so he was completely unable to dodge in time. That arrow had been condensed from spiritual strength and so was completely incorporeal. If ordinary people were to be struck by it, their spirit would immediately break and they would be reduced to a simpleton. Since he was no longer able to dodge due to his surprise, he could only hastily use his spiritual strength to block it. Although his spiritual strength was great, he had never cultivated any soul arts, so he had little chance of being able to block it. Suddenly, another arrow shot out and blocked the man's attack. A powerful explosion blew Longchen back several feet. Senior apprentice brother Shi, master would be quite displeased to learn that you attacked an ordinary mortal like this. At some unknown time, another woman had appeared beside the two of them. This senior apprentice brother Shi's expression changed slightly, but he still laughed. Junior apprentice sister, you misunderstand me, I'm just testing him out a bit. How could I possibly really hurt him? Long Chen's expression was extremely ugly. With his spiritual strength, he could clearly tell that this bastard had intended to cripple him. But it wasn't just that he had attacked him. The look he had given Mengqi had also caused Longchen to feel a burst of anger. Adding the attack onto that, and Longchen was now fuming with anger. Young master, this is an inner disciple of our Wind Spirit Pavilion. His cultivation is very high, so you'll have to work hard. After she said that, she purposely winked at Longchen. Senior apprentice brother Shi, let's go. Although she said this, she was clearly waiting for him to go with her. He glanced at Longchen and indifferently laughed. Stepping onto the blood rage wasp, the two of them departed. Longchen couldn't help but curse, this damn crap brother Shi, I won't forget this. After releasing his anger, Longchen calmed down. No matter what, he had at least gained something from today. Although the marriage arrangement had been annulled, he had at the least given Mengqi a good impression. The most important thing was that when Mengqi had left, she had placed the marriage contract carefully within her robes and hadn't immediately torn it apart. That had left him with a great deal of hope. But at the same time, it gave him a great sense of urgency. How many could withstand the charm of an outstanding woman like Mengqi? Plus, there was that crap brother Shi beside her. His hopes could be dashed at any moment. And even if he got rid of crap brother Shi, more crap brothers would also come. No matter what, he had to quickly raise his cultivation base. Although he had gained the Alchemist Guild's emblem, the Alchemist Guild was a neutral power that didn't participate in any fights. He would have to rely on himself for everything. His past few miserable years had raised his wariness. He suspected that someone was possibly using his mother and him to control his father. At this point in time, his father had refused to answer the royal family's summons several times. Most likely, he already knew something was going on. The longer things stretched out, the less value the mother-son duo would have, and the greater danger they would be in. After returning home, Longchen locked himself in his room and ordered that no one was to disturb him. He then took out the medical ingredients that he had stored in his spatial ring. Last time when he was at the Alchemist Guild, Yunqi had given him a copper-gold cauldron which was a great aid to him. Cauldrons were an essential tool for alchemists, and there was a great deal of knowledge and technique involved with them. Longchen's old cauldron was complete trash, and not only did it waste a great deal of heat, but it also used up a large amount of Longchen's pill flame. And in terms of quality, the greatest difference was that the old one couldn't seal in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Spiritual chi would rush out while impurities would rush in. Such a cauldron could not possibly produce any good pills. Cauldrons required a skilled artisan to forge, and as for Longchen's old cauldron, it had been made by just an ordinary worker. But there was no way around it. A decent cauldron cost several 100,000 gold coins, maybe even millions. There was no way for Longchen to afford it. As for the cauldron Yunqi had given Longchen, it was a first-tier medicinal cauldron. Only pill apprentices and other pill cultivators had the qualifications to use it. With this new cauldron, Longchen was finally properly equipped. I have to pick up the pace. Otherwise, even my future wife might leave me in the future. With a muffled explosion, the pill furnace shook briefly before calming down. 9 plump medicinal pills lay quietly within. A dense, refreshing pill fragrance came from them. Longchen smiled in satisfaction. He reached in and took out one of the medicinal pills. It was completely smooth and round with a faint luster, and there was even a layer of faint lines. Although the pill lines are faint and its color isn't at its peak, which means that the pill has lost some spirituality, it is just barely at the middle-grade pill level. This was the first batch of middle-grade medicinal pills that Longchen had refined. The quality of a medicinal pill was dependent on the pill furnace, the pill flame, the spiritual strength, etc. Not a single one of them could be lacking. Longchen's current spiritual strength was definitely good enough, but the pill furnace was too weak. And as for the pill flame, well, that was even worse. To use an average first-tier pill furnace as well as the worst kind of pill flame to refine a middle-grade medicinal pill. Well, in the entire pill refining world, perhaps only Longchen, who had fused with a pill god's soul, could do such a thing. In just a short time, he had refined 20 batches of pills, creating over 100 low-grade Fengfu pills that were now quietly lying within his spatial ring. Longchen had been quietly listening to what was happening outside his seclusion. Li Hao had been killed, so naturally, he wasn't a threat anymore. The imperial capital had offered a reward for the capture of whoever had killed him, but the urgency surrounding this case had faded extremely quickly. Longchen sneered, even if they were just putting on an act, they should have at least followed through. Did they think that Longchen was an idiot? A noble heir had been killed just like that. To simply end the affair just like that, it was crazily bold and easy to see through. Although he knew this, Longchen didn't dare to take action now. Without a certain amount of strength, he had to wait to keep himself protected. His father was currently guarding the barbarian border and didn't know anything about what was going on here. Furthermore, according to the rules of the imperial capital, all generals that were stationed outside were not allowed to have their families leave the imperial capital. To be honest, this was just to force them to follow orders. Longchen knew nothing about what was going on with his father at this time. All he knew was what he had inferred so far. His father would not be coming back to his side. Their noble estate used to be extremely rowdy and busy. But as he grew up and his father continued to fight on the border, less and less people would come to visit. Eventually, their estate wouldn't even have friends come over to celebrate the new year. Over the past few years, the Long household had continuously declined, its position within the imperial capital becoming lower and lower. Furthermore, Longchen had become the target of all his fellow noble heirs. But not even the slightest news came from the border suppression marquis. Longchen couldn't help but feel a bit resentful to his father, but he was always fiercely reprimanded by his mother whenever he brought that up. After his awakening a few days ago, Longchen had finally realized that something was wrong. He had been thinking far too simply about the situation before. For his father to refuse multiple summonings, he naturally had to have his own reasons. It couldn't be just because of the battle against the barbarian tribes. If he had refused just once or twice, that would have been one thing. But he had refused to answer his summons multiple times, causing many of the nobles in the imperial capital to feel dissatisfied with Long Tianxiao. There were also people who secretly spread rumors that he was plotting a rebellion, but no matter how wildly these rumors spread, no response came from Long Tianxiao. 3 years ago, the royal family ceased to issue any further summons to him, but from then on, the days of the Long household became even worse. First, the Long family's stipend was cut. No income came in any longer, immediately forcing them into poverty. Then, even the noble heirs started to bully Longchen. Also, the last time Longchen had been beaten, that old swindler had conned the Long family of so much money. With that, Longchen had finally realized that something was up. Someone was slowly forcing him and his mother into desperate straits. It was obviously to force Long Tianxiao to surrender, but as for what secrets were behind this, Longchen had no idea. But what he was sure of was that there was at least one person in the shadows who was conspiring against his father, and he was definitely extremely powerful. I can't deal with that now. A hungry wolf will eventually reveal his fangs. What I need to do now is to increase my strength. After giving Bauer a few simple instructions, Longchen immediately began his seclusion. The Fengfu star's embryonic form had already been condensed, so what was next was simple. All he needed to do was to continuously feed it with medicinal energy. The Fengfu star on the bottom of Longchen's foot was continuously absorbing the Fengfu pill's medicinal energy and was quickly growing larger. Under Longchen's crazy consumption of the pills, the originally small Fengfu star became several times larger over 7 days. It was as if an entirely new space was forming on the bottom of Longchen's foot. After growing to the size of a longan fruit, it no longer continued to grow. Under the continual absorption of medicinal energy, countless faint lines had started to appear over the Fengfu star. The faint lines began to slowly revolve. Boom! When the final middle-grade Fengfu pill was absorbed, that originally completely silent Fengfu star finally trembled and started to wildly absorb the outside world's spiritual energy. Yes, I finally succeeded! Longchen roared as he felt his entire body become full of energy. But right now it's just the initial success. According to the 9-star Hegemon body art, each star requires 9 transformations to become perfect. My Fengfu star has only just reached an initial complete form, so if I were to describe it as how the outside world cultivates, it might not even be as far as reaching the first heaven stage of qi condensation. Letting out 3 punches into the air, the wind's roar shook his eardrums as the wall wildly shook and nearly collapsed. Follow EUS stories at nvl/by/n.com. He was able to release such a force without using any spiritual qi and relying solely on the strength of his physical body. Longchen couldn't help but go mad with joy. Although there were drawbacks, the main one being how slow training in it was, the 9-star Hegemon body art's strength was absolutely amazing. At only the first heaven stage, the current him was already so much stronger than when he had crushed the stone grinder with just a single fist. Hee, if I can continue like this, I'll definitely be able to take back my fiancée soon, laughed Longchen. Thinking about Meng Qi's face, a burning desire lit up within him. Next time I see that damn crap brother Shi, I'll beat him up so badly he won't know up from down. Suddenly, Longchen clapped his head. After focusing on his seclusion so much, he had forgotten that today was the day to go to the Imperial College. Seeing that the day was already starting to brighten, he hastily put on a new pair of clothes and rushed to the Imperial College. He had a bright smile along the entire journey. He had happily found out that his Fengfu star was able to store an extremely great deal of spiritual qi. When he refined pills in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about his spiritual qi being insufficient anymore. Last time he had fought with Li Hao, Longchen had used Spirit of the Bull and had found it to be extremely powerful. He had defeated Li Hao in just one blow. But that one blow had consumed almost all of his spiritual qi. Now he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Sensing how much spiritual qi was stored in his Fengfu star, he estimated that he had enough to use Spirit of the Bull dozens of times. This was the difference between the embryonic and initial Fengfu star. The greatest impact, however, was that with the increase of his cultivation base, his physical strength had also risen rapidly. Although he hadn't tested it, it was definitely enough to intimidate his enemies. In the midst of his self-celebration, he arrived at the Imperial College. He once more became well-behaved as he walked through its gates and hurried over to the literature hall. As soon as he entered, the originally noisy literature hall became completely silent. Li Hao's death was something many people had trouble accepting. All the noble heirs had personally gone and witnessed Longchen's single domineering fist. The noble heirs that had originally ridiculed Longchen now couldn't help being afraid. Ha, Brother Long. Fatty Yu and the others all laughed and hastily came over to him. Brother Long, you're becoming more and more handsome. Brother Long, please sit. Brother Long, have some tea. Brother Long, I'll give you a back massage. Long Chen laughed and scolded, "No need for all this nonsense. But if you can get me some food, that would be good, I still haven't eaten any breakfast." Long Chen found a corner to sit at. Fatty Yu had already brought over the refreshments, and all the rest of them were completely fixed on Long Chen. He really was hungry at the moment, as for the past few days, he had basically only consumed pills to the point that he was sick of them now. He quickly devoured the refreshments. After eating for a short while, Shifeng also arrived and waved at him. Once he walked over, Long Chen handed him a jade bottle. "Take this. In just a short time, you'll become our generation's first blood condensation cultivator." Long Chen's voice wasn't very loud, but Fatty Yu and the others clearly heard it. They were shocked speechless. Shifeng was also shocked and hastily opened the jade bottle. An extremely dense pill fragrance wafted out the instant he opened it. A single round medicinal pill could be seen inside. "What is this?" Long Chen smiled and indifferently said, "Condensation pill." Others might not know what a condensation pill was, but the 8th heaven stage of Qi condensation Shifeng knew. To 9th heaven stage Qi condensation cultivators, the condensation pill was an absolute treasure that they all dreamed of obtaining. It had a great deal of energy that could allow someone at the peak of Qi condensation to quickly break through to the blood condensation realm. Condensation pills were extremely precious to Qi condensation cultivators, but had no use whatsoever for the later stage cultivators. It was extremely difficult to refine. The failure rate was extremely high, especially at the most crucial pill condensation point. It was a nightmare to refine for most alchemists. An ordinary condensation pill would be worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins, and there were basically none on the market. 1,000,000 gold was something Shifeng would never be able to obtain. "Long Chen, this. Don't worry about it. Since I've given it to you, take it. I didn't hesitate to take what's yours, so don't get all sentimental on me now." Long Chen waved his hand. Shifeng nodded. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Pushing down his strong emotions, he said, "Fine, I'll consume it as soon as I reach the 9th heaven stage of Qi condensation. There's no need to wait. Can't you see the lines on top of it? You can take it as soon as you get home. You'll quickly rise to the blood condensation realm." Only now did Shifeng notice that the medicinal pill had faint lines on it. He almost shouted in surprise. This was a middle-grade medicinal pill. That meant the value had multiplied several times. "Hurry up and take it. Amongst us brothers, there's no need to say useless things," said Long Chen. Shifeng's eyes turned red as he took the medicinal pill. Compared to the medicinal pill, Long Chen's friendship moved him far greater. "Brother Long! Brother Long!" Fatty Yu and the others might not know what the condensation pill was, but they naturally knew that medicinal pills were treasures. They were now staring at Long Chen like hungry wolves. Their urgent shouts caused goosebumps all over Long Chen, and he quickly stopped them, saying, "Don't worry, I've already said that I'll handle your problems." The real reason why these people were unable to cultivate was due to how deficient their spirit roots were. It was due to this that they were unable to sense qi. Others might have no solution, but who was Long Chen? He had the fusion of a pill god's memories. If he couldn't handle something as simple as that, how could he possibly have been called a pill god? "Each person take a bottle. Take 3 drops a day. No strong foods, no alcohol, and no sex. You'll see the effect in 7 days and should be able to sense qi within half a month. As for how long it'll take to enter qi condensation, that'll be up to how hard you work." Long Chen handed each of them a bottle of medicinal liquid that he had personally made. The medicinal liquid wasn't very valuable, and it should just barely be able to have an effect on these people's spirit roots. Long Chen wasn't a god, there was a limit to how great the effect would be. It wasn't a problem to let them enter qi condensation, and as long as they weren't unlucky, they should be able to enter the blood condensation realm. However, any future advancements passed that were impossible. But to Fatty Yu and the others, just that was something of unimaginable value. They all stared hungrily at the bottles, wanting to take a drop right now. Brother Long, if this really can let us cultivate, wouldn't that bring trouble to you? Fatty Yu might be fat, but his brain wasn't small. He was the first to realize the problem. If Longchen really could help them who were considered trash, it might have a negative impact on Longchen. If some unscrupulous people were to notice, then it would be troublesome. Fatty Yu's intention was to ask whether they should help Longchen hide this matter. But Longchen laughed, no need to worry. These medicines were all made by Grandmaster Yin Qi. If they want to, they can go find Grandmaster Yin Qi. Grandmaster Yin Qi? All of them were shocked and were about to ask whether he was joking when steps sounded behind them. Turning their heads, several of them became panicked. The person who had come over was a youngster around 15 years old. He was wearing yellow robes and a very impressive golden crown. Greetings, 7th Prince. Everyone hastily kneeled down when they saw him arrive. Even Shi Feng extremely unwillingly kneeled. The youngster's name was Chu Feng. He was the 7th son of the Phoenix Cry Empire's current emperor, the youngest of his sons. The rumors were that by the time he was born, Emperor Chu Tianhua had already entered seclusion. Even now, he had yet to exit that seclusion, and Chu Feng had never actually met his father. Longchen had heard quite a bit about Chu Feng. He knew that he was the son of the Western Palace's empress and was spoiled rotten. He was extremely domineering and unreasonable, and other than the crown prince, there was supposedly no one that he feared. No one could guess as to why he had come here today. But when Longchen saw Zhou Yaoyang by his side, he immediately knew that it was another attack on him. According to imperial etiquette, all noble sons had to kneel when seeing the royal princes. Fatty Yu, Shi Feng, and all the others were all kneeling. Unless they broke through to the blood condensation realm, there was no way to avoid this. Longchen frowned. Some random relative wished to force him to kneel? Other than his mother and father, another person who could force Longchen to kneel had yet to be born. Chu Feng indifferently looked over everyone, but his expression immediately darkened when he saw Longchen sitting there acting all grand. How bold, Longchen! The 7th Prince is here, yet you actually refuse to follow etiquette and kneel. Are you trying to rebel? Zhou Yaoyang and the others surrounding the 7th Prince had never expected that Longchen would be like this and actually so boldly refused to kneel to the 7th Prince. Wang Mang, who had previously already taken a blow from Longchen, celebrated inside when he saw this. He was the first to shout out against him in order to give Longchen a bad name. The others were all extremely startled by his actions, especially Fatty Yu and them. They all started to sweat profusely. Battles between noble heirs were small things. But if you committed an offense against the 7th Prince, you might very well be executed. Longchen's actions were extremely rebellious. Zhou Yaoyang became excited. He had a slight friendship with the 7th Prince. Every now and then, he would accompany the idiot prince for food or amusement. Read the latest stories novilbin.com. He had a sudden thought today to bring the 7th Prince to see if he might suppress Longchen. Even since Longchen had defeated Li Hao, his fame had soared in the imperial capital. As for Zhou Yaoyang and the others, they had received a slap in the face as they had placed practically all their money on Li Hao's victory. Their group usually spent all their time indulging in drinking and pleasure. Now that they had lost all their money, those days were lost. He hadn't expected that the current situation would actually be even better than he had imagined. There was no need for he himself to instigate anything. Longchen had already provoked the 7th Prince's anger. Hearing Wang Ming's angry roar that was supposed to incite the seventh prince's anger, Long Chen smiled contemptuously. In a fate-concerned voice, he asked, "Wang Ming, how did Li Hao taste? Seeing how healthy and plump you are, I'd say that egg you ate suited you pretty well." Wang Ming's expression immediately changed. His stomach heaved violently. What had happened then had left behind a strong aftertaste. Now, whenever he ate, he would always think of what had happened that day and involuntarily vomit everything back up. He was basically unable to eat anything due to that memory. In fact, he had already quite obviously lost weight, so Long Chen's words were obviously sarcastic and just to insult him. His face turned purple from rage, but he didn't dare to say even a single thing. He was doing his best to control his stomach, and he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would start vomiting. "Long Chen, a small noble heir like you without an official rank or any achievements dares to not kneel when seeing this prince?" the seventh prince angrily demanded. The seventh prince was normally overbearing and spoiled, and even his fellow princes and princesses didn't wish to provoke him. He naturally was unable to hold back his anger when seeing a small noble heir be so rude to him. Looking back at this youngster whose baby features had yet to recede, Long Chen indifferently said, "You're just a child, so I won't bother with you. Go scram back to wherever you came from." "What?" Everyone's expressions changed. Was Long Chen asking for death? If he hadn't kneeled down, then the normal punishment was at most being locked up for a few days. But now that he had said such an insulting thing, it was the death penalty. Had Long Chen gone mad? You're asking for death. Arrest him for me." The seventh prince angrily ordered the people around him. Those people were all Zhou Yaoyang's group, and they all celebrated when they heard the seventh prince's orders. Without even thinking, they all charged at Long Chen. They might have some misgivings during normal times, but with the seventh prince's order, they no longer had to worry. With such a strong supporter, even if they killed Long Chen here and now, there wouldn't be any punishment. As they charged over, Long Chen kicked forward the table in front of him. That table was made from wood over 1,000 years old and was as heavy as iron. Its weight was shocking, yet it was still sent flying by Long Chen towards the charging people. Zhou Yaoyang bore the brunt of the table, roaring and using his entire strength to punch at the table. With a boom, that sturdy table was pulverized by Zhou Yaoyang's strength. He was definitely worthy of being a strong person at the seventh heaven stage of qi condensation. His power would definitely shock ordinary people. But Zhou Yaoyang was still slowed down by the table, and Wang Ming zipped past him and was the first to reach Long Chen. Looking down on this idiot charging towards him angrily, a strange smile appeared on Long Chen's face before he punched out. His speed was practically inconceivable. No one even saw him move before they heard Long Chen's punch land on Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming was sent flying in a graceful arc through the air. But what was most shocking was that as he flew out, a dozen teeth were scattered from his mouth. His body smashed into a wall and he fainted. But his mouth was still wide open, and everyone could clearly see that he was now completely toothless. Zhou Yaoyang paused slightly when he saw Wang Ming sent flying. Although Wang Ming's cultivation base wasn't that high, for him to be handled so easily still caused him to worry. But this wasn't the time to retreat. Zhou Yaoyang roared, and the power of a seventh heaven stage of qi condensation cultivator exploded out. Sextuple Yang Fist. A fist followed along with Zhou Yaoyang's shout, his fist covered with a faint green light from his battle skill. The sextuple Yang Fist was one of Zhou Yaoyang's finishing moves that he had practiced for a long time. One fist had the force of half a ton. Without any hesitation, Long Chen sent a palm to receive his fist. When the fist and palm met, energy exploded out everywhere. But what caused people to be stupefied was that Zhou Yaoyang's unstoppable fist was indifferently swatted away by Long Chen. How is this possible? Zhou Yaoyang was the most startled one here. He felt as if his fist had met a huge mountain, and the pit of his stomach started to ache. As for Long Chen, he didn't blink an eye. He coldly said, "It's my turn now, Zhou Yaoyang." Zhou Yaoyang suddenly turned numb. He felt as if he were being stared at by a huge vicious beast. His heart jumped violently as he hastily retreated. But he was unable to do so. Long Chen grabbed his fist tightly, and no matter how he struggled, he was like a dragonfly trying to shake a tree, unable to move him in the slightest. Zhou Yaoyang was completely astonished. Just what was this power? Long Chen was a monster in human form. Without the slightest use of his cultivation base, he had completely suppressed him with just the strength of his physical body. But Zhou Yaoyang was also a strong person. He had followed his father's people to go kill a magical beast before. He was someone who had seen blood and wouldn't panic in the face of danger. Seeing that he was unable to escape from Long Chen's grasp, he raised his leg and kicked out at Long Chen's stomach. This was an extremely vicious attack, but Long Chen didn't even look at that kick. Using a single hand, he blocked it. With a loud roar that shook people's eardrums, Long Chen lifted Zhou Yaoyang high into the air. In front of everyone's appalled gazes, Long Chen threw Zhou Yaoyang crashing onto the ground. Bang! The entire ground shook, and at the same time, the sounds of bones cracking caused everyone to turn cold. Zhou Yaoyang vomited out 3 mouthfuls of blood, in addition to countless bits and pieces of some of his internal organs. Seeing him vomit out blood and the smashed ground, everyone was completely silent. Long Chen finally felt a knot of anger within him being released. That anger had been stewing for a long time. Over these years, the person he had hated the most was Zhou Yaoyang. He was like a never-ending nightmare that had tormented him all day long. The entire hall was silent for a while, including the 7th prince. All the noble heirs that had been charging towards him gulped deeply, their bodies trembling involuntarily. As for Long Chen, he had maintained a calm expression throughout the entire ordeal. But the calmer he seemed, the more frightening he was to the others. The impression he gave the others was that of a merciless death god. Long Chen couldn't help but smile when he looked at Zhou Yaoyang. Turning his gaze to the 7th prince, he slowly started walking over. The 7th prince had always been spoiled. He had bullied many people, but as for being bullied, that had never happened before. Seeing Long Chen walk over with an evil smile, his face immediately turned white. "What are you thinking? Get back!" His voice was trembling with fear from the icy killing intent in Long Chen's eyes. He felt as if a knife was being held to his throat. It was as if as long as Long Chen wished it, his head would roll to the floor. Long Chen didn't say anything. His smile was still frighteningly calm as he slowly walked over. Now everyone was stunned. What did Long Chen plan on doing? Was he planning on killing the 7th prince? No, don't come over. The 7th prince was continuously retreating, but now his back landed against a corner, and there was nowhere else for him to run. Seeing Long Chen come closer and closer, the 7th prince's eyes were filled with fear. He could smell the scent of death. "You shouldn't have forced me. Don't blame me." Long Chen pitifully shook his head. His hand slowly reached into his robes before his fist suddenly approached the 7th prince's face. "No!" The 7th prince emitted a terrified screech that reverberated throughout the entire literature hall. "No!" The 7th prince's miserable howl echoed throughout the literature hall. Everyone's hearts were jumping wildly. Was Long Chen really planning on rebelling? But what caused everyone to be dumbstruck was that Long Chen's hand had stopped before the 7th prince's face. The 7th prince had already shut his eyes in fear, but after waiting a while without feeling any pain, he eventually opened them. He saw that Long Chen was holding a jade tablet and was faintly smiling. Compared to the previous him who seemed like a death god, he was like a completely different person. Seventh Prince, look closely. This is an alchemist's identification plate. So tell me, would I still need to kneel to you? The seventh prince had already been frightened to death, so how could he possibly bother with checking to see if the tablet was counterfeit or not? No, there's no need at all for that. The seventh prince looked at Longchen in fright. When he had felt Longchen's unrestrained killing intent, he had sensed the fear of death. For a spoiled prince like him, the fact that he hadn't wet himself was already a brave point for him. Many thanks for understanding, seventh prince. Longchen smiled. All you had to do to handle some entitled brats was to scare them a bit. Even with an alchemist tablet, there was no way someone would dare to act like this to an imperial prince. After all, this was the Phoenix Cry imperial capital. Let me help you up. Longchen slowly reached out a hand. The seventh prince had been frightened to the point that he was now sitting on the ground. Having been frightened like this, he momentarily didn't react before nervously grabbing the extended hand. After all, he was a royal prince. If Longchen really did cause the seventh prince to feel angry about him, then that would just be playing into Zhou Yaoyang's hands. Although Longchen didn't care about that really, being manipulated by people certainly wasn't a good feeling. Him acting like this now was giving the seventh prince a way out. The seventh prince was only 15, and although he was arrogant, he hadn't experienced much. Now under Longchen's bad cop good cop actions, he was completely at a loss. After he got up, he didn't know what to say. Seventh prince, do you want to sit down with us? Asked Longchen. Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b/i.cm. No, I have some stuff to do, so I'll go. After saying this, the seventh prince hastily turned and left. But once he walked out of the literature hall, the seventh prince felt that his legs had turned soft. Now there was a great fear of Longchen in his heart. That calm death god smile of his had made him sense that his life or death was entirely in Longchen's hands. Seeing the seventh prince leave, Longchen also turned to look back at the group of noble heirs that had previously participated in attacking him. After seeing him beat Zhou Yaoyang to such a miserable state, they were all terrified and unmoving. Seeing Longchen turn his gaze to them, their expressions all changed and they retreated. Longchen couldn't be bothered to deal with such a group of people. Although they had previously bullied Longchen, the current him was no longer on the same level as them. And so the bitterness and anger that he felt were also no longer as strong. He slowly walked up to Zhou Yaoyang, whose breath was becoming increasingly shallow. The light in his eyes was fading as if he might die at any moment. Longchen, you shouldn't kill him. Let's send him to the Alchemist Guild. They should be able to heal him, advised Shifeng. After all, this place wasn't the martial arena. This was a private fight, and if someone died, Longchen would be unable to escape punishment. Don't worry. Look, his eyebrows are like messy grass, his forehead is practically caved in. A small person like him won't die so easily. His complexion is still rosy, see, said Longchen. Fatty Yu and the others were speechless. Zhou Yaoyang was actually quite a handsome young man, so Longchen's descriptions were clearly off. Those changes were caused by how heavily Longchen had thrown him onto the ground. As for his expression still being rosy, that was due to being choked with his own blood. Yes, it was rosy, but it was actually almost purple. It was completely different from the rosy complexion of someone healthy. Reaching into his robes, he took out a medicinal pill and placed it into Zhou Yaoyang's mouth. Slap. Longchen slapped Zhou Yaoyang's face twice, forcing the medicinal pill down his throat. Longchen slapped Zhou Yaoyang's face twice, forcing the medicinal pill down his throat. Although Long Chen hated Zhou Yaoyang to the extreme, he still remembered to act properly. It was true that he had heavily injured Zhou Yaoyang, but he definitely wouldn't let him die. With his personally refined healing medicine, his internal organs would all be protected. As for his outer wounds, well, those were the problem of the Zhou family. All Long Chen needed was for him to not die. "You guys, if you don't want Zhou Yaoyang to die, hurry up and bring him away," coldly said Long Chen to the noble heirs who were just standing there in shock. Only then did they recover and carefully lift Zhou Yaoyang onto a table and bring him away. They also conveniently brought along Wang Mang, who was unconscious against the wall. You, and you. Come and clean up the blood on the floor." Long Chen pointed to several other noble heirs. These people had often mocked Long Chen before, and although Long Chen wasn't planning on attacking them, making them do some work for him also relieved some of his anger. Those people who were pointed out by Long Chen all shivered uncontrollably. Not daring to make a single sound, they all quickly cleaned up everything diligently. In just a short time, the floor was completely clean and even Wang Meng's teeth were all found. What was outside Long Chen's expectations was that the old lecturer only came an hour after the cleaning was done. That lecturer looked at Long Chen in confusion for a moment before starting his lecture. Long Chen couldn't help but curse. That old bastard was definitely paid off by Zhou Yaoyang. Otherwise, there was no way he'd be so late. He had originally thought that all scholars were good people inside, but this thinking of his was shattered today. Feeling cheated, the good impression Long Chen had had of the old man was completely lost. After enduring the boring lecture and eating lunch, they all hurried to the battle skill pavilion. Fatty Yu and the others didn't go, they were heading home to take the medicine instead. Seeing Long Chen's actions today had shocked them, yet at the same time it had given them hope for their own futures, so they couldn't wait any longer. Long Chen perused several battle skills but felt they were all inadequate. Ordinary battle skills were no longer worthy of Long Chen's attention. He read through the battle skills very quickly, and in just 2 hours, 900 battle skills were all browsed through by him without a single one satisfying him. No wonder they were free to them, they were all trash battle skills. Some were fragmentary or overly complicated while also not being very strong. But the second floor of the battle skill pavilion could only be accessed by blood condensation experts. Additional battle skills of such low level weren't of much use to Long Chen. For movement, he had the wind-chasing steps, and for battle, he had the spirit of the bull. Even the best battle skills on this floor weren't much better than them, so learning them would be of minimal use. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was about to just give up on wasting time here when his gaze suddenly fell on the bottom corner of a bookshelf. Other bookshelves were all properly aligned so each book had its own space, but here there was a random pile of tomes. They were also battle skills, but some were already torn up and the others were all incomplete. In short, they were trash, but throwing them out would be too much of a waste. Thus, they had just left them in this corner. A certain page had drawn Long Chen's eye when he had looked at that corner. That animal hide page was very worn, but with Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength, he sensed an extremely ancient aura coming from the page. He reached out and took the page from the pile of trash. But when he did, his heart trembled. Maybe others didn't know what was so different about this animal hide. But with his powerful spiritual strength, he could clearly sense a terrifying power coming from it. The marks on the page were already ruined and faded. It had clearly been eroded by countless years of time. Long Chen guessed that the owner of this animal hide was an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a terrifying will left behind after all these years. It was completely ridiculous that such a terrifying thing had now been thrown with the trash. Long Chen hurriedly started to study it. All that was on there was a diagram, with the words on the diagram being extremely ancient and blurry. There were 3 words. Split the heavens. What an absolutely domineering title for a battle skill. That was simply too arrogant, wasn't it? Long Chen frowned when he looked at the diagram. All he could see was that there were 9 dots on it. Between the 9 dots were some indistinct threads, but it was too ancient and he couldn't tell whether it was originally like that or due to the cracks from age. Time's up. All nobles' heirs must put back their manuals. A cold voice rang out just at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but sigh, the time had passed too quickly. They were only allowed to come here once a month. Looking at the ruined page in his hands, Long Chen couldn't bear to part with it. His time was just too precious, and he couldn't wait another month. Seeing everyone leave, Long Chen slowly started walking with them, but he kept the ruined animal hide in his hands. The blood condensation expert's expression turned colder, but Long Chen spoke up before him. "Senior, I want to bring this destroyed animal hide page back home to study. Also, please accept this." Not letting him refuse immediately, Long Chen first took out a medicinal pill for him. The blood condensation expert was just about to scold him when he realized what the medicinal pill was. Reaching out to take it, he was astonished to find that it was a blood-condensing pill. It was precisely the thing that a blood condensation cultivator like him required. And most importantly, this was a middle-grade blood-condensing pill. It was tens of times more valuable than ordinary blood-condensing pills. Blood condensation cultivators needed to borrow the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to improve their blood vessels, allowing their blood and qi to become more domineering and strengthening their physical body. As for the blood condensing pill, it could increase the efficiency of condensing one's blood several times. Such a pill could save at least half a year's worth of work. The expert's expression changed in the face of it, and in the end, he was unable to resist the allure of this medicinal pill. "Remember, I didn't see anything." How could Long Chen not understand what he was saying? If he was found out, he wouldn't admit to any fault and Long Chen would be accused of stealing. Long Chen simply accepted this. Only after Long Chen left with the animal hide did the expert carefully examine the blood-condensing pill in his hand. "I really never would have imagined that he had such a treasure. I have to find out more about him." After saying this, the blood condensation expert disappeared deeper into the battle skill pavilion. Long Chen went straight home. Since he dared to take out the blood-condensing pill, he was naturally unafraid of any investigation. The current him needed others to know that he was an alchemist, one close to Grandmaster Yun Qi. That would hopefully prevent more troubles. Using this method, he was telling his unknown enemy that he, Long Chen, was no longer the same person. If they wanted to bring out small fries to deal with him, they'd have to think about the consequences. As he walked back, Long Chen was continuously contemplating just who was behind the curtains. At some point, he ended up walking into a small alley. Suddenly, a huge net descended from the sky. Before Long Chen could even react, he was completely enveloped and whisked away. Just as Long Chen was wondering how he could draw out the puppet master behind the curtains, a huge net descended from above and completely trapped him before he could react. The net's design was extremely intricate. It immediately tightened up as soon as it enveloped Long Chen, firmly trapping him within. Just as Long Chen was about to struggle, he was whisked high into the air. Only now did he realize that there was a huge hawk eagle above his head. The hawk eagle was not a magical beast, but a regular wild beast. But due to how large and docile it was the favorite for experts to ride on. This hawk eagle was clearly just a mount, but it was too late for any regrets from Long Chen. He had been careless and deserved to have been ensnared. Soaring hundreds of meters into the air, Long Chen felt queasy just looking down and didn't dare to move an inch. He hoped the net was strong enough. If it broke and Long Chen ended up falling to the ground from this height, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Falling from such a height would turn him into a flat paste. What a bold slave to dare bully my little brother. A clear, lovable voice rang out from atop the hawk eagle. The voice was very beautiful, but the anger contained within it caused Longchen to realize something: the situation definitely wasn't good. No matter how Longchen tried to move about in the net, he was unable to see who was atop the hawk eagle. He was afraid to say anything because if this woman were to angrily let go, he would be screwed. Longchen closed his mouth and didn't say anything, letting the person assume he was afraid. That woman also didn't say anything in response to Longchen's silence. Seeing a large mountain, she urged her mount to fly over. That mountain was exactly Sunset Mountain, but the situation was completely different from when Mengqi had brought him. Last time he was atop a mount, this time he was carried by one in a trap. And furthermore, this time the descent was extremely unsteady, a far cry from last time's slow and stable descent. The treatment this time also wasn't so good. Just when there were 30 meters left, Longchen was dropped down. Although he had made some preparations and protected his body, to be thrown from such a height still caused him extreme dizziness. Humph, you brazen slave. If I don't give you a proper lesson today, you won't know how to respect your masters. Fury blazed in Longchen's eyes. Now that they were on the ground, if he didn't properly give her nose a twist, then she wouldn't know who was her master long. Although he had known that she was a woman, when his eyes finally fell on her, he was completely shocked. She was a slender 17-year-old with large curves in all the right places. She was wearing white robes with a jade belt that caused her chest to become even more pronounced. What stunned Longchen most of all was her willowy eyebrows, her peach-like eyes, her jasper nose, and her small mouth that had a trace of anger which gave her a different kind of beauty. "Hey, slave, where do you think you're looking?" angrily said the woman when she saw Longchen's eyes continuously roving around her. His originally fading anger was once more aroused when she called him a slave again. Longchen sneered, "Little girl, have you taken the wrong drugs? Or did you eat so much you started talking crap? Why have you brought me here? Or is it that you've become enticed by this master's looks that you can't help wanting to take the errant path?" The angry and regretful expression that he had along with his words angered the woman so much that her whole face turned red. "You shameless bastard! You dared to bully my little brother. Today, I'm going to relieve my brother's anger for him. And with a face like yours, even if this lady was struck blind, I wouldn't even consider you," angrily retorted the woman. "Your little brother?" Longchen was a bit confused. "Humph, my little brother is the 7th Prince Chu Feng. I'm taking revenge on you for harassing him today." That woman was Chu Feng's blood sister Chu Yao. She was the empire's 3rd princess. The Phoenix Cry Empire had 7 princes and 3 princesses, and Chu Yao and Chu Feng were the youngest of them. Chu Yao had seen Chu Feng come home completely frightened and acting very strange. When asked what the problem was, Chu Feng had been so frightened that he wouldn't tell anyone anything. Chu Yao had learned of what happened through other means. She quickly learned that the savage Marquis's noble heir had invited Chu Feng, and from there, she quickly found out everything that had happened. As his big sister, Chu Yao refused to let the matter of Longchen frightening Chu Feng go. But as a princess, she couldn't act too excessively in public, so she had captured Longchen secretly on his way home. Longchen had been busy thinking of other things and hadn't expected to be acted upon within the imperial capital. Due to his guard being down, he had been completely ensnared in someone's trap. "I seem to recall that I didn't actually do anything to your little brother," frowned Longchen. "You slave, you scared my brother witless. The penalty for this is death." "Do you not even understand who is royalty and who is not?" coldly asked Chu Yao. Being repeatedly called a slave, Longchen's anger soared and he cursed, "You idiot woman. Don't think that just because you're a lady I won't dare to handle you. Don't press Master Long, or Master Long won't hesitate. You absolute bastard." In all of Chu Yao's life, there had been no one who would speak to her like this. Her entire body was trembling in rage from being cursed by Longchen. A jade palm came down to attack Longchen. What surprised Longchen was that Chuyao was actually a strong person at the 9th heaven stage of qi condensation. That palm carried with it a blazing explosion, and what most astonishing was that it was at least a mid-grade mortal battle skill. Longchen was able to sense a strangeness from that palm, and although he wasn't afraid, he preferred not to clash with her using brute force. Just when that jade palm was about to land on Longchen used his quick footwork and lightly pushed on her hand, causing her palm to go wide and hit nothing. Longchen had gently and easily dispatched Chuyao's attack that had contained all her power. All of her force seemed to have hit a bunch of cotton and was dissipated. "Bastard, you dare to run!" Chuyao cutely raged and quickly turned on the ground. She was like a graceful butterfly as yet another palm shot towards him. Longchen was once more infuriated by her insults. How could such a pretty woman say such vulgar things? But despite his stomach of anger, he couldn't be so ruthless to such pretty woman. If it had been Zhao Yaoyang, he would already have been completely trampled. He continued to dodge over and over, noticing that although Chuyao's cultivation base was high, it was extremely superficial. Perhaps she couldn't even match someone at the 5th heaven stage of qi condensation. Although her attacks were powerful, they were too inflexible. She also continued to use only one move against him over and over. Whether he dodged or blocked, she only continued with that one attack. As this continued, Longchen eventually started to smile. Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. Bastard, what are you laughing about? Having failed to strike Longchen after so long and seeing Longchen's stifled smiles, her anger could no longer be contained. You bastard, you don't even know any martial arts. Come fight me head-on if you have any skills. Longchen finally couldn't suppress his laughter anymore. His previous anger vanished into smoke. This was the first time he had ever encountered such an interesting woman. Chuyao's face turned green, viewing Longchen's current actions as the greatest kind of insult. You bastard! Suddenly, she gave up her martial arts attack and came at him like an ordinary person without any training. This was greatly out of Longchen's expectations. He had never seen such a method of fighting before. He hurriedly reached out his arms and tried to push her away. The current Chuyao had gone crazy, and she didn't even seem to see Longchen's hands as she continued her charge. Longchen's large hands then ended up, tightly grabbing onto Chuyao's chest. The soft, unfamiliar feeling caused Longchen's eyes to open wide. As for Chuyao, when she felt a pair of large hands there, it was as if she were struck by lightning and she went completely rigid in disbelief. Sorry, it was a mistake. Longchen hastily tried to explain as he quickly took back his hands. Bastard, I'll kill you. Chuyao suddenly grabbed onto his arm and bit down tightly onto his shoulder. No matter what Longchen tried, she wouldn't let go, and it was becoming increasingly painful. Angry and pressured, Longchen didn't even think before using his hand to suddenly spank Chuyao. The soft feeling enraptured Longchen, but the pain from his arm quickly brought him back to his senses. Let me go or I'll continue spanking you, threatened Longchen. A sharp pain came from his arm as Chuyao lightly snorted. She continued to bite down tightly. Furious from the increasing pain, Longchen raised his large hand and spanked her 3 more times, each with great force. She let out a pained groan and tears even started coming out. On one hand, she felt pain, but on the other, she felt wronged. But no matter what, she wouldn't let go. However, what surprised Chuyao was that after he swatted her bottom 3 times, he stopped. No matter how she continued biting, he no longer moved. Quite a while passed. Maybe it was due to how her mouth was starting to hurt, or maybe it was due to her being tired, but Chuyao slowly loosened her cherry lips. Long Chen's arm and clothes were completely covered in blood now. Long Chen sighed, "Have you relieved your anger?" Qiao looked at Long Chen and saw that there wasn't any anger on his face. Instead, there was a faint, sad melancholy. For some unknown reason to her, this caused her heart to tremble slightly. Why'd you stop?" For some reason, Qiao actually decided to ask this. She regretted it as soon as she said it and her face turned completely red. I'm not that good at hitting a woman." There was no anger in his voice. He tore off his sleeve, revealing that a part of his flesh had practically been bitten off. He then tried to use that torn-off sleeve to bandage himself. That one sentence of his caused her face to turn even redder and her anger actually faded away. Seeing that Long Chen was completely unable to properly bandage his arm with one hand, she unexpectedly reached out her hand and took the bandage, gently saying, "Let me help you bandage it." "I'll help you." Qiao took the cloth from Long Chen's hand and gently wrapped up his arm. She quietly mumbled, "Sorry." Long Chen was somehow different from anyone else Qiao had ever met. Her impression was that he was the only lower person that dared fight back against her. She could tell from Long Chen's wild and coarse eyes that he was a man who did not fear heaven or earth. He would rather have himself in pain than to hurt Qiao. This had touched on Qiao's soft inner heart. When she carefully thought about it, perhaps Long Chen really hadn't done anything wrong, or maybe she just didn't know the whole story. This was the first time in all her years that she started to feel a trace of guilt. Long Chen was just about to say something. "You don't have to apologize. Today we'll call it even. I bit you, and her face turned red. Her chest still felt different from before as she hadn't forgotten that previous feeling. "No, I want to say." Long Chen shook his head. "Everything that needs to be said has been said. This is over. What more do you want to say?" Qiao said a bit angrily. "Oh, pretty woman, what I want to say is that you bit my left arm. Why are you bandaging my right arm?" Only now did Qiao notice that in her carelessness she had bound the wrong arm. Not only did her face turn completely red, but seeing his helpless expression, she softly cursed, "Scoundrel, why didn't you tell me before?" She unbound and bound Long Chen's other arm. It was just a flesh wound, so other than hurting a bit, it couldn't be considered serious. Long Chen was laughing inside. This beautiful woman at least had a bit of a conscience. His strategy of hurting himself to gain her trust had worked perfectly. Actually, he had healing medicines within his spatial ring, both for outer and inner wounds. But he didn't take them out in order to put on a proper show. Originally, Long Chen hadn't been expecting his plan to work this well. If his soft approach hadn't worked, he had been completely prepared to deal out harsher reprisals. Fortunately, she had fallen hook, line, and sinker for his trap. This had greatly surpassed his original expectations. It was also the first time that he gained a faint favorable impression of the royal family. He gently said, "Your little brother was being used. Zhou Yaoyang wanted to use him to pressure me." He then recounted what had happened between him and Zhou Yaoyang briefly. This time he didn't need to arouse her emotions, all he did was indifferently explain a bit of what he had been through. "I'm sorry, Long Chen. It was I who wronged you." Qiao felt guilty now, feeling as if she had gone too far. "Don't worry, I'm already used to this," indifferently said Long Chen. Although his speech was very flat, combined with his sullen expression, it gave people a powerful moving visual. Long Chen's expression caused Qiao to feel even more guilt. It was as if she had rubbed salt into someone who was already covered in wounds. "Haha, don't take it so seriously. I'm just tricking you into sympathy," smiled Long Chen. She didn't know why, but seeing Long Chen's smile caused her to feel even worse for him. Even tears started to stream down her face. "Crap, don't cry. I'll stop talking about it. Longchen might not fear heaven or earth, but he was afraid of the tears of a woman. He immediately became flustered and didn't know what to do. Can you forgive me? Broken-heartedly asked Chuyao. She felt as if she was the worst person in the world. It's okay, this wasn't your fault. It was all caused by a different bad person, so don't blame yourself, consoled Longchen. But. No buts. Leave the past in the past. Keep the happy days and forget the sad days. That's how I've done it as long as I can remember, said Longchen. Thank you, Longchen. Chuyao dabbed her tears, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Longchen's heart trembled a bit when he looked at Chuyao. Although she might be just a smidge inferior to Meng Qi, her beauty was enough to topple cities. Especially when she laughed, no males could remain unmoved. Seeing Longchen suddenly foolishly stare at her, Chuyao asked in confusion, Longchen, why are you looking at me like that? Haha, it's because you're too beautiful. Please don't take any offense. Longchen's face reddened as he replied truthfully. Am I really beautiful? Chuyao seriously asked as she pushed her fine hair behind her ear. Longchen was surprised, asking, of course, you're beautiful, could it be that you didn't know? Has no one else ever told you? Chuyao shook her head, saying, people tell me that every day, but I don't trust them. I don't like those people who are fake to me every day. She appeared helpless as she said this. It was a pitiful sight that caused Longchen's heart to hurt for her. Compared to the girl who had attacked him, it was like two different people. Longchen hadn't expected Chuyao to have such a side to her. Let's find a place to sit. Standing like this is awkward. Longchen found a clean boulder to sit on, and Chuyao nodded. But as soon as she sat down, she suddenly jumped back up with a cry. What's wrong? Chuyao's face was completely red. She angrily replied, it's all because of you. Longchen quickly realized what it was and felt guilty. But behind his back, he rubbed his right hand a couple of times, reliving that wonderful feeling from before. Chuyao took out a long blanket from her spatial ring and covered the boulder before gently sitting. But she still knit her brow slightly when she touched the surface, as it was still slightly painful. About that, I'm sorry. Longchen apologized in embarrassment. Those actions of his didn't exactly fit with the image of a noble gentleman, but at that time, Longchen hadn't been expecting to have to act like one. Plus, he had been very pressed when being bitten. His unadulterated actions weren't really to take advantage of her. I've never met someone as terrible as you. This is the first time anyone's ever hit me. Chuyao's eyes reddened with grievance. Hey, don't cry. How about I let you hit me on the bottom too, hastily joked Longchen when he saw that she was about to cry. Ha, who would want to hit you there? You're such a bad person. Chuyao immediately laughed at that, a complete reversal in emotions. He relaxed slightly now that she wasn't about to cry. Hitting a princess really had been audacious, even for him. Longchen, although you're a bad person, I feel like you're not a cheater who will lie to me just to curry favor. Can we be friends? Seriously asked Chuyao. Of course. As long as you don't put me into a net again next time. Truthfully, I was really afraid that you were going to let go and let me fall, laughed Longchen. Chuyao also laughed, remembering how sorry a figure he had looked like when she had dropped him previously. After laughing together, the distance between the two of them had become much lesser. Chuyao actually began to talk about things that she and her little brother had gone through. Perhaps it was due to this being the first time she could say whatever she wanted, but she actually told Longchen many things. Chuyao, how long has it been since you've seen His Majesty? She shook her head. I haven't seen him since I was 3 years old. My little brother has never seen him even once. Long Chen nodded. He hesitated a bit, but in the end, still decided not to ask her certain questions. His friendship with Chuyao had only just started, so he couldn't suddenly ask sensitive questions. But he really did want to know what the situation was with the imperial palace. Who was actually targeting the Long family? The emperor had been in seclusion for 5 years before summons came out for Long Tianxiao to come back. But it was at that time that Long Tianxiao had started to refuse the imperial commands. Just what had happened during that period? Moreover, his father hadn't sent any messages back in over 10 years. Why? Had he really abandoned his wife and son? Although his memories of him were somewhat vague now, Long Tianxiao's steadfast image was deeply imprinted in Long Chen's heart. He definitely wasn't such a person. But then what was going on? Long Chen was stuck in a huge puzzle, but he also couldn't rush solving it. Because the closer he came to the truth, the more dangerous it would become. Before he had the proper strength, Long Chen needed to continue lying low. Long Chen continued asking a few roundabout questions. What was going on with the other princes, etc.? Chuyao didn't seem to guess Long Chen's intentions and thought Long Chen was just interested in her, so she continued to answer. He was a bit ashamed to trick such a woman, so he stopped asking in order to avoid piling on the guilt. Since he was getting closer and closer to the truth, the most important thing was for him to quickly raise his strength. Now that his Fengfu star's initial condensation was complete and his spiritual energy had increased, he could increase the rate at which he refined pills and continue nourishing the Fengfu star. Once the Fengfu star reached its perfect state, he could attack blood condensation. Only after reaching the blood condensation realm would a person become a true martial artist. Right now, he was just too weak. The other thing that pleasantly surprised him was that as the Fengfu star grew larger, his physical body also changed with it and became stronger. The Fengfu star was just like a spring nourishing his whole body. His current transformation made him greatly different from his old self. His greatest support was the 9-star Hegemon body art, but this technique was too mysterious. All that was in his memories was how to cultivate it, there was nothing else about it. Find new stories on nov/elbin.com. Chuyao continued to chatter for 4 full hours before starting to feel embarrassed and starting to ask questions of Long Chen. Long Chen laughed and talked about a couple of interesting things. He didn't say anything about his bitter suffering. Apparently, Long Chen had an exceptionally talented eloquence and mouth. Bright laughter occasionally rang out from Chuyao. That rough and willful princess had now changed to become a yearning lady. The two of them only realized how much time had passed when the sun started to set. Chuyao asked, Long Chen, can I come to find you in the future to hang out? Long Chen hesitated slightly since he was afraid of being too close to anyone from the imperial family, but seeing Chuyao's eyes filled with hope, he couldn't help agreeing, of course. But it'll have to be a secret between us. Her face reddened and her beautiful eyes looked away. She hurriedly whispered, then I have to go. You go back first. I'll walk home. If the princess was being noticed to have a male companion on her mount, it would definitely bring great trouble. Chuyao seemed to also understand and whispered a goodbye to Long Chen before flying away on her hawk eagle. Seeing her figure gradually fade away, an uncomfortable feeling arose in his heart. Only after a long time later did he sigh and start walking back. But just as he arrived at his family gate, he saw countless elite troops had already completely encircled the Long estate. His face darkened and killing intent immediately surfaced. Since you've come seeking death, I won't hold back. The fury in his heart could no longer be suppressed, as he directly charged at the elite troops which were surrounding his home. Hundreds of troops had surrounded the Long estate, forming a tight encirclement. An armored middle-aged man on top of a horse was arrogantly looking down on Mrs. Long. Mrs. Long was pale as she spoke to that man, while Bauer and the other members of the household were all terrified as they cowered from the troops. When Longchen appeared, that man's eyes brightened and he coldly shouted, "Longchen, you needlessly injured the noble heir Zhou Yaoyang extremely heavily. We've received orders to capture you. Will you go willingly?" These troops were all elites that had heavy bloody auras. How could Mrs. Long have ever seen such a display of killing intent? She was as pale as a sheet of paper as she tottered, about to collapse. She would have really collapsed if Bauer didn't go to support her. Longchen completely ignored all the troops as he walked to his mother. His heart hurt to see how afraid she was. "Mom, don't worry. This is just a dream. Once you are awake, all of this will be gone," said Longchen gently as he took her hand. A gentle spiritual strength came out with his words. Mrs. Long's eyelids felt heavy, and she fell into a deep slumber. "Bauer, Jean Ma, can you help me bring my mother in?" Longchen couldn't bear to see his mother so frightened, so he had used his spiritual strength to directly force her to sleep. Otherwise, as a normal mortal, it would be easy for her to fall ill from experiencing such a fright. Bauer and Zhang Ma carried Mrs. Long back inside, while Longchen told everyone else to close the doors. Looking at the person seated on the horse and sensing the faint blood chi from him, a ridiculing smile appeared on Longchen's face. "So it's just half-step blood condensation." Seeing Longchen act high and mighty without the slightest intention of leaving quietly, the man rolled his eyes. "Longchen, you've committed a grave crime, a crime so severe that no one can protect you. Are you waiting for me to personally capture you?" he coldly shouted. "Huh? You're just a sergeant. A dog like you wants to personally capture me? Don't make me laugh," ridiculed Longchen. Sergeant was the lowest commanding rank within the Phoenix Cry Empire. Someone like that had no past accomplishments or true power, it was just a small team leader role. But this particular fellow had become so excited about reaching that rank that he couldn't shut up about it. As soon as he had risen to sergeant, he had become accustomed to his role. Longchen's words now were like poisonous arrows that shot into his heart. His face immediately became unsightly. He came from a low origin and had suffered for over 10 years in the army camp before an opportunity finally came for him to break through to the blood condensation realm, and only after that was he promoted to sergeant. His current greatest achievement was now being viciously insulted, causing his killing intent to soar. "Longchen, don't force me to kill you." The man ground his teeth and his hand went to the sword on his belt. "If you dare to draw your blade, I will let your head fall to the ground." Longchen clasped his hands behind his back. His tone was extremely serious. It wasn't loud and lacked the slightest anger, sounding just like a strong expert with endless confidence. "You're asking for death." The man roared and shot forward off the horse, sending his fist punching at Longchen. Blood chi circulated throughout his body, and a red glow appeared on his body, clearly showing that he had used a trace of the blood condensation realm's power. Longchen's gaze was electric, and his face cold. He took a step forward while also unleashing a fist. Boom! Gale winds surged when the two fists met. Both parties were sent several steps back from the explosion. "You're actually so insolent with just this little ability?" Longchen coldly mocked. The man's expression changed. To be ridiculed by someone called a cripple caused him enough fury to explode. "Go die!" He unsheathed his sword and sent it slashing at Longchen's neck. A whistling wind pierced people's ears, causing them to feel a chilliness inside. As if waiting for this exact moment, Longchen's foot tapped the ground and retreated several feet in a ghostly manner, completely avoiding the attack. This retreat had used the newly learned wind-chasing steps. Although he was still at the initial training level of it, with Long Chen's fused pill god memories came an incomparable understanding of the human body's meridians. With such an understanding, it was as if he had already been practicing it for tens of years. With a single step, he arrived in front of a soldier and reached out. That soldier was extremely surprised and hastily raised his blade to block. But unexpectedly, his hand shook and the blade disappeared. The next moment he could see Long Chen. He was viciously slashing his sword at the sergeant. The sergeant was still off balance from his swing and had still yet to ready himself. Long Chen's retreat, seizing of a blade, and attack had all happened in just a breath. The whistle of the blade slashing towards him shocked him and he quickly used all of his strength to block it. Boom! After the explosion, the sergeant felt some kind of energy he couldn't contend with, and he was knocked back several meters. As soon as he managed to stabilize his body, his stomach dropped. With his years of experience of life and death battles, he unconsciously raised his blade. With another huge explosion, sparks flew everywhere as a cold light flew dozens of meters away into a tree. Previously, that sergeant had used his surprising intuition to block one of Long Chen's slashes. But he had been unable to resist Long Chen's terrifying strength. The web between his thumb and forefinger split and his sword was sent flying. Now the sergeant no longer had his previous arrogance. He was completely stunned and despaired as a cold light flashed in front of his eyes, appearing like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No! That terrified scream hung in the air as the sergeant's head flew through the air, his face twisted in an expression of shock and unwillingness. Just as his consciousness was fading, he suddenly remembered what Long Chen had said before. If you dare to draw your blade, I will let your head fall to the ground. He now finally believed that Long Chen hadn't been trying to intimidate him, but had just spoken the truth. Unfortunately, his realization came too late. His headless corpse collapsed to the ground. The head tumbled through the air a long time before finally falling to the ground and rolling further away. As for all the soldiers, they were all dumbstruck. The weapons in their hands felt much heavier at this moment. They were all people who had seen blood before, but never such a ruthless scene as today. Long Chen had had a completely expressionless face from start to finish, completing the kill without even batting an eye. It was even more frightening than if he had been seething with anger. Long Chen, you dare to kill my trusted lieutenant. Do you believe me when I say I'll destroy the entire Long estate? An angry cry suddenly came from afar, as a dignified middle-aged man walked over with dozens of experts. Have you finally come out? Long Chen coldly laughed inside. As soon as he had arrived, he had used his divine sense to scout the surroundings and notice those people hiding and watching from a distance. Savage Marquis, you really are worthy of your name. An unreasonable assault like this is just what I'd expect from someone of your reputation, said Long Chen lazily as he leaned against a stone lion in front of his house gate. Today at the Literature Hall you committed a crime against the 7th Prince, heavily injured my son, and now you've killed my trusted lieutenant. Humph, no matter how you try to spin it, I'd like to see how you'd get out of this one. Let's see who will come to save you now, shouted the savage Marquis angrily. Looking at this person who was as famous as his father, a ridiculing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Someone with such weak methods was also as famous as his father? What crap! Zhou Weiqing, did you get stupider the older you lived? Do you really think that I, Long Chen, am someone who needs rescuing? You really are an idiot. Taking out the jade tablet from his robes, he said to him, "Open your dog eyes. Can you see what this is?" When Zhou Weiqing, who was also known as the Savage Marquis, saw the pill furnace diagram carved into the jade tablet, his expression changed to one of complete shock. How is that possible? How can you have the tablet of a pill apprentice? Is it a fake? Demanded Zhou Weiqing angrily. Idiot, you really have gotten senile. Fine, for someone as stupid as you, I'll give you an extra close look. Long Chen directly threw the jade tablet to Zhou Weiqing. When he carefully examined it, his expression grew even more shocked. As a powerful nobleman, how could he possibly not be able to tell the veracity of the Alchemist Guild status tablets? And it was precisely because he recognized it that his expression was so shocked. The person who had signed this tablet was actually Yin Qi. Everyone in the Phoenix Cry Empire with a brain knew of that Grand Master's name. Even the successive generations of the royal family had to be respectful to alchemists. The Alchemist Guild held an extremely high level of influence in the empire. "Do you see now, Zhou Weiqing? Can you hand my tablet back to me?" laughed Long Chen coldly as he looked at the dazed Zhou Weiqing. The savage Marquis's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to crush the jade tablet in his hands and capture Long Chen, but he didn't dare do so. He didn't know how Long Chen had obtained this tablet, but having it meant Long Chen was one of the Alchemist Guild's people. Those were people above the Empire's laws, and he didn't have the power to butt in. Zhou Weiqing was at a complete loss. He returned the tablet to Long Chen, but at that moment, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed and he coldly shouted, "Zhou Weiqing, today you surrounded a pill apprentice's home with blades, a vicious crime. If you don't give me some recompense, I will go to the Alchemist Guild tomorrow and fill out an application for the Phoenix Cry Empire to punish you." Zhou Weiqing's expression immediately changed. The Alchemist Guild's punishments were definitely something to be afraid of. They would cut off the Empire from medicinal pills, which was the same as choking the lifeline of the Empire. "It seems that I don't have a clear understanding of what went on today. I'll immediately go back and investigate to give you proper compensation." With Long Chen's current status, Zhou Weiqing could only swallow his anger. This was the first time Long Chen had ever admired this savage Marquis. His ability to swallow his own crap was quite amazing. No wonder, despite the passing of over 10 years, he still remained in the blood condensation realm. He must have spent all of his time training how to swallow crap. "No matter how or what you investigate, before I am awake tomorrow, my estate had better be completely cleaned up. Otherwise, well, you know what will happen." Long Chen coldly snorted and no longer bothered with this treacherous fox. He directly went inside his estate and slammed the doors shut. He was extremely irritated from today's affairs. In the morning at the Literature Hall, in the afternoon at Sunset Mountain, and in the evening at his estate gate, fighting 3 times in one day was definitely enough to irritate someone. But at least what had happened during the afternoon had been a bit more alluring. After Long Chen left, the savage Marquis's expression became ashen. He hadn't achieved the slightest bit of his goal in coming here but instead incited great trouble for himself. EAD new chapter S on no/v/e/ln.com. "Master, what should we do? What should we do? Hurry and start cleaning up this crap. Even if you have to lick off the bloodstains on the ground to get them off, hurry up and do it." With a stomach full of anger and nowhere to release it, the savage Marquis took it out on his soldiers, cursing and raging. In the end, he left alone. "Crap, how did that little brat get into the Alchemist Guild? Now it'll be troublesome," the savage Marquis muttered inside darkly. Seeing no one around him, he started walking towards the Imperial Palace. In a small side room of the Imperial Palace, a handsome man in his 20s was quietly listening to the savage Marquis's report. "This happened too suddenly and was completely out of my expectations, so your servant didn't dare to act on his own. I beg for Fourth Prince's forgiveness and guidance," said the savage Marquis. That handsome man was the Fourth Prince Chuxia. But what separated him from his other princes was that he was just the son of an imperial concubine. Although he was also a prince, his status was much inferior to the others. But due to his low-profile nature, he didn't incite the others' jealousy, and so he had a very good relationship with all the princes. Practically all the aristocracy in the empire felt that the fourth prince had the best aptitude for inheriting the throne, but unfortunately, he wasn't born to the right mother. The fourth prince Chuxia nodded and said, "You were right not to act." The fact that Long Chen managed to become an alchemist out of nowhere is definitely a bit surprising. Yes, when I saw his tablet, I couldn't believe my eyes. For that trash to become an alchemist is just too outrageous. The savage Marquis was also shaking his head, and even now he was somewhat in disbelief. It's interesting. After this, Long Chen was heavily injured by your son. He seems to have completely changed and is now so much stronger that he is able to kill a half-step blood condensation expert. There might be more than what meets the eye here. The fourth prince paced around for a bit before saying, "Go back and carefully observe the Long estate's movements. See if anyone suspicious goes in. Remember, don't get caught. This servant will handle it." But as for Long Chen, the savage Marquis hesitated slightly. Don't bother him for a while. He's just a chess piece. As long as he doesn't jump off the chessboard, even with a patron, he won't be able to escape his fate. His current status is something we must be sensitive about. Get your son to temporarily back off. That's right. How are your son's injuries? Asked the fourth prince. Thank you for your concern, fourth prince. After his recuperation, he's already out of the woods, hurriedly replied the savage Marquis. But speaking of which, when Zhou Yaoyang had been carried back, the savage Marquis truly had been frightened greatly. Those injuries had been so severe that he hadn't even recognized his own son. But what fortunate was, although the injuries appeared frightening, the inner injuries weren't very great. That was because Long Chen had made him consume a medicinal pill to preserve his life. In just a short time of recuperation and after spending a great deal of gold, Zhou Yaoyang was already able to get up and walk. Other than being temporarily unable to fight with others, he already didn't have any great deficits. That's good then. Go back and remember what I said. Watch them closely, and as soon as anything strange happens, immediately report it to me. Yes, your servant is excused. After the savage Marquis left, the fourth prince went to the window. Staring out into the pitch darkness, a smile appeared on his lips. The black curtain of the night cannot last forever, the sunlight will quickly arrive. Long Tianshao, just how long can you resist? The next day's morning, when the people of the Long household opened the great gates, they found that the floor had been completely retiled, flabbergasting the estate's people. What they didn't know was that the savage Marquis people had completely dug out all the tiles that had been stained with blood. Seeing the uneven ground after the tiles were excavated, that person who had been cursed by him considered it and ordered the people under him to completely retile the floor before he felt reassured. Long Chen smiled mockingly when he saw this. Those childish men would bully the weak and only fear the strong. Now they would be more well-behaved. The first thing Long Chen did after getting out of bed was to go see his mother. When she awoke, it was as if everything that had happened yesterday had been just a dream. "Chen, what happened yesterday?" Although she saw that Long Chen was completely safe, she was still a bit nervous. "Mom, your son has already grown up and become a true man. Just the same as my father, I can also shield this family from wind and rain," said Long Chen solemnly as he held his mother's hand. He didn't want her to know too much. She was just an ordinary mortal after all. Before this, Long Chen had already examined her body. The meridians she had been given by the heavens were simply too short, and it wasn't just that she had a bad spirit root, but that she didn't even have one at all. Furthermore, his mother was now almost 40 and had no way to cultivate the 9-star Hegemon body art. Besides, the 9-star Hegemon body art was a yang cultivation method. Women were unable to train in it. No matter how Long Chen tried to defy the heavens, he had no way to change his mother's natural constitution. All he could do for her was to let her not worry. Seeing her son seemed to just grow up overnight, it was as if she were seeing the image of her strong husband. Mrs. Long couldn't help being moved and tears started to flow down. "Good child, Mom won't ask you anymore. Mom trusts you." Longchen quickly wiped away his mom's tears, laughing, "Mom, your son has grown up. You should be happy. I prepared a gift for you." He then touched his spatial ring, causing a jade bottle to appear in his hand. Before he could say anything, Mrs. Long asked in surprise, "Where did you get a spatial ring?" Longchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did his mother's expression seem so suspicious? Of course, he knew that always hiding things from his mother wasn't a solution. In order to handle his mother's worries, he told her about his status as an alchemist. In any case, people would learn about it sooner or later, so he had no need to hide it. Longchen also took advantage of this to say that after he had been beaten, luck had shined on him and he had opened his meridians, meaning he could cultivate now. And he had even managed to cultivate a pill flame and obtain the qualifications to become an alchemist. When he had gone to the Alchemist Guild, he had by chance met Grandmaster Yun Qi. He had immediately leaped at that chance, using his pity to get closer to him. Longchen used his tears to move Grandmaster Yun Qi, who finally ceded and made an exception to let him become an alchemist. Hearing these shocking words, Mrs. Long was completely mystified. But Longchen solemnly swore it was the truth and also took out his tablet for his mother to examine. Only then did she believe it. Although she wasn't a cultivator, she knew about alchemists. That was a supremely grand occupation, for Longchen to become one was worth several generations of luck. "Mom, don't move. I'll help you apply this." From the bottle, he took out a couple drops of medicinal liquid. He gently dabbed it onto his hand, causing a fresh scent to fill the room. Just one breath of it could completely relax a person. Seeing how serious Longchen was now acting, Mrs. Long didn't move at all. Longchen gently applied the medicinal liquid on her face. A cool and relaxing feeling immediately spread across her face. "Chinner, just what is this?" "It feels very good," whispered Mrs. Long. She closed her eyes and relished the feeling. "Hee, this is a special treasure your son got for you." "Just stay still," laughed Longchen. "Naughty child." Hearing him laugh and refuse to answer, Mrs. Long smiled. Her heart grew warmer. She had raised Longchen since he was a baby, changing diaper after diaper. Now that he had grown up, he finally understood what filial duty was, so Mrs. Long's heart rejoiced. "Okay, you can open your eyes." Mrs. Long slowly opened her eyes and found that her dressing mirror was being held in front of her eyes by Longchen. "What?" Looking at her own reflection, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Turning her head left and right, she found that it definitely was her, but she now appeared much younger. The wrinkles near her eyes had faded greatly, her original skin that had been starting to turn dry had become extremely sleek, and she now appeared at least a decade younger. "Chinner, am I dreaming?" Mrs. Long couldn't believe her eyes. "I don't know whether you're dreaming or not, but if you keep looking at yourself like that, it'll be lunch in no time at all," laughed Longchen. Mrs. Long turned red and lightly tapped Longchen. "Bad child, you dare to tease your mom? It's not that late. Up.dfrm no/v/e/lb/i n.co/m." Longchen smiled. Not only did her face appear younger, her heart had also become much lighter. "Mom, I refined this facial rejuvenation elixir just for you. Although the medicinal ingredients are just average, it's not a problem for it to make you look like how you did when you were 30. The facial rejuvenation elixir normally required a facial rejuvenation fruit as the main medicinal ingredient, but those were too rare and Longchen was unable to obtain one in a short time. He had used a kind of facial rejuvenation herb as a substitute. The effect was much worse than the fruit, and so it couldn't return people back to their youthful days, but to reverse a few years of aging was no problem. Really? Mrs. Long was delighted. Which woman didn't cherish her looks? With her husband essentially in another land from her and with Longchen having an innate handicapped physique, her heart had been extremely strained and that had caused her to age quickly. Seeing his mother so worn, guilt washed over Longchen. His mother had truly paid far too much for this family. Mom, I'll leave this bottle with you. I'll also give you some medicinal pills for you to use. I guarantee that in less than a year, no one who didn't know us would believe that you were old enough to be my mother. They'd think you were my sister, haha, laughed Longchen as he clasped his mother's hands. This flippant child. Don't forget what we agreed on. Meng-Chi is a wife you cannot let get away. I don't care what method you have to use, you must bring her back. Although she was happy now, this matter continued to always weigh on her mind. Back when Longchen had brought up about leaving Meng-Chi, she had already roughly guessed what had happened. A woman as beautiful as Meng-Chi was someone no man would give up. She couldn't help having her heart hurt when she thought of what Longchen had done with the marriage agreement. To be frank, it was precisely because of her own powerlessness that her son had to suffer through that. In truth, Mrs. Long had been starting to feel more and more upset inside, but Longchen had never brought it up again. When he now displayed his capabilities to her, she immediately thought of that matter. Before, Longchen was unable to match up to her, but now that he was an alchemist, his status had leaped up. She couldn't help but to bring it up. There should be a chance now. Mom, don't worry. Do you really not know my character? Who would dare to snatch something from me? Back when we were young, didn't I end up biting my cousin so hard when he stole my toys that he started to cry and shout, laughed Longchen. Although Longchen laughed for a moment, his laughter faded quickly. He saw the distress within his mother's eyes. Ever since his father had been stationed at the border, he seemed to recall that his mother had never once visited the family on her side. Her own family was already in a miserable situation, so his mother had never tried to go there to beg for help. Longchen held her hand and said, "Mom, your son is now an alchemist. Our hard days are over, so don't think about such sad things." After accompanying his mother for some more time and seeing her mood gradually relax, Longchen went to the Alchemist Guild. As soon as he arrived at the Alchemist Guild, Longchen tried to go to Yunqi's refining room. But he was stopped as soon as he entered the inner division. The Alchemist Guild was divided into inner and outer divisions. The outer division was open to the Empire. The examinations to become an alchemist were all held in the outer division. However, the inner division was the true Alchemist Guild. Last time, Longchen had only managed to enter the inner division for his test because Grandmaster Yunqi had been leading the way, so naturally, he hadn't been blocked back then. Unqualified people cannot enter the inner division. The guard in front of the door was a youngster not much older than Longchen. He was wearing medicinal apprentice robes, and his expression was arrogant as he looked down on Longchen. Longchen faintly smiled and flashed his tablet to him. He then walked right in under his shocked expression. Seeing his arrogant expression change so quickly to shock, Longchen couldn't avoid being somewhat pleased. It seemed that the old him had been suppressed for just too long. Now that he could finally raise his head, he had started to become undisciplined and selfish. But he knew inside that he didn't have time to waste on such petty things. When he entered the inner division, Longchen slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to ask whether Grandmaster Yunqi was even present. If he wasn't even here, wouldn't this entire visit have just been a waste? Just as he was regretting it, a young lady walked past him. Without even thinking about it, he stopped her and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Grandmaster Yunqi is?" That young lady had been walking with her head down, and she appeared slightly irritated to be stopped out of nowhere. Raising her head, she saw a thin and weak youngster looking at her. She coldly said, "Why are you looking for Grandmaster Yun Qi?" Longchen became slightly distracted. This woman was extremely pretty. She might not be comparable to Chu Yao and Meng Qi, but she was definitely a rare beauty that could only be found one every 1,000 miles. But although she was pretty, her gaze caused people to feel a bit unwell. Her gaze contained an unconcealed arrogance that made it difficult for people to feel well about her. "I just want to know where Grandmaster Yun Qi is. Can this young miss tell me?" Longchen might be a bit displeased inside, but he still continued asking very politely. "Just who are you? Why are you looking to see Grandmaster Yun Qi?" she guardedly asked. Being questioned twice instead of being answered, Longchen shook his head and no longer bothered with her. He went deeper in to look for someone else to ask. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why are you so rude?" She became angry when he didn't reply despite her asking twice. Longchen only just took a couple of steps before turning to look at her. "You're here for medicine, right?" "What?" she asked distractedly. "You must have a mental illness, so don't run around all over the place." Longchen's cold reply had just rung out, and he was just turning to leave when unexpectedly, a strong gale appeared behind him. Her palm charged toward his heart along with an angry shout. "Brat, you're asking for death." Longchen was quite startled inside. That lady had appeared weak and frail, but her attack caused wind so powerful that it made it difficult for him to breathe. She was shockingly at the peak of qi condensation. As for the palm attack she sent towards him, it contained her absolute strength. Because all of Longchen's spiritual energy was hidden within his Fengfu star, he appeared like a very weak scholar. Even ordinary qi condensation cultivators would be heavily injured by such a palm. If he really was a normal mortal, it would be very possible for him to die. This uncalled-for attack was extremely vicious. Since Longchen was already irritated with her, he also didn't hold himself back and sent out a kick. Bang! Before her palm could even reach Longchen, his kick smashed into her stomach and sent her flying back. The woman was sent several meters back before colliding into a drying shelf for medicinal ingredients. The tall shelf collapsed, and all the ingredients on it tumbled down and buried her beneath them. With an angry roar, the medicinal ingredients exploded out as she rushed out, her hair a complete mess and covered in traces of medicinal powder. Die! Flames were practically shooting out of her eyes and the aura around her body exploded out. Slamming her hands together, a golden ripple appeared from her hands and she rushed towards Longchen. Longchen cursed his bad luck at encountering such a brutish woman. How did he end up encountering such a lunatic today? This attack was clearly a battle skill with extremely great power. Seeing that she wanted to take his life, Longchen's face turned cold. He had a pill god soul, and so he had some superficial battle experience from that. But describing it as superficial was only in regards to a pill god. She was really just an ant to him. His superficial experience was more than enough. Having such an experience gave him great skills, and handling her was a piece of cake. The only reason she wasn't injured from his kick was because he hadn't suffused any spiritual energy into it. But she wasn't grateful for this and instead wanted to kill him. Killing intent gradually condensed within Longchen. Seeing this woman charge at him, he might not kill her, but if she dared to come at him, Longchen would teach her an unforgettable lesson. Stand down! A cold shout suddenly rang out. That crazy woman immediately seemed to have been struck by lightning and didn't dare move an inch. Master, she hastily called out respectfully. The person who had arrived was surprisingly Grandmaster Yun Qi. Longchen was shocked. This crazy woman was actually his apprentice? Grandmaster Yun Qi shook his head. I've already said that I, Yun Qi, will never accept an apprentice in this lifetime. You wasting your time hanging around here is useless. Master, I'm a weak woman. I've traveled thousands of miles in order to study pill arts from you, and I've already stayed at the Alchemist Guild for 3 months. Do you really think I'm not sincere enough? Said the woman somewhat aggrievedly. You can go back from where you came, said the unmoved Grandmaster Yunqi indifferently. No, I won't leave. You can refuse me every day, but I'll stay here until you finally accept me, replied the woman stubbornly. Up to you. But remember, physical force is not allowed within my guild. If you break this rule again, I'll expel you, said Yunqi coldly. He then turned to Long Chen and said, Come with me. Long Chen was dazed for a moment. So this crazy woman actually wanted to study pill refining with Yunqi, but Yunqi was not the slightest bit tempted. Seeing her bitter gaze, Long Chen suddenly realized that she had mistakenly assumed him to be another person wanting to have Yunqi as a master, and that was why she had questioned him. Long Chen shook his head. Who would dare take such an apprentice? Following behind Grandmaster Yunqi, the two of them entered a training room. Once they entered the training room, Long Chen quickly bowed and said, Sorry, this youngster was disrespectful. Yunqi smiled slightly. No matter. That wasn't your fault. I saw everything that happened. But you really do cause me great shock. You were able to kick a peak chi condensation expert flying without the slightest spiritual energy. I also saw that you didn't use even half of your strength, otherwise, that girl would definitely have been heavily injured. You really hid yourself deeply. Long Chen was startled. Apparently, he had underestimated Grandmaster Yunqi. As expected, this old fellow was extremely sharp. For a moment he didn't know how to reply. Child, everyone has their own secrets. This is nothing. However, a person like you cannot waste his time. Otherwise, such a great talent will be completely wasted. Grandmaster Yunqi seemed to hint some kind of deeper meaning. Long Chen quickly realized that Grandmaster Yunqi was trying to tell him that he hoped Long Chen would focus all his attention on the cultivating the pill path. Many thanks for the reminder, Grandmaster. Long Chen understands. No matter how he put it, Grandmaster Yunqi definitely had good intentions for him. Whether he took his advice or not, this kindness was appreciated. I heard yesterday that you used just 3 strokes of a blade to kill a half-step blood condensation expert. Is it true? Asked Grandmaster Yunqi. Yes, it's true. Long Chen could only nod. But at the same time, some doubt arose within him. Back then, he had been completely surrounded by soldiers. According to common sense, no one else should know about it. As if seeing through Long Chen's doubt, Grandmaster Yunqi smiled and said, People from the imperial family came to investigate here yesterday, asking if Long Chen really was one of our alchemists. I told them yes, and I also said you were my student. They then disappeared. Long Chen couldn't help being stunned that the Grandmaster Yunqi, who personally said he would never take an apprentice, would take this moment to recognize him. He was naturally extremely moved. Many thanks, teacher. He. It wasn't much. My symbol is something that only has value if used, so feel free. In addition, a student is not the same as an apprentice. Grandmaster Yunqi calmly smiled. Although calling him his student took just a slight effort from Grandmaster Yunqi, but to Long Chen, it was incredibly helpful. With Grandmaster Yunqi as his support, he now had a huge trump card available. He would be able to stand with his back much straighter now. Child, I've also learned a bit about your circumstances. The Alchemist Guild has its own rules, and we are unable to involve ourselves in secular battles, so I can only help you this much, sighed Grandmaster Yunqi. Grandmaster, you've done so much for this little one that I cannot thank you enough. As for the battles in the secular world, I will handle them myself, smiled Long Chen. With the reputation of Grandmaster Yunqi behind him, his affairs would become much more convenient. The safety of the Long estate would also rise by a great deal. Although the Alchemist Guild wouldn't interfere in battles that didn't involve them, as long as Long Chen really became a part of it, he would still gain the Alchemist Guild's protection. Once Long Chen gained enough strength of his own and didn't need the Alchemist Guild's protection, then he could personally resolve the heavy fog surrounding the mystery around him. Although he had some clues now, he didn't dare to take action right now. Maintaining the current situation was the best choice for him. "So why did you come here today?" asked Yunqi. Only now did Long Chen remember his true purpose of coming here. "This youngster wishes to buy some medicinal ingredients on credit with the guild, and once I refine them into pills, I will pay it back." Withdrawing medicinal ingredients on credit was quite common for alchemists within the guild. They would be able to pay it back easily with medicinal pills the next time. This was a good deal for both alchemists and the guild. With the guild's tablet, he was able to buy medicinal ingredients at a discount, but at the same time, he had a duty to first sell his refined pills to the guild. This was the agreement struck when the guild handed him the tablet. "You can refine pills?" Yunqi was somewhat shocked. "I would like to ask some pointers from teacher." Long Chen smiled just slightly, but that smile was full of confidence. Within a refining room, over a dozen alchemists were sitting in a circle and staring at a youth. These alchemists were no longer young. Most of them were already over 40 years old, and even the youngest was in his 30s. For a 15-year-old youngster to now claim that he wanted to refine pills, all of them were stunned and had trouble believing it. Some of them were even shaking their heads in ridicule inside. But they were all smart people and had all long since heard that Grandmaster Yunqi had made an exception and given a youth a pill apprentice tablet. Although they didn't know if that rumor was true, none of them were foolish enough to display their contempt. "Long Chen, although I am the chairman of the guild, even I cannot break the customs. If you want to get medicinal ingredients on credit, you have to refine a pill in front of all these alchemists. We will then use the refined pill's quality to decide how much you can take on credit," explained Grandmaster Yunqi solemnly. "This little one understands." Long Chen understood that this was the Alchemist Guild and wasn't owned by anyone. Moreover, with Grandmaster Yunqi's manner of doing things, there was no way he would give him preferential treatment that went against the rules. There are 187 types of first-tier medicinal pill formulas here. You can randomly pick one. One of the alchemists brought over a paper. Within his eyes was some hidden anticipation for Long Chen's failure. All the pill formulas on the page he had brought over were not just ordinary first-tier pills. Their difficulties were all above average, and ordinary pill apprentices would not have a high success rate with them. Moreover, in a situation where all the alchemists were there watching you, in addition to Grandmaster Yunqi himself, it wouldn't be strange for someone to become nervous. In such an atmosphere, trying to refine a successful medicinal pill was extremely difficult. The person who handed Long Chen that page was also just a pill apprentice. He was already over 40 years old now. Back when he had been attempting to pass the alchemist test, he had failed 17 times before passing. Everyone else present was all on the same level as him. All of them had used over 10 attempts before passing. It could be seen that to be able to get medicinal ingredients in advance from the guild was not an easy task. But if you succeeded, it would become much more convenient for you in the future. Long Chen read through the entire page and pointed to the last pill formula. "That one." "What? You're sure?" That person's expression became a bit strange. That pill formula was for the Qi eruption pill. It was an exceptionally domineering pill formula. For a short time, it allowed someone to explode with almost 3 times the amount of battle power. The Qi eruption pill was something which adventurers were very fond of. Although using it would cause someone to enter a weak state after its effect wore off, it didn't leave behind a permanent sequela. To people who spent all their days fighting magical beasts, the Chi eruption pill was definitely a life-saving treasure. But refining it was extremely difficult. There were several ingredients which possessed tyrannical medicinal energy. Even amongst experienced pill apprentices, there were extremely few who would refine it. After all, refining pills were not without risk. Although medicinal pills could be sold for high prices, their ingredients were not nothing. Medicinal ingredients also cost money. The ingredients for the Chi eruption pill were extremely expensive. If you were unable to successfully refine it within 3 attempts, you would end up losing money. Therefore, there were few people who refined this pill. Too high of a price was also something adventurers were unable to afford. After all, if they had so much money, who would risk their life adventuring into dangerous places for treasures? Yes, I picked that one, calmly said Longchen. He didn't seem to bother at all with the anticipation in that person's eyes. Grandmaster Yin Qi smiled slightly. He got a child messenger to go and get 3 sets of medicinal ingredients. This was the rule. You would only have 3 portions, and as long as you succeeded once, it would be considered passing. Once all the ingredients were placed neatly in front of Longchen, he didn't have any hesitation. Taking out his pill furnace, a weak yellow flame arose from his hand. In one breath's time, Longchen gently brought his pill flame's energy over to the medicinal cauldron, slowly starting to heat it up. The next step was starting the cauldron. After heating it up, he had to use spiritual strength to urge the pill flame to enter into the cauldron. The benefits from doing this were that it allowed for the entire cauldron to enter the correct state and reduced the chance of a cauldron explosion. Longchen actually had higher quality methods, but he had no choice but to use the Alchemist Guild's most basic techniques. He didn't want himself to appear too shocking to others. That would not be of benefit to him in the future. If someone were to secretly turn against him, that person could cause a lot of trouble for him. The people present originally considered Longchen to be beneath them, but seeing his very practiced and skilled movements, the contempt on everyone's faces faded by quite a bit. Once all the preparations were complete, Longchen didn't hesitate before throwing in an iron thread grass to refine. This action of his caused everyone, who had just started to become interested in him, to immediately think he was stupid. The iron thread grass required an extremely long time to refine. It was usually done later when the medicinal cauldron had completely heated up. Only Grandmaster Yin Qi's eyes flashed with a strange light as he secretly nodded. What astonished everyone was that as soon as the iron thread grass entered the refinement, before it even turned to powder, it was ejected from Longchen's cauldron and placed to the side as he started refining a different medicinal ingredient. Once he finished with the 6th ingredient, Longchen started refining the iron thread grass once more, but he didn't complete its refinement before starting to refine a different herb. This action was something none of them understood, but seeing Grandmaster Yin Qi's eyes filled with admiration, they all couldn't help being startled. Could this youth's techniques really have some kind of secret behind them? Longchen refined the iron thread grass a total of 13 times before completely refining it. At this stage, all of the 20-something medicinal ingredients had been refined. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. Under normal circumstances, a pill apprentice would normally take this chance to take a breath and calm their nerves. But Longchen didn't waste even that slightest bit of time. After refining all of them into powders, he directly started refining the pill. He started throwing in powder after powder into the pill furnace. What none of them could understand was why Longchen waited until the end to put the iron thread grass essence powder into the cauldron. With the circulation of his spiritual strength, the pill flame quickly shot up, and ripples from the heat appeared as Longchen truly began his pill refinement. What a powerful spiritual strength! Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. But at the same time, they also shook their heads. If he started wasting his spiritual strength to increase the flame's strength now, how could he condense the pill later? It appeared that young people really were too impatient. Grandmaster Yin Qi was completely engrossed with his actions. In this place, only he understood what Long Chen's intention was. At the same time, he also started to like Long Chen more and more. With such a powerful soul and the ability to work hard, it was definitely possible for him to have great achievements in life. What caused disbelief in everyone was that even after an hour, Long Chen's spiritual strength didn't show any signs of weakening, but was actually becoming stronger and stronger. Bang! The medicinal cauldron started to gently shake, and a powerful undulation came from it. Everyone's gaze focused. They all knew that this was the most critical moment. With the medicinal cauldron continuously shaking, most alchemists would lower the pill flame's power to stabilize the cauldron. But Long Chen didn't do that at all. On the contrary, he fed in even more spiritual strength and the pill flame became even hotter. The sounds and shaking from the cauldron became even more intense. What is he doing? All of their expressions changed. This wasn't refining pills, this was causing a cauldron explosion. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Boom! The medicinal cauldron jumped and Long Chen suddenly used one hand to tightly press down on the cauldron's lid. A sudden burst of powerful spiritual strength completely exploded out. Bang! The near-exploding pill furnace immediately stopped and returned to calm. What a messy method! It's such a waste of energy. Long Chen wiped away his sweat. Using this method to refine pills really was exhausting. But it was important that he didn't reveal his true strength. He could only display this basic, bitter method. Gently lifting the cauldron lid, a dense pill fragrance immediately filled the air. Everyone was completely shocked. He actually succeeded. Everyone present could be considered experts, so without even needing to look inside the cauldron and relying just on the pill fragrance, they knew that he had succeeded. Most of their expressions were filled with astonishment. Excellent. At the very least it should be a middle-grade medicinal pill. Grandmaster Yin Qi was looking at Long Chen in admiration. Long Chen had definitely far surpassed his expectations. He had known that with Long Chen's spiritual strength, it would not be difficult to successfully refine a pill. But he had wanted to see how good Long Chen's foundation was. But today he saw that Long Chen's foundational techniques were incomparably sturdy and not at all inferior to pill apprentices who had trained for many years. The most remarkable thing was Long Chen's deep understanding of medicinal essence. He knew that the iron thread grass was extremely fierce in nature and required multiple refinements to curb that violent nature. Doing so would allow the pill's energy to increase and at the same time increase the chance of a successful refinement. Such a refining method was something no one within the Alchemist Guild knew about. But within the guild was a secret warehouse of rare tomes. A couple seniors had made recordings there. The writings were unfortunately very vague, but it did have this theory: by refining the iron thread grass multiple times, it should be possible to reduce its violent nature. But those recordings only mentioned extremely ordinary techniques or incomplete ideas. When it came to alchemists, who would be so kind as to just give away their blood, sweat, and tears? Let alone the others, even Grandmaster Yin Qi, who knew about this recording, had never mentioned this method of refining the iron thread grass. One reason was that he had no obligation to go and teach others, and the other was that alchemists who weren't capable of innovation would not have any great achievements anyways. When the others heard Grandmaster Yin Qi say that it was a middle-grade medicinal pill, they were all in complete disbelief. Looking at the gazes all focused on him, Long Chen smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, his spiritual energy pulled out 5 fully round medicinal pills. Along 2 of the pills were some shocking eye-attracting veins, pill lines. This was a characteristic of middle-grade pills. For a moment, the entire room was silent. Other than Grandmaster Yin Qi, everyone's eyes were filled with shock, admiration, and of course, a trace of jealousy. Seeing the 5 pills in his hands, Longchen finally relaxed. Grandmaster Yunqi took this moment to announce, Longchen has succeeded in refining a pill. I reward him a second-class credit. Everyone's expressions changed at that. A second-class credit was a privilege that allowed you to buy second-tier medicinal pill ingredients. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. In front of everyone's complicated gazes, Longchen followed Grandmaster Yunqi out of the room. However, once they were out, Yunqi suddenly turned to Longchen and gravely said the following. Longchen, be wary of that woman. Longchen was surprised and confused. Which woman did he mean? That girl that fought with you at the beginning, Yunqi said solemnly. What? Does she have a problem? Asked Longchen in confusion. Grandmaster Yunqi hesitated for a moment before saying, Come with me. Longchen followed Grandmaster Yunqi to the cultivation room they had gone to before. He couldn't help being curious. She was just at the peak of qi condensation, so there was no reason for Grandmaster Yunqi to specifically warn him about her. They entered the room and closed the door before Grandmaster Yunqi touched his spatial ring and took out a drawing. Opening the drawing, Longchen was started to see that it depicted a beautiful, delicate woman refining pills in front of an ancient medicinal cauldron. What shocked him was that that woman in the drawing was almost exactly like that crazy woman he had encountered. The only difference was that the woman in the painting was serene and full of peace, giving people a gentle feeling. The feeling which that crazy woman gave off was completely different. This is? Longchen probingly asked. That drawing was extremely old. Just why had Yunqi taken it out? The person in this drawing is my wife. A rarely seen warmth appeared on Grandmaster Yunqi's solemn face when he looked at the person in the drawing. Longchen's mouth dropped. That was something he had never expected. For a moment he didn't know what to say. After a moment, Yunqi gently put away the drawing and sighed, My wife passed away a long time ago. When I first saw that woman, I thought I was hallucinating. It took me a long time before I calmed myself down. But as soon as that woman said she wanted to be my apprentice, I immediately felt my guard go up. What? Does she have some kind of secret goal? Asked Longchen. Yunqi smiled slightly and didn't reply to that. She is also a pill apprentice and has an excellent talent. She might even be better than you, so you have to be careful around her. Longchen was somewhat mystified by this, but Grandmaster Yunqi no longer said anything about it. He took Longchen's jade tablet and carved his own special engraving on it. That engraving had a trace of his spiritual strength. With it, Longchen would be able to get quite a few precious medicinal ingredients from the Alchemist Guild's medicinal room on credit. He sent Longchen out as soon as he finished that engraving. Countless questions bounced around in Longchen's head. Perhaps the arrival of that crazy woman wasn't a coincidence. If she had done it on purpose, then what was her goal? Was she there to seduce Grandmaster Yunqi? But with his age, that didn't seem too likely. And if that had been the goal, shouldn't she be a bit more docile? Who would fall in love with such a wild crazy woman? Did Grandmaster Yunqi have some other secrets? Was it possible that she was some illegitimate daughter of his? But that also didn't sound right. If he had had an illegitimate daughter, she wouldn't have anything to do with his wife, yet they looked so similar. He got a headache from thinking about it, yet he still couldn't figure it out. But in any case, Grandmaster Yunqi wouldn't harm him, so he should just do as he said and be more careful of her. He went directly to the medicinal ingredient room with his jade tablet. When he showed it off, the assistant's expression immediately became extremely respectful. Longchen asked about the credit procedure. He learned that the first-class credit users could borrow 5 million gold coins worth of medicinal ingredients that were limited to the first tier. But Long Chen's second-class credit allowed him to borrow 30 million gold coins of first-tier medicinal ingredients, as well as 5 sets of second-tier medicinal ingredients. This kind of result made this trip well worth it. With such a credit limit, he would no longer need to be worried about not being able to afford medicinal ingredients. Normally, if an alchemist could succeed in refining 1 out of 5 times, then he would end up breaking even. If he could succeed an extra time, then he would make a great profit. As for Long Chen with his pill god memories, his chance of failure when refining a first-tier medicinal pill was 0%. If his pill flame wasn't so weak, his efficiency in the number of pills per furnace would increase even more. But when he thought about refining second-tier medicinal pills, Long Chen decided not to try it. With his current pill flame strength, refining a second-tier pill would tire him to death. For the moment, he should continue focusing on condensing his Feng Fu star. The current initial success of his Feng Fu star still had an extremely great room for improvement. He wanted to condense his Feng Fu star to its perfect state. Long Chen wanted to spend all of his money to buy the Feng Fu pills ingredients, but he was disappointed to find that the guild didn't have that kind of quantity in stock. Without any other choice, he bought 50 sets of the ingredients as well as a couple of other first-tier medicinal ingredients. Once he refined them into medicinal pills, he could sell them to the guild and make money that way. Martial arts were prevalent within the Phoenix Cry Empire, and with so many people and adventurers, medicinal pills were always in high demand and were in a situation where the supply could never meet the demand. Fortunately, the Alchemist Guild had a conscience and didn't evilly increase the price, otherwise, the guild would definitely start making money hand over fist. Long Chen was planning on going straight to his room after leaving the guild. But before he got home, he suddenly heard a bunch of shouts and curses, so he hastily walked over to look. He saw 10 servants were currently beating someone. There was a very round, fat, middle-aged man pointing at that person while cursing. "What's going on here?" he asked of a man watching the chaos. "Hee, you'll laugh to death once you hear it. Do you see that chimney that's over 200 meters tall? It was built by that kid. The boss came to do an inspection today, and when he saw it, he almost died of anger. That idiot read the blueprints upside down. He was actually supposed to be building a well, ha ha ha." Long Chen also choked on his laughter when he heard that. Did people like that really exist in this world? Seeing that person being beaten on the ground, his heart shook slightly. EAD new chapter S on no/v/e/ln.com. That person didn't seem to be that old, he probably wasn't even older than Long Chen. But his body was exceptionally long and strong. He was just lying on the ground and letting those people hit him without retaliating. What shocked Long Chen was that whenever those people's punches or kicks landed on his body, an indescribable energy came out of his body and deflected them away. Without Long Chen's shocking spiritual strength, it would be impossible to notice that faint ripple. But as for that youth, there were no spiritual energy fluctuations from him, and so he definitely wasn't a cultivator. That youth simply lay there for a long time without reaction, and the result was that the people beating him eventually got tired, their hands and feet starting to ache. Damn, he really angers me to death. Just how much money is this idiot going to cost me? Beat him to death. That fat boss became angrier whenever he looked at the huge chimney in front of him. He repeatedly cursed and went over to kick him a couple of times. Stop. Damn it, who do you think you are? That boss was so angry he didn't even look at who was speaking before cursing. Only then did he look for the speaker. As soon as he did, he immediately started to sweat and stuttered, "Young master. Just stop. Here are 100 gold coins, enough to tear down the chimney and build a new well." Long Chen was too lazy to argue or haggle with such a person, so he just directly threw a bag of gold coins to him. If he could resolve a problem with just a little money, then he was disinclined to take further action. The others all saw this and quickly stopped. The fat boss quickly said, "Young master, this. Take it and get out of here." Long Chen frowned and his voice became cold. When he looked at that man's face, Long Chen knew that he was an idiot who would try to form some kind of good relation with him. So he directly ordered him away. This kind of person would make him lose face. Yes, I'll leave right away." He quickly brought everyone away dejectedly. "Little brother, please get up," said Long Chen to the youth who was still just lying on the ground. The youth seemed as if he was sleeping. Only when Long Chen called out did he blankly raise his head and realize that the people beating him had gone. "Are you the person who saved me?" he asked confusedly. "Get up and then we'll talk," smiled Long Chen. That youth seemed to be 100% honest and kind, giving people a good impression. When he stood up, the people who had been watching the fuss all let out shocked cries. While he had been lying on the ground, they had only realized that he was a bit big, but now that he stood up, he completely shocked everyone. He was approximately 3 meters tall. He was practically a giant, and he gave people an extremely pressuring feeling. How tall? Long Chen was also surprised. In front of him, everyone else there had become children in comparison. "Why didn't you fight back when they were beating you?" Seeing how strong-bodied he was and the fact that the people attacking him weren't martial artists, Long Chen believed he could have easily knocked them all down. "They said I did something bad, so I couldn't fight back when they hit me," he simple-mindedly replied. Long Chen shook his head. This huge fellow might be strong, but it seemed his intelligence was still at the level of a child. No wonder he was so honest and naive. But to mistake a well in the blueprints and end up building a huge chimney, that kind of intelligence was definitely worrying. "Where's your house?" "I have no house." "Does your house need any hard labor?" "I'm very big, and I don't need a salary as long as I get some food." "I'm very hungry," he implored. Just as he was about to reply, someone reminded him, "Young master, don't be fooled. This fellow can easily eat a whole bowl in an instant. Taking him in isn't profitable." "No, as long as there's rice it's fine." "I don't need meat," he somewhat urgently said. "Fine, come with me." "What's your name?" asked Long Chen. "I'm called Wild Bull." "Thank you, big bro," Wild Bull happily said. I'll call you Wild in the future." "You can just call me Brother Long." Long Chen nodded. "Okay, Brother Long." Wild straightforwardly nodded his head. The people in the crowd left behind by Long Chen and Wild all became jealous. They were jealous of that idiot who had become favored by a noble heir. Stupid people really did have stupid luck. On the road, Long Chen asked Wild about his past. Wild said that he had been picked up by some nice people, but once he turned 5, an epidemic took the lives of everyone in his village except for him. He had managed to roam around all the way to the imperial capital. He was able to get food from people by trading labor, but because his appetite was too big, he was quickly turned away, so his everyday life was extremely bitter. "Wild, you can follow me in the future. I won't let you be hungry again." Sympathy arose in Long Chen's heart. As the saying went, arrogant people end up with arrogant people, while sufferers end up with other sufferers. Although the two of them had different statuses, they had both gone through much pain. They weren't that different except that Long Chen had managed to turn his luck around just recently. As they walked, they ended up in a wide road when suddenly startled shouts rang out and a massive silhouette shot past them. That was a luxurious carriage being pulled by a scarlet yak, a first-rank magical beast. Its wild pulling took over half the entire road, not taking the surrounding people into any consideration. A 5-year-old girl was playing on the road when she suddenly saw the giant scarlet yak and was immediately scared stiff. She was petrified, unable to even dodge. At any second, it would run her over. Long Chen coldly snorted, stepping forward explosively, causing several of the sturdy floor tiles beneath his feet to shatter. He was like a bolt of lightning, immediately reaching and grabbing the girl, hastily pulling her to the side. The carriage shot past the two of them just as he stabilized himself. Long Chen thought that that would be it, but an angry cry rang out. "What lowly slave dares block my path? You're asking for death." Along with this cold shout, a long whip whistled through the air, shooting towards Long Chen. "What lowly slave dares block my path? You're asking for death." Along with this cold shout, a long whip whistled through the air as it shot towards Long Chen. That whip moved extremely quickly and craftily. The person attacking him was surprisingly a whip master. Long Chen should have been able to dodge, but it was more difficult with him holding the little girl. Fury arose within him, it was now already too late for him to dodge. Protecting the little girl, he used his spiritual energy to protect his body and prepared to forcibly take the blow on his arm. Just at that moment, a huge figure arrived in front of Long Chen. Bang! Wild grinned at Long Chen. It was he who took the blow on his back for Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes darkened. He wanted to see exactly who it was that had attacked, but that carriage was already speeding away. A surprised sound came from it, as that person clearly was startled by Wild's arrival. However, the carriage still didn't stop. "Are you okay, Wild?" asked Long Chen, suppressing his anger. "Brother Long, I'm fine. I've been hit so many times since I was a child that I'm already used to it," grinned Wild. But the clothing on his back was torn, exposing his skin. A line of blood was slowly flowing out. A woman suddenly came by and grabbed the girl. She wept inconsolably as she thanked Long Chen and Wild. Wild smiled goofily, and Long Chen consoled her with a couple of words before leaving. But Long Chen was stifling a stomach of anger. To barge down such a busy and crowded road and actually hit someone with a whip. Long Chen was planning on having a good look into the person who dared be so bold. Although Wild's wound that was dripping with blood appeared frightening, it was just a flesh wound. This amazed Long Chen, just how powerful was Wild's physical body. That person, who had attacked viciously, was extremely powerful, but his attack only broke Wild's skin. As the two of them walked, Wild's stomach suddenly let out a growl that was as loud as thunder. Long Chen stopped distractedly, suddenly realizing that there was a bun store right beside them from which the smell of meat was wafting out of. Wild embarrassingly said, "Brother Long, I'm not hungry." "Don't worry about it. I'm hungry, so let's go have a snack." Long Chen brought Wild into the bun store and found a table for the two of them to sit at. Directly handing a gold coin to the owner, he said, "Bring out all the buns in your store." "Brother Long, I'm really not hungry. I only need some rice," Wild hastily said. That was because he had had countless experiences of people seeing him eat and immediately breaking off relations with him. Wild was afraid of this calamity repeating itself again. "Wild, you blocked a whip for me. From now on, you're like a brother to me, and I, Long Chen, would also block a whip for you. Therefore, you shouldn't say anything to me that you wouldn't say to a brother, okay?" Long Chen seriously said. Wild was someone who had blocked a whip for him after only just meeting him. Such a person was worthy of being called brother by Long Chen. "Brother Long. Wild suddenly began to cry loudly. In all his years of homeless wandering, this was the first time he felt this warmth and the first time someone ever treated him this well. "Good bro, don't cry. Between us brothers, we don't cry, we sweat. Tears are for cowards." Long Chen patted Wild's shoulder. "Okay, Brother Long. I'll listen to you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do." Wild wiped away his tears. Long Chen considered telling him that he should have some more confidence, but when he thought about how he had mistakenly built a chimney instead of a well, he decided against it. At this time, the owner of the bun shop brought over a basket. Long Chen smiled. "Wild, eat as much as you want. Brother Long has plenty of money, so don't hold back for me." Wild nodded and no longer stood on courtesy. The fist-sized buns were swallowed each with one bite, one after another. Although he had long since prepared himself, Long Chen was still shocked by Wild's appetite. Even after all of the over 300 meat buns had been eaten, Wild still seemed to want more. By now, the owner was extremely anxious. All his buns were gone now, and there was no way for him to make more in such a short time. 300 buns were only about 6 silver coins. But when he went to give Long Chen the change, the two of them had already left. When the two of them returned to Long Chen's home, he first brought Wild to see his mother. Mrs. Long was quite frightened at first due to how large Wild was. But after seeing Wild was so easygoing and childlike, she quickly calmed down. When Long Chen told her what Wild had been through, Mrs. Long immediately agreed to let him stay with them. Once Wild was settled down, Long Chen went to go refine pills. While refining in his own home, he didn't need to be worried so much as in the Alchemist Guild, so he unleashed his powerful spiritual strength fully, quickly increasing his pill refining speed to its peak. 3 full days passed before Long Chen once more came out of his room. He had unceasingly refined for 3 days and 3 nights. He now held almost 100 Feng Fu pills, and all of them were middle grade. Other than the Feng Fu pill, Long Chen had also refined the very popular blood condensing pill, qi condensing pill, the poison cure pill, etc. These were all to be sold to the guild to pay back his credit loan. Just as Long Chen exited his room, Bauer walked over with an embarrassed expression. Long Chen couldn't help distractedly asking, "Bauer, what's going on?" "Young master, Bauer was a bit flustered. "Whatever it is, just tell me," laughed Long Chen. "Well, in the house, there's no more food," she uneasily said. Wild's appetite really was just too great. Knowing how pitiful Wild's life had been, Mrs. Long had specifically told the kitchen to make more food. But the result was that just 3 days later, over a month's supply of the Long family's food had been eaten. Mrs. Long had secretly taken out a piece of jewelry for Bauer to go sell. Bauer had felt that this kind of thing should first be consulted with Long Chen, so she had come to find him. Long Chen laughed and patted her head. "Little girl, you really have become smart. I'll handle this matter." Bauer was Long Chen's personal maid, and despite how poor the Long family had been, Bauer was unwilling to leave. Long Chen had long since begun to see her as a little sister. "Young master, there's also not even enough food for dinner tonight," she reminded. At this point, she was practically the manager of the entire household. The bookkeeper had felt that there was no opportunity for advancement at the Long household, so he had long since left. "Okay, I'll handle it right now." Long Chen still had a few gold coins on him, but that was just chump change. He called over Wild and the two of them left to go to the Alchemist Guild. There was no real reason why he had brought Wild along. Long Chen just wanted to develop his thinking some more. Wisdom was related with experience after all. Arriving at the guild, Long Chen went directly to the medicinal ingredient room and handed over dozens of round medicinal pills to the youth in charge. This youth was scared witless. He clearly remembered that Long Chen had only come 3 days ago for these medicinal ingredients. How did he manage to come back with these medicinal pills in just 3 days? On average, it was around half a year before people came back with enough pills to pay off their credit. Putting aside his shock, he dutifully took them and professionally examined each one. 17 middle-grade and 36 low-grade medicinal pills. Even though he had the utmost confidence in his tools, he was still in disbelief. When he confirmed that there was no mistake, he deducted the debt Long Chen had on credit. In the end, there were still some pills left over. Master Longchen, for these remaining medicinal pills, do you plan on using them to exchange for medicinal ingredients, or should I exchange them for gold coins? The youth respectfully asked. Convert them all to gold coins. All right, please wait a moment. That youth hastily flipped through a book with the most recent market prices for the medicinal pills. He had to calculate the price in accordance to that criterion. Master Long, in total, it's 8,170,000 gold coins. Long Qin nodded. The Alchemist Guild wasn't for profit, so this price was very fair. It was only a tenth less than the market price, and being able to enjoy so many special treatments in exchange was definitely extremely worth it. Give it to me on 2 crystal cards. 2 million on one card, and the rest on the other, said Longchen. When he returned home, Bauer was already waiting at the gates. She handed Longchen a red invitation card. Young Master Shifeng sent over an invitation to you. Longchen opened it and smiled. Shifeng had exited his seclusion after breaking into the blood condensation realm. He had prepared a feast in the heroic assembly house and invited everyone to celebrate with him. When he calculated how many days had passed, it seemed about right. Bauer, here. Do good work as the housekeeper, and this young master will purchase you a generous dowry in the future, letting you marry in style, laughed Longchen as he handed a crystal card to Bauer. Bauer's face was completely red, but when she saw the number on the card, her expression changed to complete disbelief. Little rich girl, the Long household's future work will be handled by you. Oh right, go and buy back all of my mom's jewelry. Even if it costs you 10 times as much, it's not a problem, said Longchen. Yes, don't worry young master, Bauer will handle it properly. Bauer patted her chest several times and stood completely straight with confidence. Longchen nodded and brought Wild along to the heroic assembly house. The heroic assembly house was a famous restaurant in the capital. The people who ate there were extremely rich. The main attraction was, of course, the imposing name, and adding on the good food, it became a favorite place for the royalty and nobility to party. At its top floor was a large round table. At this time, it was packed with all kinds of delicacies. However, at the moment, everyone was just idly chatting, and no one picked up their chopsticks. When they saw a certain figure walk in, everyone hastily stood up. Brother Long. Brother Long. Lord Long. Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and the others all called out to him, but when they saw Wild behind them they all jumped. Shifeng was already considered very large, but he was still small in front of Wild. Let me introduce you to my brother, Wild. When they heard his introduction, everyone hastily greeted Wild, but all Wild did was nod and foolishly laugh. Only when Longchen arrived did they all sit down to eat. Shifeng raised his glass. Brother Long, I won't say any unnecessary words. Shifeng, toast to you. Shifeng deeply engraved his gratefulness to Longchen in his heart. He would have needed several years before reaching the blood condensation realm, but now that he reached it so early, it would definitely be a huge help to him in the future, allowing him to reach even higher heights. We all toast to you as well, Brother Long. Fatty Yu took the lead and everyone stood up. With the medicinal liquid Longchen had given them, they had quickly begun sensing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Shou-Ho from the Daybreak Marquis and Fatty Yu had already reached the first heaven stage of chi condensation. All this had only been possible due to Longchen's support. Everyone was filled with gratitude to him. Cheers! Longchen laughed. No matter what, these people had all helped each other in troubled times. They were his good friends. After a couple of drinks, everyone started to chat. Only Wild was completely focused on eating. Longchen had intentionally asked Shifeng to order some extra food. Luckily, Wild had already eaten a lot before coming, otherwise, he might have scared Fatty Yu and the others to death. Everyone was talking about their current situations. Not only were they full of vigor, but now that they could cultivate, their fortunes within their families had also risen in accord. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. The most important thing was the news that Longchen had become a pill apprentice had passed throughout practically the entire imperial capital. Longchen's relationship with Fatty Yu and the others was something everyone knew about. Therefore, each of their families had secretly told them to make some good relations with him. This relieved them of the constant pressure they were under. Just as everyone was conversing, footsteps suddenly came from below. Shi Feng frowned. I definitely told the owner to keep an eye out. I already reserved the entire restaurant, so how is there still someone coming up? Whatever, having more people is also fun. Fatty Yu had clearly become a bit tipsy and his tongue had become loose. A voice rang out at this moment. Everyone in here get out. I don't want to have to eat with a bunch of lowly degenerates. Longchen's expression immediately turned cold, and the veins in his hands jumped out angrily. Longchen had originally just been drinking alcohol calmly. But now his face turned cold and blue veins popped out on his hands. That voice was very familiar to Longchen. The familiarity caused Longchen's killing intent to explode out, and this strangeness was noticed by everyone. Brother Long, what's going on? Asked Fatty Yu. Seeing him in his murderous state, he immediately awoke from his tipsy state. Don't worry about it. When that person comes up, just act really annoying. Keep focus on celebrating with Shi Feng and put on a show of it, said Longchen. Everyone realized that Longchen was wanting to make a disturbance. Currently, they all had the support of their families and were told to form good relations with Longchen as best as they could. How could they let such a good opportunity go? Brother Long, just watch. Shou Ho patted his chest confidently. The footsteps continued getting closer. A man in his 20s wearing a strange hat and long eyebrows entered the room. Longchen didn't reveal his face and he also told Wild not to either. The two of them had their backs facing that person. After that person came up, a bitter-faced man also came up behind him. He appeared to be the restaurant's shopkeeper. Get them all out. Otherwise, I'll blame you. That arrogant man didn't even place Longchen's group within his arrogant eyes. Obviously, he felt that personally shooing them would reduce his status, so he had the shopkeeper do it. Oh my, have you guys noticed there's a wiener growing out of his head? Shou Ho said quietly to Fatty Yu. Although it was said quietly, it wasn't a whisper. Anyone there could hear it completely clearly. Longchen smiled. The strange hat on that man's head did have a long protuberance at the front. At first, he hadn't noticed, but once Shou Ho said it, he realized that it really was similar. It's nothing to make a fuss about. I bet his dad was too corrupt and other people cursed it there. Fatty Yu looked somewhat disdainfully at Shou Ho. What? Asked Shou Ho confused. Wow, have you not heard about the curse before? They curse you to have a son with a penis growing on his head? Oh, brother really is wise, Shou Ho said admiringly. When the shopkeeper saw everyone jeer and taunt this person, he turned pale with fright and quickly cast a meaningful look at Shi Feng. Unfortunately, Shi Feng, who had a slight relationship with the shopkeeper, didn't pay him any attention and acted as if he had never met him. That long-eyebrowed man's face became cold immediately, and he icily looked at Fatty Yu. Damn fat-ass pig, are you guys looking to die? Fatty Yu shook his head. Brother, seeing your bitter face, I can easily tell that someone close to you must have died. Was it your father? Your mother? Either way, now's not the time to eat and drink here. Right, that's too unfilial. Such a son should be directly thrown into the streets. Shoo, stop. Don't you see him trembling? If we keep talking, he might go crazy and start foaming at the mouth. Then how will we be able to enjoy ourselves? The power of teamwork was definitely amazing. Everyone heard Fatty Yu and Shoho's taunts, so they all inserted their own ridicule. They definitely had to at least contribute their own jokes at such an opportunity. Die. With a short cry, a long whip appeared in that person's hand. The wind howled with biting cold killing intent. As it crashed down upon them, everyone realized that whip had them all in range. Shifeng had long since been prepared for this. With just a touch on his belt, a blade slashed out. The long blade and the flexible whip collided, emitting an explosive sound. Shifeng felt a huge power hit him and was sent flying into the roof, shaking the entire restaurant. His face turned slightly red due to an internal injury, a sign that his blood and chi was about to overflow out of his control. He had shockingly been beaten in just one attack. Go die, you urchins. After that first attack, his whip became like a poisonous dragon, immediately turning rigid and becoming like a sword stabbing toward Shifeng's heart. This shocked everyone. They hadn't expected this person to be so ruthless. He was clearly intent on killing Shifeng. That whip was too fast, and Shifeng was unable to dodge it. Just when he thought he was about to die, a large hand tightly grabbed the whip. It was now completely unable to move. Brother Long! Everyone cried out as Longchen appeared beside Shifeng. He appeared like a king amongst men as he coldly looked at that man. It's you? That man couldn't help being startled when he saw that it was Longchen. Good, you still remember me. A cold smile appeared on Longchen's face. He suddenly tugged on the whip and the man was startled to feel a huge force involuntarily pull him flying towards Longchen. He was slightly startled, never expecting Longchen's strength to be so great. Even a first heaven stage of blood condensation expert like him couldn't resist. He sneered, and borrowing the force from being pulled over by Longchen, he raised his leg and aimed it at Longchen's stomach. His reactions were so quick that it dazzled and confused the others. This person was obviously a true expert. Seeing him rushing over, Longchen also sent a kick out. Its speed wasn't that great, but it was perfectly timed such that it viciously landed on that person's crotch right before his attack reached Longchen's stomach. The sound of something exploding caused everyone else's groins to turn cold. Goosebumps arose all along their backs. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the restaurant. Everyone who heard that cry had their hair stood on end. But even such a blood-curdling cry was unable to relieve his pain. He rolled on the ground fiercely, his face contorted in pain, screaming. Due to these intense movements, his hat suddenly fell off, and Fatty Yu and the others' expressions all changed. Someone from the Grand Xia Empire? When the hat came off, it revealed an extremely ancient hair bun like a stretched-out thumb. It was no wonder his hat was so strange. That hair bun was a mark of the Grand Xia. Only nobles with high status would style their hair like that. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, realizing that they had caused a huge disaster here. The Grand Xia and Phoenix Cry had a good relationship, and this kind of disaster could even influence the relations between the two empires. The consequences would be severe. Looking at the rolling man, the suppressed anger inside Longchen loosened slightly. He handed the whip to Wild and said, "He hit you. You can hit him back now." "Hit someone? I can't." Wild hesitated. Longchen's face darkened. "You won't listen to me? I'll do it." Seeing Longchen's face darken, Wild quickly became frightened. He had only ever known how it felt to be beaten. This would be the first time he hit back. He held the whip in his hand for a long moment of hesitation, not daring to strike. "Do it," shouted Long Chen. He had to push Wild to take this step, otherwise, he could only end up bullied for the rest of his life. "Okay, okay." Wild took a deep breath and used the whip to attack him. "Hey!" But that scream wasn't from the man with the long eyebrows. It had come from the person closest to Wild. "Brother Wild, you have to aim better." That person had to suppress his tears as he rubbed his thigh that Wild had hit painfully. Wild's face reddened. He had never used a whip. It was so light that he couldn't use any real force. Missing the person in front of him, he ended up hitting his neighbor. Long Chen sighed. This child needed to temper himself. "Continue." When Long Chen shouted this, everyone immediately ran at least 10 meters away. Only at that distance did they feel safer. Crack! This time Wild had picked up a bit about how to use a whip, but he still ended up missing his target by almost 3 meters. The man with the long eyebrows was still tightly holding his groin, his face twisted in pain. He didn't pay any attention to Wild's weak attacks. "Brother Long, this time I'll definitely get it right." Seeing how unsightly Long Chen's face had become, Wild hastily reassured him and prepared to lash the whip again. Just at this time, a figure appeared behind everyone. This person was in his 30s and had an exceptionally long blade scar on his face that made him appear extremely fierce. "Stay your hand!" That man sternly shouted in fury when he saw the man lying on the floor with Wild holding a whip in his raised hand. "Just because you tell us to stop, we're supposed to stop?" "Hit him," ordered Long Chen coldly. Hearing Long Chen, Wild no longer hesitated and sent another lash towards the man. "You're asking for it." Seeing Wild actually attack, he furiously stepped forward, his figure turning into a violent tempest that charged towards Wild. "Get lost!" Long Chen also stepped forward, getting between them and punching out. Seeing Long Chen come forward to block him, he frowned and also sent out a punch. Boom! The air exploded when the two fists met. But what shocked the scarred man was that his fist was actually completely unable to force back this frail and scholarly-looking young man. At this time, Wild's lash finally landed. Originally, he had been aiming for the man's buttocks, but due to his poor aim, it actually landed on his face. Furthermore, it ended up landing perfectly on the nose. Although Wild didn't know how to use a whip, he still had quite a bit of physical strength. The man's nose immediately broke and blood spurted out. Seeing this, the scarred man turned ashen with anger. With a draconian shout, he unleashed his full power to force Long Chen back. Long Chen saw the situation and decided not to wait any longer. The Feng Fu star on the bottom of his left foot shook and terrifying spiritual energy flooded out. He now used his full strength. The two of their fists offset each other, but the powerful energy was something the tiles on the floor were unable to bear and spiderweb cracks spread out. The scarred man's expression changed when he found out that Long Chen could still continue to block him when he used all his strength. Killing intent exploded out from him. His aura erupted from his body and a faint blood-colored chi could even be seen filling the air. His frightening energy caused even the atmosphere to become heavy. The others all had some trouble breathing. Mid-blood condensation realm? Everyone was astonished, as that level of blood chi was something that only mid-blood condensation experts were capable of. Each major level of martial cultivation had 9 minor levels that were split from the 1st heaven stage to the 9th heaven stage. 1st to 3rd heaven stages were early stage, 4th to 6th were mid stage, and 7th to 9th were late stage. As for the scarred man in front of them, now that all his strength had exploded out, everyone realized that he was a shocking mid-blood condensation expert. Boom! Long Chen felt his blood and chi billow, and he was forced back over 3 meters, his stomach started to ache. He had finally discovered his limit. This person in front of him was someone he was currently not a match for. Fear and shock filled him inside. As for that scarred man, he sent a fist flying towards Long Chen without hesitation. "You dare attack my brother Long!" A thunderous roar shook everyone's ears suddenly, and a fist covered in blood-colored light smashed towards the scarred man with an immense power. "You dare hit my brother Long!" That man suddenly felt a chill as if a giant monster was staring at him. Without even thinking about it, the punch that was aimed at Long Chen immediately changed direction, colliding with a fist that was even larger than his own. Bang! The entire restaurant rocked and everyone was shocked to see that the huge figure that was protecting Long Chen was actually Wild. Wild was like a war god, his eyes practically spitting flames as a strange red layer appeared over his skin. He actually managed to firmly stop the scarred man's punch. But although he blocked it, Wild was still forced back several steps, and he would have fallen to the ground if Long Chen hadn't come to support him. The scarred man was surprised yet again. Both Long Chen and Wild didn't have any obvious cultivation base, yet they were actually able to consecutively block him, a blood condensation expert. His shock quickly led to killing intent. Long Chen saw he had provoked the man's killing intent. His Feng Fu star had yet to reach the level of complete condensation, and so he was unable to handle him. The most important point was that although the scarred man had released his full strength, he had yet to consider them true opponents. From the beginning until now, he had yet to use any battle skills. He had clearly not unleashed his full attack potential on them. Long Chen didn't know what was happening with Wild for him to suddenly become several times stronger, but even if the two of them joined hands, they would definitely not be able to block the scarred man's killer attacks. Long Chen stealthily rubbed his spatial ring. A fiery red medicinal pill appeared in his hand as he coldly looked at the scarred man. "Everyone stop!" Just as the scarred man was preparing to attack again, a cold shout rang out and a group of people appeared at the top floor of the restaurant. There were at least a dozen people, most wearing protective armor, but the two men at the front were wearing yellow imperial robes. "Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince." Everyone was shocked and hastily knelt down when they saw that person. That person was the Crown Prince Chuyang. He appeared to be 27 years old, and with his square nose, he had a rather dignified and imposing air. The man beside him was slightly younger. He was pale and very handsome. However, he also gave people a very soft and gentle feeling. "Brother Chuyang, does your Phoenix Cry Empire treat its guests this way?" gloomily asked that man. At this moment, Chuyang's expression was slightly unsightly. Looking at the man with long eyebrows lying on the ground, he angrily demanded, "What is going on here? Have you all gone blind? Do you not realize these are guests from the Grand Xia?" Chuyang's gaze swept over all of them. Fatty Yu and the others' hearts were all pounding nervously, and sweat ran down their foreheads. They could tell that for that person to talk to the Crown Prince in such a way, in addition to his hair bun, he was most likely a prince of the Grand Xia. The Grand Xia was once mortal enemies with the Phoenix Cry Empire, but in the past few decades, their relations had mellowed and they had become allies. But the Grand Xia only had two princes, and they didn't know whether this person was the Crown Prince or the second prince. "My eyes haven't gone blind. This guy has blind dog eyes, so I just took the place of his master and taught him a little lesson." Long Chen walked forward indifferently. "Who are you?" The Crown Prince Chuyang was irritated that a youth would dare speak to him in such a manner, but he was still calm and didn't immediately order his subordinates to capture him. "Long Chen. Get the L test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. If he hadn't known Long Chen's name a month ago, he definitely knew it by now. There were few members in the upper class who had yet to hear of him. He was originally a trash cripple, but had now defeated a chi condensation expert on the martial arena twice in a row, and then somehow became a pill apprentice. There was a veil of mystery around him. He was originally a trash cripple, but had now defeated a chi condensation expert on the martial arena twice in a row, and then somehow became a pill apprentice. There was a veil of mystery around him. Why did you beat up Crown Prince Changfeng's bodyguard? Now that this matter involved the Alchemist Guild, even he, the Crown Prince, felt that it was extremely problematic. No reason. I just felt that it was his fate today, so I helped the heavens send him on his way. Long Chen spread his hands. You! Chu Yang exclaimed angrily. He had wanted Long Chen to give a reason, and then with a bit of his smoothing around and pointing out Long Chen's background with the Alchemist Guild, this matter would be resolved. But Long Chen acted like he hadn't understood anything and actually said such a line. His face turned green from rage. You're called Long Chen? I think I've heard of you. You seem to be pretty impressive these days, suddenly asked the Grand Xiao's Crown Prince Xia Changfeng. He, I might be a bit impressive, but I pale in comparison to the people from your Grand Xia. Long Chen pointed to the man lying on the ground. With a magical beast pulling a carriage, he went wild throughout the streets, barreling left and right without regard for other people. Now, that's really impressive. For a dog to be so impressive, I really can't imagine how impressive its master must be. Xia Changfeng's expression immediately sunk. Is this true? Long Chen coldly snorted, don't ask me. Ask your dog. Lu Luo, did such a thing truly happen? Xia Changfeng's gaze turned ruthless, but he quickly pushed it down. Master, I was rushing for time. Who knows why the lowly people here don't know how to get out of the way? It isn't my fault. The man with the long eyebrows had now recovered slightly, and he suppressed his pain to answer. Idiot, this isn't the Grand Xia. No one here recognizes our imperial carriages. Take him away. Xia Changfeng's face turned dark, and he cursed. Two men wearing the Grand Xiao's clothes took the man away. He then turned towards Chu Yang and apologized. Changfeng was not strict enough with my people. Once I return, I will definitely properly discipline them to Brother Chu Yang's satisfaction. Haha, Brother Changfeng is too courteous. I just hope this small matter won't affect the relations between our two empires, hastily said Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang worries too much. This matter will cease here. He then turned to Long Chen and said, many thanks to little brother for warning me of this danger. Everyone stared blankly. No one had expected the Crown Prince of the Grand Xia to actually say such words and apologized to Long Chen. A feeling of admiration arose for him. This Grand Xia Prince truly had an extraordinary bearing. If it weren't for Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength and perception, he might also think that way. But that killing intent Xia Changfeng had released towards him was not unnoticed or forgotten. Prince is too polite. For dogs to misbehave is common. You have to hold on to their leashes tightly, otherwise, they'll bite and claw others. Long Chen laughed and warned him cordially. Hearing this, the scarred man's expression darkened. Long Chen's usage of the word dog included not only him but also all the other imperial bodyguards. But Xia Changfeng only smiled slightly as if he hadn't understood his implicit meaning. We just arrived at the capital, but all we've heard about is what you've done. I actually originally thought Brother Long was just an alchemist, but it seems everyone was wrong. You dual cultivate martial arts and pill refining. Such battle strength is truly admirable. You are definitely at the peak amongst your generation. Long Chen only looked back at Xia Changfeng, momentarily not understanding what he meant by this. He only smiled slightly without offering a response. I wonder if Brother Long would do me the honor of having a few drinks with me and Brother Chu, asked Xia Changfeng. Although his smile was pleasant, Long Chen sensed that it was a smile that hid a poisonous fang, and he felt extremely uncomfortable with it. I'm sorry, but this little brother has drunk too much just now and can't bear any more. Otherwise, I also wouldn't have bothered with 2 dogs. This little one will take his leave. Long Chen smiled, and seemingly without noticing Xia Changfeng's darkened expression or the scarred man's dense killing intent, he brought Wild out. Once Long Chen left, Feng and the others hastily apologized and ran, having experienced a great fright today. Master, why didn't you let me kill that kid? Lu Luos now is incapable of having any more children. That kid is too vicious. At this time, the Grand Xiao's prince had already returned to his residence, and the scarred man was speaking to him. That little kid is someone from the Alchemist Guild. Although he's not from our country's guild, if you killed him like that, I would have to hand you over to the guild for punishment. But that kid is completely wild. I just can't swallow this anger. To be repeatedly cursed as a dog, no one would be able to bear it. If you want to kill him, you first have to come up with a plan. You have to make sure to kill that person while being sure you'll survive. Xia Changfeng shook his head. Then does that mean you have a plan? Asked the scarred man joyously. Of course, otherwise, would I act so kind to him? Every single person who ever gets to see me put on that kind face has died. Xia Changfeng smiled a dark and profound smile. The scarred man couldn't help but shiver. Don't forget our goal in coming here. He's just a small matter. Let him live a few more days. The Phoenix Cry Empire's largest festival, the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival, is about to arrive. That's the largest martial arts gathering of the year for Phoenix Cry. My praise today is not to be wasted. Once his popularity reaches its peak, challenge him at the Lantern Festival. At that time, would he be able to refuse? Xia Changfeng leaned back into his chair, his eyes half closed and a cold smile appearing on his mouth. Only now did the scarred man realize what a vicious trick this was. At that time, countless people would be watching. Long Chen couldn't refuse no matter how much he wanted to. If he dared to refuse, he would drown in ridicule, especially since he was so popular. However, be a bit more careful. As my imperial bodyguard, you can't reveal too much strength. Don't make me warn you again. Yes, don't worry, master. Over these years, I have never revealed my true hidden strength, replied the scarred man hastily. Xia Changfeng nodded, looking out into the night sky. His pupils were the exact same shade as the curtain of night, unfathomable. Wild, what happened just now? Why did your power suddenly explode by so much? As soon as they got home, Long Chen immediately asked Wild about what had happened. At that time, Wild had given even Long Chen an intimidating feeling. I don't know. When I saw that person was about to hit you, my head buzzed and my whole body became hot. It was like some inexhaustible energy was coming out of my body, described Wild unsurely. Long Chen put his hand on Wild's shoulder and used his exceptional spiritual strength to probe his body. But when it entered into his body, he found a completely shocking situation. Wild's body was different from every other person. Most people had many winding meridians in their body. But Wild only had 4 meridians. Those 4 meridians went from his dantian to his 4 limbs. This was the first time Long Chen had ever encountered such a thing. Furthermore, the most surprising thing wasn't these strange meridians, but his physical body. A large majority of his cells had become closed off, appearing as if they were dead. But it wasn't a true death. Long Chen could sense that once heat passed over them, these cells that were in suspended animation would immediately swallow any cells that passed by them before returning to their state of fake death. Wild truly was a strange being. Long Chen remained puzzled after considering hundreds of possibilities before he finally came to a certain theory. Wild, have you ever truly been full before? Asked Long Chen. I eat till I'm very full here, said Wild. Tell me the truth. Well, just being half full is already enough for me. Wild didn't dare hide the truth. Wild, remember. I'm your brother Long. You can't tell me any more lies in the future. Otherwise, I'll get mad, Long Chen admonished seriously. Brother Long, I know. Seeing his severe expression, Wild nervously agreed. Let me ask, what do you need to eat to feel more powerful? Meat. What kind of meat? Any meat. But beef is the best. I've eaten a bit of it. Long Chen nodded. Wild's special constitution had 99% of his cells in a suspended animation state. That was because there wasn't enough energy to provide for them. To protect themselves, they had to enter such a state. Even with his pill god memories, Long Chen had never seen such a strange body. Despite already having such a powerful body, only less than 1% of his cells were working. If all of his cells were activated, then just how terrifying would that be? Just thinking about that unnerved Long Chen. But Wild was his own person, and the stronger he was, the better. How much meat can you eat in one go? 5 kilograms, Wild hesitated and he raised one finger. The truth. A whole cow. The truth. I can eat 5 cows. Tell me the truth. Long Chen's voice was now a shout. I don't know. But I think if I had 10 cows that would be enough. Wild had a somewhat bitter expression. He had never gotten to eat that much, so he himself didn't know how much he could eat. Long Chen shook his head, dumbfounded. Okay, tomorrow I'll go buy a whole pasture for you. You can eat as much as you want. The next day, Long Chen told Bauer to find pasture on the outskirts. The pasture wasn't very large, but there were over 1,000 cows on it. Long Chen let Wild go over, and the result was that the next day, everyone else working on the pasture ran away. They later came to Bauer to report that Wild was a savage. He would grab a cow and punch it to death, ripping off one of its legs and just start eating while it was still dripping with blood. All of them were trembling at the memory of it, afraid that Wild might become interested in them and eat them. Long Chen had no other choice but to hire a dozen chefs that would regularly go over to cook for Wild. Only then did Wild get to eat cooked food. But what shocked Long Chen was that while Wild could only eat 10 cows on the first day, with each passing day, his appetite grew voraciously. Since each cow was only 2 or 3 gold coins, Long Chen wasn't worried about being eaten into poverty. In fact, he delighted in what was happening. The fact that Wild's appetite was growing was a sign that his cells had started to gradually awaken. Once all his cells had awoken, Wild would be completely transformed. After resolving Wild's affairs, Long Chen entered his own seclusion. That battle with the scarred man had given him an extremely great sense of crisis. His feeling from that day was that the scarred man had still been holding back. Although he was not a threat for the moment, Long Chen still felt that this matter would not be resolved so simply. After merging with the pill god's soul, his ability to sense danger had become increasingly great. Last time, his opponent hadn't been properly prepared. Once his opponent was prepared, Long Chen might really be doomed to die. But he still didn't regret it. Even if he was given another chance, he still would have handled things the same way. Otherwise, that lash Wild had received would stay forever in his heart. The heart could not be allowed to have imperfections, or it would eventually become a heart devil. Long Chen entered his seclusion in great determination this time, and he began to wildly absorb the Feng Fu pills. 7 days later, the Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot finally emitted an exploding sound. The Feng Fu star had greatly changed under Long Chen's absorption of endless medicinal energy. The smooth outer shell was shed, and what shocked Long Chen was that the inside appeared to be a star. But this star was somewhat indistinct. It was filled with the rhythm of life though, a shocking state. That was the first star of the 9-star Hegemon body art, the Fengfu star. The current Longchen was no longer able to sense just what level of power he was at, and he was filled with shock. Boom! The Fengfu star that was shedding its outer layer suddenly shook, and a terrifying energy caused even the room to shudder. Crap! What a huge movement! Despite being worried, it was too late for Longchen to do anything. The entire room blew apart like paper. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth underwent a huge shock and wildly surged towards Longchen. Bang! Longchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body felt like it was on the verge of exploding, and he fainted. When Longchen came to his senses, he saw his mother worriedly examining him. Seeing he had awoken, she was both alarmed and happy. "Chinner, you scared your mom. What were you doing?" Longchen quickly replied, "Mom, it's nothing too big. A furnace explosion is normal when refining pills." He could only use a furnace explosion as an excuse. It was not easy to reassure his mother, but once he had, he used his divine sense to examine his insides, almost letting out a shocked exclamation. He had somehow gained a dantian. The originally empty spot now held 3 cyclones that were slowly revolving. What is going on? Noticing that the Fengfu star on the bottom of his foot was still there, he relaxed quite a bit. But seeing those 3 cyclones in his dantian still gave him a pause. When his personal spirit root had been extracted, his dantian had turned into a land of nothing but death. That was something that could not be recovered from. Unless... Did this mean that after condensing the Fengfu star, the dantian would be reconstructed? Thinking back to what had happened just before he had fainted, he knew that the terrifying energy from heaven and earth that had surged into him was something that no ordinary person could endure. That energy had been crazily berserk, it was not something people could use. Could it mean that that energy had been used to destroy the original dantian and then build a new one in its place? But in truth, Longchen was wrong. The 9-star Hegemon body art was in existence even more terrifying than he imagined. If he had actually had a dantian at that time, then he would already be dead. Although Longchen couldn't figure it out, he continued to examine the changes and found out that he could actually interact with the 3 cyclones in his dantian. Did I really reconstruct a dantian? Longchen tried to pull the energy within the cyclones to the rest of his body and found out that there was not the slightest obstruction. He was easily able to use that energy. With a stamp of his foot, the Fengfu star's energy also flowed out without the slightest pause. Longchen was completely befuddled. What was the meaning of this? Was it just to gain another reserve of spiritual qi? With a simple thought, Longchen drew the Fengfu star's energy into his dantian. He immediately felt as if a volcano was exploding within him. The terrifying energy was like a tsunami bursting forth. A mouthful of blood was quickly spat out by him, and he almost fainted again. Longchen laid on the ground wildly gasping for air, filled with shock and terror. Even his internal organs had been shaken and torn. Quickly swallowing a healing pill, the medicinal energy enveloped his body. Longchen's pale face gradually returned to normal. What the hell is going on? Longchen angrily snarled inside. Just now he had almost killed himself. That really would have been ridiculous. But he had no answer. In terms of the 9-star Hegemon body art, all that he had in his memories was how to cultivate in it, all other informations about it was gone. There were no ranks, no origins, and no means of using it. In a sense, its defects were quite similar to his. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. Longchen smiled bitterly. He had no spirit root, no spirit bone, and no spirit blood. These 3 things had all been snatched away, so he supposed he was quite suited to the 9-star Hegemon body art. But if he couldn't figure out what was going on after such a strange event, Long Chen would not be able to stomach it. Grinding his teeth, he continued his interact with his Feng Fu star. This time Long Chen knew not to use such a large amount of it. He slowly drew a tiny amount, bit by bit. Boom! When that slightest bit of energy entered his dantian, Long Chen clearly sensed the 3 cyclones become 10 times larger in an instant. Most shocking of all was when that slightest bit of Feng Fu star's energy entered, they went from slowly revolving to crazily spinning. Following the wild revolving of the 3 cyclones, endless energy immediately flowed out to all of Long Chen's body, filling him with power. Long Chen had finally figured out one of the secrets of the 9-star Hegemon body art. It really was too shocking and too frightening. Even Long Chen himself was a bit terrified. Is this what the 9-star transformations in my memories mean? The 3 cyclones in my dantian, do they indicate 3 transformations? Only after a long time did Long Chen slowly calm his thoughts down. Since he had 3 cyclones now, then according to the rest of the world's tiers, he would be a weak beginner at the 3rd heaven stage of Qi condensation. But as for whether he truly was weak, that was something only Long Chen knew. This discovery filled him with both shock and excitement. With a touch of his spatial ring, an ancient beast hide appeared in his hand. That was what he had gained in exchange for bribing a blood condensation expert. Split the heavens, hee, let me see just what secrets are hidden within you. Looking at the 9 red dots on the beast hide page, Long Chen sunk into a deep contemplation. These 9 dots didn't have the slightest pattern. There were no explanations, but this time, Long Chen carefully examined them and found that there really was an extremely faint line connecting them. These should be 9 acupuncture points. Long Chen had to look at them for a great deal of time before coming to this conclusion. Within Long Chen's mind was a map of countless meridians, and only after going down each and every single one of them did he come to such a conclusion. Other people might think about it until they died before figuring it out. Enter Liao, merge into Huiming, rush into Chuchi, join Laogong? 1. Long Chen quietly whispered the names of the 9 points as he followed along their meridian paths. He paused. This isn't a fist or palm technique, but a weapon battle skill. What a brilliant technique! Long Chen studied it and found that when qi flowed through these 9 spots, it was as if a dammed river had burst forth. After passing through 9 turns, it would definitely be terrifying to the extreme when released. He had definitely gained a treasure this time, and although Long Chen didn't know what class it was definitely not low. Under his urging, his dantian's qi flowed out towards the Liao point, but when he tried to urge his spiritual energy to the 2nd acupuncture point, he found out that he was unable to continue. Huh? After a brief pause, Long Chen understood that this technique must have very high requirements in terms of spiritual energy. Without enough spiritual energy, it was impossible to use it. Giving up on his dantian's spiritual energy, he started to use his Feng Fu star. As he expected, his Feng Fu star was filled with much more power than his dantian. But when he arrived at the 4th acupuncture point, he began to stall. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to reach the 6th point. I don't believe I can't do this. Long Chen clenched his jaw and sent a strand of spiritual energy from his Feng Fu star into his dantian's cyclones. The cyclones immediately released a wild energy. Controlling that energy, he quickly progressed. The 6th. The 7th. The 8th. Crap. Long Chen suddenly stopped and hastily recalled his spiritual energy. Using his divine sense, he examined his meridians. He was shocked to find that his meridians were already starting to break down from that terrifying energy, and tears had started to appear. If Long Chen had been a step too late in recalling his spiritual energy, his meridians would have completely exploded. If the meridians really did explode, then it would require an extremely long time to recover. Sweat dripped down his back from fear. Crap, I can't train in this for now. Longchen could only unwillingly give up on practicing Split the Heavens. Swallowing a meridian-nourishing pill, he quickly restored his slightly damaged meridians. Longchen stood up and walked out. Opening the door, he took a deep breath of fresh air, recovering from his fatigue from his continuous training. At this time, the sun had just started to rise in the east. Longchen made some inquiries for Bauer. Their estate was completely fine. Wild was also completely fine and eating till he was full every day. This let Longchen relax. He changed his clothes and prepared to go to the Alchemist Guild to request help from Grandmaster Yin Qi. But Longchen was somewhat nervous. Ordinary alchemists focused on cultivating the pill flame and didn't split their attention to battle skills. This was to concentrate all of one's energy and effort so that one could travel further on the pill path. Alchemists were normally completely arrogant and didn't care to bother with martial cultivation. That was also what Grandmaster Yin Qi had reminded Longchen of that day. But Longchen had his own thoughts on the subject. He had been bullied for too long, and without powerful martial strength, he simply didn't feel safe. No matter what status or position, it was all nothing to Longchen. In the face of true power, such things were as weak as a piece of paper. Longchen didn't know just how Grandmaster Yin Qi would react when he saw him. Longchen had already walked several blocks in his nervousness when suddenly warm shout rang out. Turning his head, he saw a carriage had stopped in the distance. Opening the cover was a young woman who happily looked at Longchen. It was the Imperial Princess Chu Yao. Chu Yao. Longchen couldn't help being a bit alarmed to see Chu Yao, but for some reason, after a moment of looking at her, most of his anxiousness disappeared. Chu Yao looked around. Seeing that no one was around due to how early it was, she beckoned. Quick, get in. Longchen hadn't expected Chu Yao to actually invite him to share a carriage. Seeing her bright smile, Longchen's heart jumped slightly and he leaped onto the carriage. The inside of the carriage was exceptionally spacious. Other than a bed, it also had a tea table with blankets laid out. How coincidental to see you here. How about you come with me to Sunset Mountain? Chu Yao's pretty gaze at Longchen was filled with joy, a complete opposite to her original ruthless and crafty one when she had first captured him. With such a beautiful woman inviting me, I'm afraid I'd be struck by heavenly lightning if I refused, laughed Longchen. Chu Yao's charming face reddened. Within the palace, she had many rules and restrictions she had to follow. She truly enjoyed Longchen's carefree and unfettered way of talking. Discover new chapters at novelby.co. The carriage slowly left the city towards Sunset Mountain. Chu Yao, why are you going to Sunset Mountain? Asked Longchen. I just want to play around. For some reason, Chu Yao's face became extremely red, confusing Longchen. I'm not taking you away from something important, am I? Probed Chu Yao. Me? I just came out for a stroll. For me to coincide with your carriage and come out to have fun is perfect, smiled Longchen. Right, is your little brother fine? I really am sorry about what happened last time. Longchen still felt a bit embarrassed about what had happened with the seventh prince. He's fine. Scaring him a bit is good too, it'll keep him better behaved, laughed Chu Yao. In just a short time, they arrived at the foot of Sunset Mountain. Chu Yao got off and ordered her bodyguard to drive the carriage back. Accompany me. I really like the scenery around here. Chu Yao pointed to the small path in front of them. When I was young, I frequently came here to climb this mountain. But ever since my father entered seclusion, I haven't had many such opportunities. A pitiful trace of loneliness appeared on her face when she said this. Longchen couldn't help but sigh. No matter where you were born, there was always much to be desired. Long Chen, what's wrong? Chu Yao asked when she saw that Long Chen seemed moody. His heart warmed due to Chu Yao's concern. He didn't know why, but although he had only met Chu Yao once, he still felt a complicated emotion upon seeing her. Perhaps it stemmed from not knowing if she was an enemy. But she gave him a very trustworthy feeling that he couldn't explain. I did run into a bit of trouble recently. I was hoping to cultivate a higher grade battle skill. If you want to cultivate battle skills, then just come to find me. I won't even charge tuition fees, joked Chu Yao, her eyes brightening. I'm already proficient in 30 types of battle skills. They say that I'm a peak talent. Proficient in 30 battle skills? And then using only one attack the same way over and over again? Long Chen couldn't help being a bit doubtful. Hey, what kind of look is that? You doubt me? A hint of anger appeared on Chu Yao's face. No, I don't doubt you. I don't believe it at all, joked Long Chen. You scoundrel, look! With a cute cry, Chu Yao sent a palm towards Long Chen. Chu Yao's palm landed on Long Chen's stomach. Although she hadn't used any spiritual energy, the force behind it wasn't small. When it landed on his body, it still emitted a loud bang. Why didn't you dodge? She hadn't expected him to just take the blow. If I dodged, you wouldn't have hit me. That'd be boring, laughed Long Chen. Although the hand was separated from him with a layer of clothing, he could still feel a peculiar feeling from it. Long Chen. Seeing his straightforward smile, she felt a burst of warmth. She actually gently laid her head on Long Chen's chest. Long Chen's body immediately went rigid. What kind of situation was this? Long Chen didn't dare move an inch, turning into a stump of wood. Chu Yao's face suddenly turned warm, and seeing his nervous expression, she covered a smile. You bad person, back then when you were fighting, you were like a tiger baring its fangs. How come you've become a little kitten now? Long Chen immediately felt awkward and changed the subject. Chu Yao, I don't want to treat you like a stranger. I really do feel that you need to learn a few higher grade battle skills. Chu Yao's face reddened, and she blankly stared at Long Chen. If he didn't want to treat her as a stranger, then what did he want to treat her as? She clearly had misunderstood Long Chen's meaning. But in response to Long Chen's seriousness, Chu Yao was also resolute. I wasn't joking. I really am proficient in many battle skills. Look. She extended a hand and a scorching air rose out. A faint red light appeared over her hand. She sent her palm into a tree over a foot thick and it trembled, its leaves flying. When she removed her palm, a faint handprint could be seen on it. Did you see? This is a high mortal class battle skill, Flame Cloud Palm. How is it? Are you scared? Chu Yao was pleased with Long Chen's stupefied expression. Long Chen truly was shocked. This kind of power could still be considered a battle skill? Even without a battle skill, Long Chen could easily topple such a tree in one blow. It really was good to look at, quickly replied Long Chen. Chu Yao's movements had been very fluid and smooth, which really was pleasing to look at. Chu Yao didn't appear to catch his other meaning and thought that he meant she had shocked him. She very patiently explained to Long Chen the main points of her attack. But when Long Chen heard her explanation on how to use the Flame Cloud Palm, Long Chen was truly shocked. Based on what she said, then in theory, it was clearly an extremely powerful palm technique. Let me try it. So quickly? Chu Yao asked in disbelief. Long Chen smiled slightly. Battle skills were just a way to use spiritual energy. Through the superposition within the meridians, they could emit a powerful strength, that was all. Long Chen was already as familiar as possible with his body's meridians, so hearing her explain it once was enough for him. His Dantian's spiritual energy circulated and a dense fiery energy erupted out. Long Chen shouted out and sent a palm crashing forward. Boom! A huge tree, which would require several people to wrap around it, snapped, its crown whistling as it fell. The huge tree smashed into the ground, sending dirt flying. Chu Yao was staring blankly. Was this really the same flame cloud palm as hers? The spot where the tree had broken was completely scorched, a specific mark of the flame cloud palm. Long Chen nodded inside. It truly was worthy of being a high mortal class battle skill. Its power was extremely great. But seeing Chu Yao beside him filled with shock, Long Chen's heart shook and he grabbed Chu Yao's hand. Chu Yao, let me examine your body. Having her slender hand suddenly grabbed by Long Chen, Chu Yao's pretty body shook and 2 red spots appeared over her cheeks. A bit of panic flashed over her eyes, but she didn't take her hand away. She secretly glanced at Long Chen and realized that he was actually a bit puzzled. When Long Chen glanced up at Chu Yao's face, he momentarily forgot what he was doing. She was like a blooming flower with eyes like sparkling jewels, and it was simply impossible not to be moved by her beauty. Cough. Chu Yao became even redder when Long Chen just foolishly looked at her. But within her beautiful eyes was happiness as well. With a cough, she turned her head down and didn't dare to look at Long Chen again. Only the gentle warmth transmitted from his hand continued to warm her heart. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen calmed himself back down. She had an air of being too high to reach, and yet, also a contradicting gentle softness of a woman. The Chu Yao who had arrogantly captured him in a net and the current gentle and shy Chu Yao were completely different. Suppressing his wildly jumping heart, Long Chen used his spiritual strength to follow along the meridians within Chu Yao's hand and slowly enter into her dantian. Actually, with Long Chen's strength, at such proximity, it was entirely possible for him to examine Chu Yao without touching her. But doing so would mean that Chu Yao would be essentially naked in front of Long Chen. Maybe Long Chen wasn't so against that, but he was afraid that afterward, she might once again capture him inside a net. Long Chen's spiritual strength gently entered into her dantian. But when he saw what was going on, even with his self-control, he couldn't help having his expression turn ugly. What is it? Chu Yao was alarmed at his dark gaze. Long Chen's anger was due to the fact that 9 types of foreign spiritual energy were currently locked and fixed within her dantian. Those 9 foreign spiritual energies were like 9 saplings planted into a fertile farm. They were incessantly absorbing Chu Yao's spiritual energy away, leaving her with only a fraction for her own use. No wonder her spiritual energy was so frail and disorderly. So she was just like Long Chen and had been schemed against by others. Even more infuriating was that there was a spirit root that released a dense qi. Although he wasn't sure what level she was at, Long Chen knew she was definitely a rare genius seen only once in 1,000 years. Such a genius had been wasted away like this. But just this wouldn't have aroused Long Chen's killing intent. Long Chen had found that those 9 foreign spiritual energies were following along her spirit route, and in the future, when she married and lost her virginity, the spiritual energy that had been absorbed by them for years would be silently snatched away. That was the most hateful thing. A princess of this generation, a beauty that could topple cities, had been used by someone as a chess piece. This was clearly the result of some sort of scheme. And as for Chu Yao, she didn't seem to know anything about it. Long Chen couldn't help feeling empathy for this beautiful woman. Long Chen, what's going on? His expression was complicated, and Chu Yao was somewhat alarmed by it. Chu Yao, do you trust me? Long Chen hesitated for a moment before solemnly asking her this. Seeing his extremely serious manner, Chu Yao also sensed something. But she didn't hesitate. Looking Long Chen in the eyes, she said, "You are the person I trust the most." Long Chen heart warmed. Your dantian has been altered by others. But what surprised Longchen was that Chuyao didn't have that great of a reaction. Helplessness appeared in her sad eyes. Looking at the distant mountain peaks, her jade hands gently brushed back her hair that was blown wild by the wind. She quietly said, "If you say this secret out loud, you might be implicated with the people from my family. Are you not afraid? You already knew? Can you answer me first?" asked Chuyao. Longchen bitterly smiled. "Since we've chosen to trust each other, then even if I were to lose my life, it would be worth it." Trust? Trust? Chuyao mumbled that word over and over. She suddenly threw herself at Longchen's chest and began to weep loudly. Her tears flowed out as if a dam had been broken, as if she wanted all her grievances to be swept away. Despite having such a beautiful woman in his arms, Longchen didn't have the slightest intention of being charming. Instead, his heart was also filled with a kind of mourning. Longchen had been even worse off than Chuyao. His spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood had all been stolen. If he hadn't suddenly fused with a pill god's soul, he would perhaps still be completely in the dark. At some point, his arms had wrapped around her slender waist and tightly hugged her. Smelling the scent of her hair, it felt as if they were the last two people on Earth. F0 Low New Hapters at NOV/EL/BIN/.com. After crying for forever, Chuyao finally stopped her sobbing. Longchen's chest was already completely wet from her tears. Her face suddenly turned completely red, and she quickly escaped Longchen's embrace. She turned away from him, but inside, she was filled with both happiness and hesitation. Longchen awkwardly coughed and asked, "Chuyao, when did you learn that your dantian had been tampered with?" Chuyao slowly recovered herself and turned back to look at him. "When I was young and before my father, the emperor, entered seclusion, he told me I was this generation's martial cultivation genius and might even be able to ascend beyond the empire. Before he entered seclusion, I was greatly encouraged to cultivate, and I truly did work hard at the beginning. But when I turned 10, my mother suddenly became sick. She turned gravely ill, and before we could even invite Grandmaster Yunqi, she had already left this world." Arriving at this point in her story, her tears once more began to slowly flow out. She seemed to have sunk back into her memories of that time. "At that time, my little brother and I were still young. But as we grew older, we gradually learned about the palace's internal struggles. I realized my mother's death was definitely no accident. But all the evidence had long since disappeared. I was powerless. Then, 5 years ago, my cultivation base ceased to progress. No matter how hard I tried, I was unable to advance a single step, and my spiritual energy became weaker and weaker. At that time, I realized that the villain who had killed my mother had finally stretched his hand towards me and my brother. From that day onwards, my brother and I started to act bossy and arrogant. We started making headstrong, rash decisions, and from that time, it seems as if everything went back to normal." Longchen felt completely helpless as he listened to her story. The palace's internal affairs were even crueler than what he had imagined. "You used such a method to protect you and your brother?" sighed Longchen. Chuyao nodded. "The only family I have left right now is my little brother. I just hope he can stay alive. Although having him to act this way is annoying, at least no one will menace him, so it should be a bit safer. Although I don't know what they did to my dantian, I know they were afraid I would be a threat to them, and so they restricted my cultivation. Thus, as long as I don't have the heart to cultivate, no one will have any plans against a weak girl like me. My brother and I also will be able to live without worry." Longchen sighed, "Unfortunately, you've underestimated your enemy's viciousness. Whoever did this was an absolute bastard." Hesitating for a moment, Longchen still decided to tell Chuyao the situation within her dantian. Hearing this, anger and indecisiveness flared in her eyes. Her face turned pale and her body shook. Long Chen supported Chu Yao, saying, "You don't need to be too worried. Give me some time, and I can unlock the seal within your body." "Really?" Chu Yao couldn't believe this. "Really," promised Long Chen. For some reason, when Chu Yao looked at Long Chen, she was filled with trust. It was a kind of indescribable feeling. He gave her a sense of complete safety. This kind of feeling was extremely precious and rare within the palace that was full of hidden schemes. Seeing that she didn't have any hesitation or doubt in him, Long Chen sighed, feeling as if another burden had been placed on his shoulders. "Oh, beautiful Chu Yao, can you display some of your magnificent skills for me again? Let this little one study a bit." Long Chen found that the atmosphere had become a bit depressed, so he joked a bit. "Scoundrel, you're clearly mocking me," she rebuked. "Oh heavens no, your foundation is extremely strong. It's just that your dantian is unable to release enough force. But don't worry. In just a short time, I'll help you resolve it," consoled Long Chen. Only when she judged Long Chen's words to be sincere did she once more display a high mortal class battle skill, breaking Wind Fist. Long Chen carefully examined her this time and couldn't help but to feel some shock. Her spiritual energy was constantly being sucked away by those 9 spiritual energies, leaving her with perhaps 1/10 of the energy. But even with such a frail energy, Chu Yao's display was completely perfect without the slightest energy wasted. He realized her control with spiritual energy had reached an extremely high level. It was much greater than even blood condensation experts. He was not at all miserly with his praise of her, causing her to happily blush. The 9 foreign spiritual energies were actually seeds of spiritual energy. After having absorbed her spiritual energy for so many years, they had already become very powerful. Long Chen felt that if he were to just break them, it would be too wasteful. That kind of huge energy was enough to allow Chu Yao to break through to the blood condensation realm, and her cultivation base would continue climbing after. After learning the breaking Wind Fist, he suddenly took out a bottle of medicinal liquid. "This is face-changing liquid. Once you apply it to your face, it will change your appearance for 24 hours. It's very convenient." He poured out a few drops and rubbed it over his face. In just an instant, he appeared to become a completely different person, his eyebrows becoming thicker and his skin changing shade. Chu Yao exclaimed, "Then in the future, I can change my appearance and come out to find you." She then also applied it over her face. The medicinal liquid became a thin layer over the face that could be changed at will for a while. Once no more changes were made to it, it would completely set in just a few breaths' time. Looking into her mirror and seeing that her face had become extremely ordinary, she couldn't help jumping in joy. Pulling Long Chen's arm, she happily said, "Long Chen, let's go stroll the streets. I've never been allowed to just walk along the streets." Amongst princesses, she was one of those unruly types, but she still wouldn't go too far. She normally couldn't act like the ordinary poor people and just go as she pleased. So, she naturally couldn't let go of this chance Long Chen had given her. Chu Yao intimately held onto his arm. Seeing her excited manner, it would be a lie to say Long Chen wasn't moved. He straightaway agreed to go with her. But after agreeing, Long Chen started to regret it. He had clearly underestimated Chu Yao's desire to stroll the streets. She practically pulled him through every small alley within the capital. She wanted to see everything and anything, and she even shot question after question to him. He was quite happy to just smell her scent and feel the joy of her hand wrapped around his arm, but suddenly he stopped, bringing Chu Yao to a small vendor to the side. Long Chen struck up a fake conversation with the vendor about his wares, but his gaze narrowed towards several people in the distance. Xia Changfeng? There were around 7 or 8 people in that group, and Long Chen could clearly see that the Grand Xia's Prince Xia Changfeng was amongst them. But what shocked Longchen the most was that familiar face beside him. That woman was very slender and fair, but her face always had a faint arrogance on it. It was the crazy woman Longchen had encountered at the Alchemist Guild. Why was she there? And why did she seem so familiar with the Grand Xiao's prince? Longchen simply couldn't figure it out. Their group entered an expensive tea house just after he noticed them. One of those people is the fourth prince. Chuyao warned Longchen as she had also seen those people. The fourth prince? He was supposed to be the most low-key prince. He never participated in the internal fights of the princes. But then why was he with the Grand Xiao's prince? He has also changed his appearance, but his finger has a ring mark on it that he forgot to hide. He normally wears a dragon ring with a very distinctive pattern, so I easily recognize it, said Chuyao. As a princess, she might have to act arrogant every day, but she was also very perceptive to the everyday habits of each prince, thus, she was easily able to see through the fourth prince's disguise. Longchen felt a headache coming. Why would the fourth prince disguise himself? He wanted to sneak in and use his divine sense to secretly eavesdrop. However, the door was guarded by a dozen of the Grand Xiao's elite troops. Doing so would simply be too difficult. It was in the middle of the day, and trying to sneak in would be basically impossible. He gave up on that idea. Chuyao, I'm going to go back and prepare some ingredients that will resolve the foreign spiritual energies in your Danton, said Longchen. Despite being reluctant to part, she still obediently nodded her head. Longchen went directly home. As soon as he walked past the gate, a happy shout rang out. Brother Long! Wild was a small giant now, and he excitedly looked at Longchen. The current Wild had become much livelier, and the thing that pleased Longchen the most was that he was no longer as thin as he had been before. His bare arms were clearly bigger, and some indistinct veins could be seen beneath the skin. Haha, have you been eating properly, Wild? Longchen patted his sturdy arm. Brother Long, I eat till I'm full every day. I feel like I've become very strong now, thus, I want to be with Brother Long so that I can protect you. Wild slapped his chest confidently, emitting a sound like a thunderous drum. You updates tnvel/buy.com. Longchen nodded and brought Wild into his own room. He then used his divine sense to examine Wild's body. What? Despite nourishing them all this time and feeding them so much, still less than 10% of Wild's cells were active. And when he examined his 4 meridians, he noticed they had expanded a little. But most shocking of all was that there was what seemed to be a trace of spiritual qi within his dantian. You learned how to cultivate? Asked Longchen. Brother Long, what is this cultivating? Asked Wild with wide eyes. Never mind. Longchen also didn't feel like trying to explain such a thing. Continuing his examination, he noticed that Wild's dantian was deathly still, but there was still a steady flow of the world's spiritual qi that was flowing into his dantian. What an abnormal constitution! Even without cultivating, it just automatically absorbs energy on its own. Longchen sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something he had never encountered before. Wild's dantian held a huge amount of spiritual qi, which meant that once his body was strong enough, he would be able to automatically absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth to use. If other martial artists were to learn of this, they would definitely go crazy. This meant that even when Wild was sleeping or eating, he would still be incessantly cultivating. Wild, I'm going to teach you a few simple cultivation methods and how to use your dantian's qi. Due to how unique Wild's dantian was, Longchen decided not to teach him any battle skills. Wild only had 4 meridians, which meant that he wouldn't be able to use any battle skills for now. So Longchen only taught him how to circulate his spiritual qi to his arms and legs, passively increasing their strength. But Longchen had still overestimated Wild's ability comprehension skills. Even something as simple as linking to his dantian required 6 hours of Long Chen's time to explain. Despite having Long Chen's throat turn raw, Wild was still mystified. Long Chen knew he couldn't get angry. Wild was listening to him completely innocently, so his belly full of anger was never released. Okay, how about this? Until you learn this, I'll work you to death. Long Chen helplessly sighed. I'm sorry, Brother Long, I'm just too stupid. I could spend a lifetime without figuring this out. Wild dejectedly hung his head. Wild truly was too incompetent, he was unable to immerse himself even slightly within his dantian. He couldn't even find where his dantian was. Long Chen was unwilling to resign himself to this result. Wild's physique was so powerful that it was frightening. If he had the assistance of his spiritual qi, the power which he could explode out with would be absolutely terrifying. Long Chen felt that it was such a waste. He felt like a beggar who had a mountain of gold, yet still relied on begging to pass each day. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes brightened. Placing his hand on Wild's back, he said, "Let me help you find your dantian." His spiritual strength poured into Wild's dantian. Since Wild trusted Long Chen completely, there wasn't the slightest resistance. Long Chen easily merged his spiritual strength into Wild's dantian. Furthermore, even if Wild had wanted to resist, he didn't know how to. But at least now Wild had found the position of his dantian. Now that you've found your dantian, the next step is to immerse into it. Immerse? Use your intent to hook yourself into your dantian. Intent? Long Chen sighed. But he still patiently controlled his temper. Focus your entire mind onto your dantian. Oh, then what? Try to make it revolve. Clockwise or counterclockwise? Long Chen was practically speechless. It doesn't matter. As long as it circulates, it's fine. Now that he had found its position, Wild slowly tried to control his dantian. However, it was as if the dantian weren't even his and he was unable to move it at all. You're not focused enough. Close your eyes and try again. Finally, under Long Chen's great expectations, Wild's dantian moved slightly. Although doing just that wasn't exactly using his dantian, at least, he had found it and opened the path. Long Chen relaxed slightly. Good, next I'll use my spiritual strength to guide your dantian's qi for one cycle. Remember how I'm doing this. After saying this, Long Chen's spiritual strength circulated into Wild's dantian. When Wild's dantian felt Long Chen's spiritual strength, it was as if it had been provoked and it immediately exploded out. The originally completely calm dantian immediately was like an erupting volcano, like angry waves trying to swallow the sky. Wild, can you control your dantian? Long Chen started to celebrate, but... No, I don't know what happened. Wild was completely shocked at the uprising of the spiritual qi within him. Don't be afraid, remember the path I'm taking. Long Chen didn't feel like telling him the position of each one of his acupuncture points. He wouldn't be able to remember them anyways, so he skipped that. Having him remember the feeling of where they were was good enough. Long Chen used his spiritual strength to draw Wild's dantian's qi into his arm. Long Chen wanted to go slowly and circulate it. How could he have predicted that as soon as Wild's qi reached his arm, it became like a wild horse and refused to be controlled by Long Chen anymore? Wild energy surged out. Wild felt a great power pass through his arm, so he instinctively punched out. Boom! The entire roof was shaken into pieces, smoke and dust exploded out, revealing the starry sky above. What a berserk energy! Long Chen was extremely alarmed. All this had just been caused by the wind from Wild's fist, but it was already so frightening. If someone was hit by the actual fist, wouldn't they be smashed into pulp? Wild was also stupefied at his own power. He had never thought he would have such strength. Long Chen once more examined Wild's dantian and found that the spiritual qi within had basically all been depleted. Wild, go back and rest. Remember what I've taught you and train every day. Don't goof off, ordered Long Chen solemnly. Wild's comprehension skills were already extremely low. If he was lazy as well, then even a divine immortal would be unable to teach him. Don't worry, Brother Long, I'll train like my life depends on it. Wild was filled with excitement now. After Wild left, Long Chen speechlessly looked at the roofless room. Just what secret was hidden within Wild's body? That fist had even shocked Long Chen. If that long-eyebrowed blood condensation expert was hit by it, it was doubtless that he would die. But right now, 90% of Wild's cells were still dormant. If they were all awoken, even Long Chen would feel tremendous fear. But thinking about Wild's simple and honest nature, Long Chen shook his head. Wild was his brother, and the stronger he was, the better. There was no need to worry. Taking out a piece of paper, he wrote down a list of 48 names of medicinal ingredients. Star-fusing pill, a second-tier medicinal pill. Right now, I have no way of refining an upper-grade second-tier medicinal pill. Looks like I can only go to Grandmaster Yin Qi. But first I need to collect all the medicinal ingredients. According to Long Chen's recollections, the star-fusing pill should be able to resolve the foreign spiritual energies within Chuyao's body, but it had to be an upper-grade pill. The current Long Chen's pill flame was too weak. Despite how much talent he had in that regard, it was impossible for him to refine a high-grade second-tier pill with such a pill flame. The next day, Long Chen left his house. Arriving at the Alchemist Guild's storeroom, he handed his list over. What was outside Long Chen's expectations was that all the ingredients could be found here except one of the main ingredients, the star-fusing grass. Star-fusing grass was an extremely precious treasure. It was something that could be used to refine many second-tier pills, and in fact, most second-tier pills actually required it in their pill formula, making it always in short supply. Long Chen nodded. Only missing one ingredient was already better than what Long Chen had expected. Collecting his ingredients and leaving the Alchemist Guild, Long Chen suddenly saw a certain figure. A slightly cruel smile appeared on his mouth. The one in front of him was the person who had been beaten almost to pulp by Long Chen, Zhou Yaoyang. Martial artists truly did have a tenacious life force. Last time, he had been beaten so badly, but now he seemed totally fine. The Zhou family truly was willing to spend money on their son. Almost every single bone had been broken in his body. It was only by spending a great amount of gold coins that he was pulled back from the gates of hell. But even with the Zhou family's financial resources, his wounds had still been extremely severe. He had come to the guild today to ask for powerful recovery pills. Currently, he was still extremely weak. Ever since he had been beaten, for some reason he would always start to hallucinate in the middle of the night. Countless demons would plague him, and now he didn't even dare sleep with the lights off. And furthermore, every morning he would feel his soul ache as if needles were stabbing into him, paining him so badly that he could only roll on the ground. But the alchemists of the guild couldn't find any reason for this suffering despite examining him multiple times. They could only conclude that it was due to a deficit in qi within him, so they had to first restore his body. But even after half a month passed, he hadn't improved in that regard in the slightest. The symptoms actually worsened, and even if he didn't fall asleep, he would see countless demons demanding his life. And as for the pain in his soul in the morning, it was no longer needles, but a blazing flame roasting him, making it so painful he wished he could die. The current Zhou Yaoyang was extremely emaciated, and his complexion was turning yellow, a large difference from his old confident and easy self. Zhou Yaoyang, it's been a while. How have you been recently? Long Chen smiled as if he were blessing him and cupped his hands in greeting. As soon as Zhou Yaoyang saw Longchen, it was as if he had seen a ghost and his face turned deathly pale. Longchen, how are you? You don't look so good. It really makes me uneasy. I'm just worried about you. How are the demons at night and the soul roasting in the morning? Asked Longchen. How do you know about that? Could it be, it was you? Zhou Yaoyang's eyes were filled with alarm. He suddenly remembered the medicinal pill Longchen had fed him after beating him. According to the Alchemist Guild, it had been a pill to protect the organs, and its effect was to make sure that he wouldn't die for a while despite his internal organ failure. But Zhou Yaoyang always felt that something was wrong with that incident, and hearing Longchen's words today, he immediately suspected that pill. Longchen, those ghosts were definitely yours. You despicable bastard! Zhou Yaoyang bitterly exclaimed his resentment. Thinking about the pain he had been going through these days, he angrily shouted and charged at Longchen. A simple slap landed on his face. The force behind it wasn't too great and it only sent him flying. Despicable? You dare call me that? No matter how despicable I am, it's not even 1/100th of how bad you are. Tell me, just how many despicable methods have you used against me over these years? Longchen lightly waved his hand and indifferently said, You yourself don't even remember anymore. Being cruel will always have a reprisal. Now that I'm stronger, am I supposed to not get a bit of revenge? The slap on his face completely sobered Zhou Yaoyang. Despite recuperating from his wounds these days, he hadn't stopped getting information about Longchen. The fact that Longchen had beaten an imperial bodyguard of the Grand Xiao's prince had completely shaken the capital, that was a true expert in the blood condensation realm. In terms of martial might, Zhou Yaoyang was no longer a match for Longchen. In terms of status, Longchen was a Grand Pill apprentice, and he was even less comparable to him. Zhou Yaoyang couldn't help being suspicious of what the alchemists of the guild had told him. The Alchemist Guild should be fully aware of all of Longchen's methods, so they should have been able to cure him. Instead, they had let him suffer endless torment. But he didn't know that he had misjudged the guild. Longchen had applied a bit of ghost-seeking liquid atop the medicinal pill. Other than Grandmaster Yunqi, no one else in the guild would be able to figure that out. Obviously, the Savage Marquis had no way of inviting someone as grand as Yunqi. Let alone him, even a prince didn't have that capability. Longchen, what do you want in order to let me free? Zhou Yaoyang ground his teeth. Zhou Yaoyang, what happened to all the unyielding courage of yours? You tormented me for so many years, but I never gave in to you. Now, things have only turned to my side for such a short time. If you want to stop now, it's already too late. Gotta follow the rules of the game, indifferently said Longchen. He then turned to leave. You really won't let me off? If you want to escape the depths of misery, it's very simple. Take your sword and pull it against your neck. It only hurts for a second and then you'll be free. Don't beg me for help. Zhou Yaoyang was so furious his entire body shook. When he was haunted by ghosts and his soul scorched, he truly did want to use death to free himself of the pain. 7 sit envelb/n. C/m for L test vels. But as soon as that moment passed, he returned to be a normal person and was full of longing towards life. That was the reason why he couldn't even kill himself. If he chose life, it was misery. If he chose death, he was unable to go through with it. Zhou Yaoyang was about to collapse. He didn't have the courage to kill himself, but if it continued like this, he'd go crazy. Zhou Yaoyang ground his teeth and actually knelt on the ground. Longchen, I beg you, I admit defeat. Longchen's hatred no longer burned as intensely as it had before. The current Longchen was high and far above Zhou Yaoyang, and they were no longer on the same level. He didn't place a small ant within his eyes. Long Chen wasn't a priest who would repay enmity with kindness. But looking at Zhou Yaoyang's miserable state, most of his anger faded. And it was also perfect since Long Chen was wishing to hear some secrets from him. Just as he reached his hand to rub his spatial ring, Long Chen's spiritual strength suddenly noticed that Zhou Yaoyang was secretly clenching his fists and was filled with bitter resentment. Long Chen quietly muttered to himself for a moment before he coldly smiled. A medicinal pill appeared out of his spatial ring, and he threw it directly to Zhou Yaoyang. "This medicinal pill is for you. I hope you won't be enemies with me in the future, otherwise, you'll regret it for a lifetime." Long Chen then left. Zhou Yaoyang waited until Long Chen was far away before getting up. Looking at his distant figure, he narrowed his eyes. "Long Chen, if I don't let you die a miserable death, then I wouldn't be Zhou Yaoyang." He wasn't afraid of Long Chen poisoning him because there were several people in the distance who had seen what had just happened. If he really did die from this medicinal pill, Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Therefore, he swallowed the medicinal pill confidently. The next day, Zhou Yaoyang was overjoyed to find that his night terrors were gone, and he no longer had to suffer the feeling of his soul burning every morning. He coldly sneered inside. "Long Chen, just wait. The next time I take action, I'll be taking your life in one fell swoop. At that time, the person who will be regretful is you." Back when Long Chen saw Zhou Yaoyang eat it, he also had sneered. "You really are too evil to live. I actually wanted to spare your life, but unfortunately, you're courting disaster." "Brother Long?" Long Chen had been just walking along the road when someone suddenly called out to him. He turned to see that it was Fatty Yu. He was amazed to find that he had actually reached the third heaven stage of qi condensation. Due to his cultivation, his originally fat build now appeared to be sturdy and strong. "Fatty, you're not bad. You've already reached the third heaven stage of qi condensation," smiled Long Chen. "Hee, this is all because of Brother Long," he somewhat bashfully said. "Brother Long, I was just thinking about going over to pay a visit to you." "What do you need?" No, it's just that since I've broken through to the third heaven stage, I feel like I should celebrate. Look at what Shifeng did, I can't be too shameful in comparison, right?" said Fatty Yu. "He advanced to the blood condensation realm while you are just at the third heaven stage of qi condensation. Why does there need to be some grand celebration?" laughed Long Chen. "Haha, those aren't the same. I couldn't even cultivate before, so the celebration this time is definitely on the same level as Shifeng's," earnestly said Fatty Yu. "Well, when my brothers invite me to drink, I can't possibly say no. Let's go." "Yes, perfect. I've already ordered a feast and we're only lacking you." The restaurant Fatty Yu brought him to was in the southern side of the city. Although it wasn't as famous as the one Shifeng had brought them to, it wasn't that much worse. When Long Chen entered, he saw that Fatty Yu had told the truth. Shifeng, Shou Ho, and the others were already there. "Haha, Brother Long has finally arrived." Long Chen also laughed. He greeted everyone, and as soon as he sat down, the food and drinks were brought out. "Today is to celebrate my advancement to the third heaven stage. I've finally taken the first step of my cultivation path, and a bright future has been opened in front of me. This toast is for Long Chen." Everyone loudly praised him. They were all people whose fates had changed only because of Long Chen. Long Chen also didn't stand on ceremony and drank a large cup of alcohol in one go. Everyone was friends, so there was no need to restrain oneself, and everyone drank copiously. Other than Shifeng and Fatty Yu, the rest of them had yet to advance past the first heaven stage of qi condensation. Heroic spirits they had, but a high tolerance of alcohol they did not. After just a few cups, a lot of mouths became unguarded. "Brother Long, it's like you're a martial god from the heavens, an unparalleled genius amongst men. We're all wondering just what kind of woman is suitable for you, asked someone with the help of the alcohol. Before Long Chen could even answer, Shou Ho followed up, hee hee, at the very least, it's gotta be a princess. As for looks, it's got to be a beauty capable of captivating the birds and beasts, eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers. And as for cultivation level? That's whatever. In any case, no one dares bully Brother Long, even the Grand Xiao's prince is not someone he is afraid of. So his future wife doesn't need to be so strong, haha. Right. In our Phoenix Cry Empire, the only one who fits those criteria the best is the third princess, said Fatty Yu, his eyes lighting up. I've seen the third princess before, and although she's beautiful, that kind of temperament is terrifying. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle it, sighed someone else. TCH, that's because she still hasn't met Brother Long. Even a tiger will become a kitten in front of Brother Long. Long Chen was speechless. When they raised the topic of the third princess, the beautiful image of Chuyao appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but to feel some pity. Chuyao was actually a gentle-hearted woman, but in order to protect herself, she had to act arrogant and rude to the world. Thinking about the time they'd had together, a warm feeling filled him. At the same time, he felt awkward inside. Wasn't talking about things like this unworthy of Chuyao? Long Chen was in the middle of thinking that over when a woman's cold laugh rang out. You outrageous peasants really do think of the craziest things. Is the third princess someone you are capable of discussing? Well, truckers, that's all for this part. See you all in the next video.